Yeah, hello everybody and welcome back to Wappleville. We got something, well, you might say it's a little bit huge because, well, here's there's a horse next to it, and that horse is barely the size of his head. This is from RM Printable Terrain. Seen me do a bunch of their stuff before. It's kind of funny because this guy seemed big until, well, this guy here. So, yeah, we got some big things that we're going to be working on today. Armored Wolf, how you doing? Sorry for the delay. It's just not been things haven't quite gone according to plan. Huge surprise. I know that as a massive surprise. There's going to be some logistical things here as far as well our usual pre-glaze stuff. I did just throw some darker acrylic paint down here. So this way, because I'm going to have to hang on to this over here, and I needed some kind of darker colors there, just something to take it off of the primer. So I thought, well, I'll just leave it like this, and that would be the last thing we get to. Most likely it's going to be covered by flock anyways. It is actually hollow on the inside, so it's sort of like a chocolate bunny, pretty much a chocolate Easter bunny. Over here on the palette, we got some of the usual things. We just have more of them. We got a whole lot of Van Dyke Brown and Indigo over here. We do have our Ivory Black Asphalt. Guess we're going to get ourselves maybe some more burnt umber out here just to have it. Here, let's throw a bit of burnt umber over here. This is the same palette from yesterday when we were working on the lizard men, which I think I've got around. Yep, still got the lizard men around. Now, I might even be hanging on to this blog at certain points here just to be able to work on things. We've got some big old brushes here. Royal Langnickel right here. I think this is the big, yeah, this is the 12. That's the biggest one right there. Grundy, how are you doing? Nice to see you again. So we got some sponges here. Oh, and we got more sponges because we might need them. And in fact, right there is RM Printable Terrain. So the actually, I think right here, do I still have the? Nope, that is not the link right there. Let me see if I can maybe grab this here and we'll just throw this into the chat there. So I think that is the link right there. I think that's the link. Now let's take a look at our other trolls that we painted here. So these also from RM Printable Terrain right there. And you can go back and watch all of these. They are all painted on the channel here. Rocky, Woody, and let's see, was it Mr. Giggles because he's a fun guy. This one right here, we're going to be doing, well, all kinds of wild and crazy colors because why not? Grimgar, how are you doing? Happy Saturday and all that. So what we're going to do first is just try and get some stuff down here. Obviously, looks like we got stone on this half and more of a woody slash Mr. Fungi on this side over here. So we're just going to start throwing in here. Just actually, here I'm also going to get some of my thinner out on these because some of these I just basically had to squeeze them out of the tube. That's kind of how it goes sometimes. And here, let's just get some of this pre-glaze on here. I'm also going to maybe get my light out of the way because that's just kind of in the way. My magnifier light, sadly, is just kind of in the way. And hopefully this will somewhat stay in focus. I know it might kind of wander in and out of focus at certain points because, well, this thing is a wee bit large, as they say. So, Grimgar, I hope that you're having yourself a good Saturday. I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. There was some craziness with the printer last night. Apparently, part of one support, no, not a support, one of the platforms, apparently that remained behind, stuck to the vat. And when I went to do the next round of prints, and the printer got all the way down to that bottom level, all of a sudden there was a really nasty noise. And I thought, well, maybe I just didn't have the build plate screwed in all the way or something like that. So tried doing it again, had to wash everything out. Same sound again. Yeah, only to find that that stupid thing was stuck to the bottom of the vat there. trying to poke holes in it. So as far as I know, there are no holes in the vat. At least hoping there aren't holes in there. So Unreal, this is another thing from RM Printable Terrain. It's the same folks that did all these trolls that we painted a couple of weeks, well, maybe maybe about 3-4 weeks ago or so. We painted 3 of these, and we actually have the, hey, you can't quit me, how you doing? Okay, so let's see. Hey, Abadoo, nice to see you. Is Megan in the house too? I thought I saw Megan for a second there. So we're going to have some indigo over here. Remember the herdstone that we painted? A little bit like this. Looks like there's a piece of wood over here too. So we're going to probably switch up to some of our more wood type colors on that as well. Here, let's just keep moving around here. Keep going on this. And like I said, we're probably, is that, yep, we'll go with the, we'll say that's going to be wood there too. Here, let's get to more of our Van Dyke brown to mix with this. And we might do some stages to the pre-glaze here as well. Just, well, reasons. It could probably be easier to do them in stages like this lower half here. Do the removal on this and then come back around and work more on the top level. Sky King, nice to see you. You can't quit me. The package did arrive. I'll grab some of the stuff just so you can see some of it. It looked really spectacular. Oh, and thank you can't quit me. Thanks for the the strainers. That was very much appreciated. Yeah, I saw. I was like, wait a minute, and then I realized, yeah, there's some strainers there. Which I don't know if you heard the story of what happened with late last night's printing. It was 3 o'clock no, it was more like 3:40 in the morning, and I go to just start the next print because I had taken the other stuff off and started cleaning it and everything. And yeah, a little that smoky resin. The one disadvantage that I can see is it's really hard to tell when pieces of that maybe have come off. So yeah, there was this very loud noise, and it darn near pushed the almost pushed that little piece right through the the vat there. That would have been most unfortunate. Now this is olive green that we're using right here. Sorry, the voice is also going to be funky. Yeah, it was really thank you very much for all that. So we also have the, where are they here? Yeah. It's also going to be really neat to put these guys together, huh? It's really going to be fun to do that. I think we might have to be painting one of those next week, huh? I think that might be, maybe that'll be the Friday. Maybe that'll be the Friday thing that we do next week. Here, let's, actually, no, it could still be Monday, actually. Hey, Velfera, how are you doing in Tectonic Craft Studios? So, folks, be sure to give Tectonic Craft Studios a follow as well, because we want to get him to 100 so he gets his hype train. Hey, Johnny, nice to see you again. I hope that you're having a good Saturday also. Hope everybody is. Is there, yeah, there's still some more wood right here. Let's just, Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of our, yeah, number right there. And yes, we're just using a big old number 12 round craft brush from Royal Langnickel. That's what we're using. You know, we will maybe throw in just a little bit more here on the undersides of his arm and such. Hey, Robosh, nice to see you. Welcome back. Let me see. I hope I haven't missed anything there in the chat. Yeah, you can't quit me and thanks again.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you for that follow, Thilu. I appreciate that. Again, it says, Mike, spark my ganja. What is that? Fly, you fools. So, what was I gonna say? Sorry, lost track. I think we're just gonna have to abandon the magnifier here for a little while because this is just a little bit too huge for that device. I think we're all caught up there. Oh yeah, the birdies and the bats. I really appreciate those. And it was really neat to see the little bases, right, with the trees on them and such. So that's gonna be a blast. And again, thank you so much for doing that. That is gonna make things very fun, I believe. And just that late last night. Now it wasn't exactly. I really hate some of these podcasts here, but they were talking about the Dunlendings, and one of the things they were talking about was the bird swarms. So it was kind of neat to know that the bird swarms were coming and then see them today. So thank you very much. As we got Queez, Paincut, and Kendon. How you guys doing? Nice to see you all. Nice to see you guys. So the oh, and by the way, the first batch of the Diwali Lord of the Rings stuff, it seems to have printed up okay. Now the goblins I had to support myself, so we'll see how those work. I have no idea. So we're just I think we'll go yeah this side here. Then we'll remove some of this. Just trying to let some of this stay on here as long as possible. At least here you can kind of see there's some different colors. I'm even going to throw a little bit of phthalo green into this. Maybe a little more phthalo green into this. That's phthalo green and the olive green together. Yeah, something like that maybe. So Pankut, I hope that you're doing well. And Inganes, welcome in Inganes. How you doing there? Nice to see you again. So yeah, I might also, just to be sure here, that we've got ourselves the right focus. I'm just gonna move it that way. Thulu, thank you, thanks for joining here. Thanks for joining. So yeah, we'll just,
Enters my domain.
well, we're gonna welcome in Reaper Miniatures. Yes, indeed, it is Reaper Miniatures. Sorry that all of my stuff is in a slightly different place here because, well, we've got a massive beast here. So how's everybody doing? And thank you so much for that raid. So folks, well, I'm sure you're already following Reaper Miniatures. You don't really need me to tell you to follow Reaper Miniatures. So that is the sculptor, folks. And hey, Hatter, nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. So here, what we are painting is this is the massive, as you can see, massive Etten from RM Printable Terrain. These are some of the ones that we have already painted. We did 3 trolls here. Now I'm just going to have to be very careful as I grab these things here because the hand's all full of paint and such. But here's the other trolls that we painted. So let's just swing down there real quick here and check out those guys. Hey, Silver Tongue, nice to see you. Welcome back. And is that Kenaboo? Thank you so much for hanging out here. So those are the other 3 trolls that we painted. You can go back and paint. You can watch me paint all of those. So Friendly Pyro, thank you so much for joining us in the chat here. I'm just going to get some of these guys out of the way, if you don't mind. And we're just going to grab something like this right here, just to make this a little less messy. Hey, Zoxy, nice to see you again. Well, it's been a little while. Hopefully that you're doing okay. So what we're doing here, we're using our oil paints. And yes, these are just regular oil paints here. This is what we use here. We're just throwing on what we like to call the pre-glaze. And that's just a whole bunch of different colors here. A whole bunch of different colors. And then we're going to be wiping these off. And then we're going to be adding some of our lighter colors after that. So You just caught us literally right in the beginning phase here, about 15 minutes in. Hey, Deck Knight, not nice to see you again. And folks, be sure to support the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter campaign. That's what these guys are from. I also have another figure here that is also part of the Birchwood Vale, but can't really locate it right now because everything is kind of out of place. Maybe at some point during the evening I'll be able to locate that and we'll be able to look at it. Here, let's get some of this green over here too. So this is very much along the lines of the Book of Wappo, where everything has to be messy before it can be neat. And for those of you that might have seen us working here during the Virtual Reaper Expo, remember these? Yeah, so we painted a whole bunch of Reaper miniatures. A whole bunch of Reaper miniatures. And you can go back and watch all those sessions from, well, basically last weekend. They're all going to be saved as highlights. Everything gets saved as a highlight so that it is permanent. Pretty much like a YouTube video. And there's a link to your Birchwood Vale campaign. Now we're probably going to have a whole bunch of different colors on here when it comes to the mushrooms. We did that also, remember, on Mr. Giggles. Yeah, let's just get this stuff in here. We just want to get this covered. And then we'll be hitting it with our makeup sponges. And it's a little bit like this. So see how that makeup sponge takes some of that off of there? But see, it leaves color behind. That is basically color that we can work with and use. Here, we'll take off a bit more here. So look at all this that's still left behind. But it's essentially a little bit of pre-shading, right? Little bit of pre-shading here. When we go back in with some lighter colors, then we can start to work in some mid-tones. And if you go back and watch last night's session with those lizard men, you saw how we kind of start out with warmer greens, and then as we moved along, we started to add some cooler greens. Not just lighter colors, but also some different colors to get some different types of contrast. So Queez, I hope that you're doing good. And Oliver Ghost. Yeah, well, Oliver Ghost, to give you an idea of just how big this thing is, that's how big it is. So this is max. I can't zoom this out anymore, so I apologize. If it goes off camera, at certain points, it's just going to go off camera because that's how huge it is, and that is the max for this setup because it's really not designed for doing giant things. It's really designed for small to mid-size things. This is also super tall. Things like Rocky were they weren't so difficult because Rocky was pretty much as wide as he was tall. Here, let's get a bit more of our dark under there too. Yep, Binganis, all of the trolls are hollowed and this is hollowed too. You can kind of hear that. Yeah, and you see there's one of the drain holes down. There's at least 2 drain holes. Yeah, actually, it should be interesting because in some ways it'll be a little bit like the what was that thing that we painted? The herdstone. It'll be a little bit like the herdstone. So I hope that people will be patient enough to endure the very messy pre-glaze phase, because once you get past this and you start to get those light, well, even now, you can see there's a bunch of colors on here. And those colors will become even more pronounced as we add lighter colors and mid-tones and such. So we're going to have to definitely change, we might even have to change the camera angle a couple of times when we start, say, painting their faces and such. All right, I'm going to Maybe now, now I can actually, I got a little more control over this thing now. I have a wee bit more control over this. Here, let's get some of our indigo back into this here. And sorry again for the voice. The voice is, it's been pretty much abused the last couple of weeks between filming stuff and last week's, what was that? Basically 7 out of 7 days for streaming. Uh, Unreal, that's what we're doing right now. We're doing the pre-glaze here. This is how we approach every miniature. It's how we approached those lizardmen last night. Exactly the same way. If you're talking about the zenithal priming, that would be unfortunately be pretty much pointless because it would just get painted over. Whereas here, this is wet paint. I can work with this. And if you go back and watch all of the other oil painting episodes from the start, you'll see that yeah, the pre-glaze here, this is basically, well, I kind of call it a zenithal that you can actually use, whereas the zenithal priming is just dead. It just kind of sits there till you paint over it and doesn't really, it's not exactly the most efficient thing. You're essentially kind of painting the miniature twice, whereas here, everything we do is pretty much towards the conclusion of actually getting this guy painted here. Hey, Standing Bull, welcome back. Nice to see you again. So this is why we're using all of these different colors here, because once we start to put those lighter tones on, that's where you're really going to see. You can't see it as much here. Now, this guy is big enough to where you see it more. You actually do see it a little bit more, I gotta say. Hey, Big Jim. Yeah, you could say, but this is a much bigger Jim right here. Yeah, that's he's like, I can take him. Dude, you got a quarter? You got a quarter? I'll buy that quarter off you for a nickel. He's like, okay. Yeah, yes. So, folks, be sure to give Big Jim Slade a follow because Big Jim Slade tomorrow night, Harlan's Heroes. That starts 7 p.m. Central Time, right, Big Jim? Harlan's Heroes. And again, I'm sorry that I did not get a chance to catch the Ember Exchange. I guess I'll have to catch the. I'll have to try and watch the VOD of that because I was really curious about what Zeltaris was going to say. I was really looking forward to that one. There we go. So we got two very different looking Ettins right here. Two very different. Hey, Nosferatu and Sammy Poo. Nice to see you again. Yeah, that's for sure, Big Jim. That's for sure. So Sammy Poo, I hope that you're doing good. Yeah, he's a little bit bigger than Treebeard. He's probably about 3 times the size of the GW Treebeard, maybe 4 times. At least 3.5 times the size. Oh, let me see. 7 Central. Okay, I got that right. That is good. Here, let's get, there we go. We're just about, I think we got him pretty much covered now. And it's all about just different colors here. Now I might even come back in here with some more darker tones. Is already we're gonna start using this stuff, right? Why just let it sit there when we can actually use that and do things with it? Yeah. Let's get back to some umber, maybe some Draxphaltum here, aka Asphaltum, because we just call it Draxphaltum because he kind of discovered that color and got us to start thinking about it. Unreal has to go to bed. Do you prime? Yeah, Unreal, you always want to be priming miniatures, and it's always very simple. Just Badger Steinorez. Badger Steinorez. This neutral one is kind of nice. I just basically hit this with a gray-white mix just to make it a light gray. That's it. There's no zenithal. But if you go back and look at the Mandalorians, what was this, Oceanic Blue or something? Yeah, we just use this, and you can brush this stuff on. So you're always going to want to prime, no matter what. Although oils, believe it or not, will stick to stuff. Even if it's not primed, those oil paints will stick to it pretty darn good. I've been surprised, been really surprised. If you can't get the Stynylrez overseas, you can get the Stynylrez. You just have to get the MIG ammo one-shot primer because that's just Stynylrez. It literally is Stynylrez and a MIG ammo bottle, so it's the same thing. So you'll be all good there. So you have a good night there, Unreal. You have a good night. We'll be doing our usual Monday session. I I couldn't tell you what I might be painting there. It could be several different things. And I have a feeling that the painting schedule this week will be somewhat more chaotic. I actually have a much better idea of what I'll be sculpting than what I'll be painting. But actually, we might be painting one of the eagles that I sculpted. I would kind of like to do that. Might be doing that. Yeah, Unreal, you should be able to get MIG ammo because MIG ammo is from Spain and they pretty much ship everything worldwide. Now, the Badger Stynylrez, you could probably find that worldwide as well. Oh, and you're not just stuck with doing like one layer of pre-glaze, wipe it away, and you can't do any more. You could do multiple layers if you wanted. All right. I'm going to see what I got my stuff set at here. I'm going to maybe cut the brightness down just a smidge here. Also going to get some of these out of the way. So you can see there we got a little more happening here, right? And it still stays behind. Look how much is coming off, but you still have a decent amount left behind here. I think we're all caught up. Yep. Now, Big Jim, is there any kind of special thing set for Harlan's Heroes that nobody's going to guest GM or anything like that? I know that there's been a couple of times, the last few times I've been able to watch, the faces were definitely arranged a little bit differently, or we even had some different folks playing different characters. Look at that. See that? See, it's starting to look like something. So hopefully folks actually stuck around. I realized that I kind of hoped that we weren't going to get rated too quickly because this was going to take a while to get through this whole pre-glaze part. Look at that. See that? So it's starting to become a little something here. Zoxy Zoxy was loyal to the oil paints and stuck around. So thank you, Zoxy, for being a loyal Waphellian there and sticking around. Look at that. Look, now you can start to see we got some colors going on here. And, oh, by the way, this is 28 minutes for something this gigantic to already have not just this much color on it, but already some shading. And we're going to be getting some more too here as we move along. Because, again, we're going to be adding some lights to this, some darks here. Let's cut up a few more sponges. I really do like these makeup sponges more than the really, really smushy ones. They don't tear like the other ones do, and they don't leave bits and chunks behind like the other ones did. So you can see, there's a decent amount of paint that still comes off of here. And we might even, just while I got the bigger brush, might even still go darker in some places here. Why not? We got all the darker colors going. Might as well go darker. But I think you could see on his faces, I should say faces. We've got two very distinct different colors here already working. Hey, Shroin, nice to see you again. Yeah, Grundy, it really is. Let's see. Currently, Gren is playing a different character, while our main character recuperates from. Yeah, I guess sometimes you do need to. You need to recuperate from dying, I suppose. I mean, I guess we'll let him have that. Okay, fine, you died. We'll let you recoup from that for a bit. Mantic Themes, Armana, Fantasy Ship Battle Game. Looks a lot like Man of War. Oh, Nosferatu. Thanks for letting me know about that because I've definitely been. I asked the friend of mine who had played Man of War back in the day if he still had some of the old stuff. So that's it would be nice to have something that's kind of current, for sure. And Nosferatu, I was starting to think, well, gee whiz, do I need to start making some ships and actually almost approach it like Black Fleet? Oh yeah, it's small shit. It's like Black Sails or whatever the Warlord game is. Okay, yeah, someone was mentioning that in the chat last night. So it's not a full scale 28 mil. Ratanka, hey, blending now works. Yeah, Ratanka. I was hoping that would be okay. Nah, just that it wouldn't be too disappointing, right? That you have to kind of get some more paints there. But yeah, well, just like these, these aren't necessarily the most expensive paints in the world, but they really, you can see they really get the job done, don't they? But I'm glad that worked out for you here. Let's get a little bit more of our phthalo green in here. And again, just a big old number 12 round craft brush. What, 60 cents or so, maybe? The Anganis needs to crash. Well, Anganes, the typical Saturday challenges last, well, let's see, we haven't gone less than 10 and a half hours. The last three Saturday challenges have been over 10 hours long, and we're only a half an hour in. So it's very possible that you will wake up and we will still be going. So hopefully, maybe see you then. Look at this, see? And you see how it's very much a dry brush? Look at that. Very much a dry brush there. Wow, you can even use some of the ships from Black Sails in Armada. So is that like a little team up between Mantic and Warlord then? That's pretty interesting if they're doing something like that. They didn't tell me about that. Let's see. We're talking the ones I bought were 12. Oh, holy smokes. Ow. Oh my goodness. Now Rataka, as a comparison here, now I still use these. Actually, I was still using the green yesterday. So this is a starter set that I got on Amazon. It's typically 22 to 26 bucks. You could go to Michael's, probably find this for 22 bucks. Use your 40% off coupon, and now it's more like 16 and a half bucks, 17 bucks, whatever. Maybe even a little bit less than that, depending on sales tax or whatever. Look at this. We're getting, and see again. Look at how little paint there is on here. It's also a very light brush stroke. That is key. A light brush stroke is very critical here. Look at this. And then when we go in here with our wonderful filbert brushes, it's going to bring out even more. So when we get to detail areas, we'll tighten in a little bit. Just right here, we're kind of working overall, right? So we're gonna stay out here. We're gonna stay backed out here for a little while, if you guys don't mind. Hey Tim, how you doing? So Tim, this is from RM Printable Terrain. We actually have RM Printable Terrain in the chat. We also have the sculptor in the chat here. So it's a cast of all stars. We have the creator and the creator all in the chat. So I believe they can answer that too. That's the next thing I'm doing wrong. Too much. Yeah, Ritaka, less is more, and more is way too much. That's in the book of Wapple. We kind of say that all the time here. I mean, it's kind of sounds like it might be a little bit of a joke, but really, it's pretty darn serious. It really is. And just to, here, let's go back and show you. So we painted these guys already, and you can go back and watch all of these getting painted. Mr. Giggles, Woody in the background there, and Rocky over to the right. All three of those are their own individual sessions, and you can go back and watch all of them being painted. They were really fun. And they're from RM Printable Terrain. And the new Kickstarter campaign is the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter. Now I'm still trying to hunt. Ah, here it is. Well, it's going to be really hard to see that, but this is also part of this is also part of it. So, yeah, I think you can see. He's like, dude, stop messing with my toenails. He's like, you got nasty toenails. Maybe take a cream for that. So, okay, we found him. I knew I had him sitting right here, well, somewhere. Anyways, all right, this is a little bit of the asphaltum here. A little bit of the asphaltum. We're just looking to darken some things up here. Let's get our little tree branch here, maybe. Do some stuff on this. Well, tree branch, more like a whole freaking tree. It's more like an entire tree. Going to throw some more Van Dyke Brown. Van Dyke Brown and asphaltum into a couple of crevices here. Yeah, something along these lines here. I think we're just about ready maybe to start doing some lighter stuff. So let's, I had to empty out my garbage can to make room for all the sponges that I knew I was going to need to throw away here. So we'll get some of those thrown away. And now it's time for a little bit of filbert action here. Oh, look, I even have this is the first time I get a chance to use my number 10 filbert, which started out life as a flat. Hey, Paul, how you doing? Paul, Warhammer Hero. I hope you're having yourself a good Saturday. All right, we're going to get ourselves, maybe a little bit of umber into that. And I might even grab myself a smidge of a paper towel over here. Because again, we're trying to have less paint on that brush. And look what's happening here. Look at that. I might even turn the lights down just a smidge there. So this is why I was hoping people would hang around, because this is the stage where things really start to change, where it really starts to turn into, well, something for sure. But it's not a dry brush, right? Because it's mixing. It's all mixing here. And guess what? All the indigo, when the brush hits it, starts to turn a little more indigo. Wherever there's that ivory black, it's going to turn more of just a kind of a flat gray. Or maybe I've got some of maybe the Van Dyke Brown or something like that. It's going to turn a different color. However, you saw I just went back to get some more paint, right? Because obviously, well, it's mixing. It also means it's mixing on the brush. Look at this. Look at how that face is already. The hair. All I'm literally doing is just dragging the brush over the top of it. It's really difficult. I mean, this is tough stuff right here, right? Literally just taking a brush and dragging it over the top of this and then getting all these crazy colors. This is why we do the pre-glaze. Look what's happening there. Let's see. I think so Nosferatu bought a dwarven fleet. So Nosferatu, do you think that's something where, well, I guess I could now, is it for like a 4x4 board, 6x4 board? Because I'm just wondering, I could, now, unless has somebody ever made STL files of things like Umbar ships or even Numenorian ships or Gondor ships or Elf ships or something like that? Because apparently Legolas built his own boat and sailed off to Valinor or whatever, or the Undying Lands. Literally just taking one lighter color and going over the top of this. That's all I've been doing. And all of a sudden, all the form starts to come out, right? Here, let's maybe get this out of the camera view. Let's get some of these brushes out of the way so it's a little bit less distracting. And I apologize if it's hard for me to see the chat, because it's really hard to see the chat, because usually I'm looking underneath the camera towards the chat. Right now the camera is sitting right in front of where the chat window is. There's a big old camera mount sitting right in front of the chat, so it's difficult for me to see what's going on. Look at all these fun colors that are already on his face there. And we really, all we're doing is just taking this. Here, maybe let's switch things up a little bit here. I just took a little bit of the cadmium yellow deep just to get something different here. Still the same light color, but it's still also mixing with everything else that's there. You can see how it's mixing because it turns darker. There we are. Yeah, we can come back in here. Just remember what we did with all of those other trolls. It was the same thing. We came back in. We put some more middle tones in there. We did some crazy cobalt blue glazes too. So I'm just going to make sure that I've got a focus going down here. I think that's about in focus there. Terra Rosa. Little smidge of Terra Rosa here. Some of the pouches. Some of the fur right there. I don't even really know what's on this brush anymore at this point. Don't even care. Really don't care. It's just paint. That's all. The key thing is there's not a lot of it. That's really important that we don't have a whole ton of paint piled up onto this brush here. When you do that, that's where you're going to start running into some problems. When people say, well, the paint keeps coming off, or I only can put so much, then it doesn't work anymore. And it's like, yep, that's probably a case of way too much paint. Look at how that's starting to mix with all the things that's already here. And for sure we can do much more. But for right now, we're just going to stick with stuff like this. Here, maybe we'll get some, maybe even some greens out here as well. We're talking about cleaning the brush. We're pretty much just talking about this, taking a paper towel and just smushing out as much of the paint as we can, because if we use, well, we can use brush cleaner here. This is for acrylics as well. We've been using it for acrylic stuff for a long time. The high quality thinner, well, this is pretty much all and this is from the last couple of days of painting as well. Here, let's go back to our lighter colors here, perhaps on the stone. Maybe not that much paint there. You can see right there how it's mixing on the brush, which means it's also mixing on here, which is exactly what we're looking for. This is where the time savings comes in with the oil paints. We're letting it do all the work instead of us having to go in there and put all these different colors on and glazing and mixing and all this crazy stuff. Just go back and watch the Herdstone episode where we were painting that, was it the Beastman Herdstone? You go back and watch that and you'll see pretty much the exact same thing going on. Literally the same set of colors. Might even throw in some of this green here. That's just a little, and this is actually that starter set green too from Winsor Newton. Maybe even a little bit of cadmium green light here. We might do something a little more colorful for his shrooms, but nice thing is we sure as heck don't have to choose right now. There. Start to bring out some of the leaves over here. We'll try some cadmium yellow light here. See what that's going to do. And then we'll do some glazing in here, right? Bring out some more of I almost said feathers because, well, we still going back to Thursday where we were sculpting feathers for quite a while. So what's it? Oh, Zoxy wants to see a project that would have gone way easier with the oil paints. Oh my gosh, it's Zoxy. It's torment every time I see this, and I realize that it could have gone, well, 1,000 times faster with the oil paints. Because what are we? 46 minutes into this thing? Yeah. Let's just say these took a little bit longer to paint with acrylics, like, well, way longer here. And this is a portion. This was an apocalypse-sized army, all Forge World. And this ain't all of it. This doesn't even include the Titan, which was actually taller than this guy. So all of this had to be done with acrylics. I did have some weathering powders, but even then I didn't really know about taking the weathering powders and turn them into basically washes and such, and being able to paint with them. So yeah, I didn't know enough about that yet at that time. And then there was this thing. Yeah, each one of those sections is like painting a Land Raider because they're all hollow on the inside. There's two sides to them. That stupid ray gun on the top, that was about 5 pounds of solid resin. Oh, and look, there was a telescope and a dude sitting on the back with a plasma cannon right next to him. Yeah. Oh, and it articulated. Yeah, that thing moved up and down, and those 4 tracks, those all articulated. So yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to use that on a 6x4 table, because that thing takes up half of a 6x4 table by itself. And like I said, that's not all the stuff. There was a Titan that went with that. And that Titan was probably this much taller than this guy. Yeah, so there was that. Oh, look at this. But when I see that stuff, and when I see what's happening here with this, with the stupid 60-cent filbert brush like this that I made basically myself, and I think of all the torment that I went through doing that army, yikes. Here, we're going to lighten up his beard that much more. And I think we might actually go towards the faces first, just so I can actually hang on to this in a little better way, and then move down towards these areas as well. Here, let's get some lighter stuff going on right here. Might even just use a little bit of the quick dry white here. So hopefully you could see this. Look at how it's bringing out that texture, right? But it's mixing. Look at how dark that. Look at this side, how light it is. Look at how dark that side is. Now I can get a few more shots out of here just by basically turning the brush over. And then let's hit our base here real quick just to, again, have a point of reference here. Not going to be any kind of final colors there. But it can't just be a mass of dark, so we want to do something there.
Who enters my domain?
Well, looky this. We see the return of Josh Foreman. Josh, how are you doing? Thank you so much for that raid. And we've got something that's a somewhat monstrous here. Yeah. He's kind of big. He's like, yep. This is pretty darn big. This is from RM Printable Terrain. Let's see. I'm thinking of doing that there. Yep. So Rataka, this was just a flat brush. We put some water on it, and then I took a scissors and I just rounded the corners there. It has to be wet when you're doing it, but I just wet it with some water, and then just literally cut the corners on it. That's it. Yeah, actually, this is yeah, from RM Printable Terrain. We actually have the sculptor in the chat, and we have, well, the purveyor of RM Printable Terrain also in the chat with us here. And this is not the only one. We actually painted several more. Here we go. This guy seems so small by comparison. So we painted a whole bunch of trolls again from RM Printable Terrain. Here, let's show you what those trolls looked like. Here we go. There they are. So there's Rocky, Woody, and Mr. Giggles right there. And yeah, Mr. Giggles, he's a very fun guy, covered in shrooms. And you can go back and watch all of those sessions. So folks, be sure to give Josh a follow as well. We got to support all of our fellow Twitch streamers. So Josh, what kind of stuff were you painting? I'm sure you're, well, I'm guessing you were probably painting something slightly smaller on your stream, although maybe you could have been painting a Titan. Or what's the thing they call the GW one, the Gargantuan or something like that? So yeah, instead of the GW Gargantuan, you could just have yourself an Etten, which is probably about the same size. And I'm thinking would cost, well, a lot less. And again, sorry if it's a little bit difficult for me to see the chat. I literally have to look around the camera mount there, so it's a little bit difficult to see things at first. Josh has some terrain going on. Yeah, actually, in the RM Printable Terrain, the Birchwood Vale, there is terrain pieces, and you're going to be seeing those terrain pieces featured very prominently in our Lord of the Rings games, as in really prominently. Oh yeah, you'll be seeing all kinds of, well, pretty much what I don't make myself on the tables is all going to be from RM Printable Terrain when it comes to, well, terrain. So you'll certainly get plenty of viewing time on RM Printable Terrain stuff. I think we're even going to lighten up his face just a smidge more here before we come back in. And like I said, we're going to move in maybe a little bit closer with the camera or something like that so that you can see the faces a little better. But first, I just want to get to some of these other areas here. Now, look at this. We're just taking a little bit of our Terra Rosa, a little bit of our cadmium yellow deep right there. I'm going to start to change some of these guys. Maybe start to bring out some stuff here. And it's also, this is a very dry brush here. Yeah, so Josh, hopefully you were able to get some stuff done on the stream. I know that not every stream is one of those where you get maybe as much done as you hope to get. And then there's other streams where you get more done in the chat than you thought you were going to. I think last night's stream, actually, I wasn't expecting to do 3 of those lizardmen. I thought I'd get to 2 of them. I thought I might only be able to get 1, but we were able to work our way through 3 of those. Now that I've got some of that cadmium yellow out there, I'm actually going to throw a little smidge of my white into that, and let's see if we can do some more mixing. But again, it's got to be a very light stroke here, and I mean light. We're practically just using these 2 fingers, almost not even using the thumb at all. And you can see just how little paint there is on that brush. See how light the brush stroke is. That's the one thing that I see when I'm seeing people painting oils or something like that. There's a tendency to, well, basically take a steam shovel and just slap as much paint on there as possible, because that's sort of what you do with the acrylics by comparison. But with the oils, a couple of things you want to kind of step away from that layering approach, because, well, it's not necessary. It literally is not necessary. Even in some areas, all we'd have to do is just plop on a color, plop on another color, and just mix them together. You don't have to sit there and spend most of your natural lifetime just glazing and layering and all that kind of stuff. That's an acrylic thing. You don't have to do that with oils. That is unnecessary. Well, you know what? I'm going to take me a smidge of this here cadmium yellow light. So see the wood here already has a whole bunch of different colors and values going on. Even some of our shelf fungus there is starting to take some shape. And we might do the red mushroom thing on there just as a in tribute to Mr. Giggles. I think we just might do that on these shrooms over here, which means we'll keep these a little bit more neutral then, so that those other shrooms get a little bit of a special treatment. We'll also do some maybe magenta glazes in here too. Hey, avocado kids. So folks, avocado kids, you know the drill. You must go follow Avocado Kids, because Avocado Kids, speaking of terrain, Avocado Kids does amazing stuff with terrain. He also builds some incredible dice towers. So please be sure to check out Avocado Kids. So Avocado Kids, how have your last couple of streams gone? I'm sorry that I wasn't able to join you on the last couple of streams. I saw, what was it, like the stream had ended or something like that, and I saw there was kind of the view of what you were working on, and it looked was looking really neat. Even just that little preview window, it was looking really neat. So quiet in my lurk yesterday, super busy in the background. So avocado, hopefully the work schedule hasn't been quite so brutal for you, or has it still been kind of the same and just really, really being a grind? All right, now look at this. We're actually going to use a smaller filbert brush here. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Still less paint though. Yeah, we're just going to get some of the we got a couple of skelly friends right here. These are some big skelly friends. We got ourselves some big skelly friends there. Let's make sure we have plenty of different colors on those. Yeah, we painted, well, how many of these were we working on? We're working on 3 of these guys here. Yeah, these are, look at how tiny they seem. Oh my goodness, look, he's like, eh. It's like, dude, man, chill out. It's like, but it's what I do. Ah. Oh, thanks, avocado kids. But well, the oils are really good at making you look like a genius. So that's it. You want to look like a genius? Just use the oil paints. It's like genius in a tube. What was it that they used to call Devlin mud? Didn't they used to call it liquid talent or something like that? Oil paints is talent in a tube. Yes. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Bringing out those rocks. Just a smidge there. All I had to do was just drag the stupid brush over the top of it. Yeah, see that? It's genius in a tube. Avocado kids hit 975. Now we got to get him to 1,000. Let's see. Now, Pragmatic Shark, it was always Devlin Mud. That was the liquid talent right there. Because people would put Devlin Mud over skin tones. They'd put it over vehicles. That was, believe it or not, I know that Nolan oil is all the thing these days, but Devlin Mud, that was the thing back in the day when it first came out. Gosh. Armored Wolf, how many years ago did those things first come out? Was that 10, 11 years ago? What was the other thing? Oh, remember the foundation paints? Do they still sell those foundation paints, by the way? Or did they already abandon those? I'm sure they did. Sammy Poo follows there. Yes, you can never have too much terrain or dice towers. Kathy made a dice tower for herself. She loved it. She still has it. In fact, I think now that she has her new setup, it's sitting in the same room with her. Oh, look at this. Huh? Look at that. No pragmatic shark. They were not hex parts. It was back in the early days. So we're talking maybe 2010, 2011, something like that. Sadlek, how are you doing? Nope, this entire thing will be painted in oils just like all the other ones were. Now, here we go. Let's correct. Where's Mr. Giggles over here? There he is. So everything is painted 100% in oils. And it doesn't matter what we're doing. Sometimes it's things like busts, like so. And sometimes it's things like our regular Rohan right here. Everything we do, pretty much everything here that I paint on the stream is done in oils. We also do, here's some busts as well. He's like, dude, you are ugly. It's like, man, that's not nice. And let's see some more of our, this is what well, it's going to be hard to see because it's so darn small, but this is what we're working on Friday there. So it is all oil paints all the time. Oh, thanks, Ed. Like, we always can, now you're going to have a hard time seeing it here, but when we go in closer with the camera, see this thing? This is done with oils. This is done with the brightest acrylic paints. I mean, even fluorescent acrylic paint. Look at the purples. Look at how dead this thing looks. Look at your oranges, how vibrant they are. So oils are cheaper, faster, more vibrant, more durable. They don't destroy your brushes the way acrylics do. There's just this immense, vast array of advantages with the oils, which is why, unless I have to, I'm just using the oils and not using the acrylics. So Sate, yeah, and all of you, if you want to go back and watch, like say what we were just painting last night or those other trolls that I was showing you there, you can go back and watch all of that stuff being painted because I save everything as a highlight. And everything on the palette here is all oil paints. And we start out with just throwing a bunch of darker colors on there. And then we start to utilize those like we are now with some mid-tones, some lighter colors here. And you can see I'm just sort of doing basically a dry brush over the top. But with the oils, it's not a dry brush because it's all mixing. Look at how dark that brush is now. I actually got to go back over here to the palette, get some more paint. And again, it's mixing with what's there, so I'm going to use the other side. Here, let's get a little bit of our browns over into this side too. Sleepy Slang, there's not as well. I'm just using regular artist oil paints, but most people they just see acrylics as being easier. Also, there's kind of the GW, right? Most game companies, it's easier for them to just slap out their own acrylic line because there's like 3 companies in the world that make acrylic paint. And it's much easier to just have an acrylic line with your name slapped on it than it is, say, an oil paint line. And then there's, well, and I hate to say it, there's just a lot of misconceptions. And as we like to say, big acrylic likes to foster those misconceptions because the brushes that I'm using are literally the same ones I use for acrylics. I was just using this for some acrylics on terrain 3 days ago. The brush cleaner is the same stuff I use for acrylics. It's not hazardous, it's not flammable or anything like that. So people, they think you get all these noxious chemicals that you need when you really don't. See, Sammy Poo now counters that because you can save so much money and buy so many more minis, it's a wash. But you're still ahead, right? Because you got more minis. You got more minis. More minis, more better, right? Sadlak, yes, you can. It's just paint. It's just paint. Now the advantage is you can do all of this wet blending, but you don't have to. Let's when I do my army painting series, right here, let's so when I did the Ossiarch series, it takes me about, gosh, a week to 2 weeks to film a series. So those 5 episodes, the paint's going to dry, and all of the paint dried on these, and I can glaze over the top of it. Glazing new oils over dry oils is amazing. Also, oils let you do things like the interference paints, like we used on our Lumineth right here. And when the paint dried, it made it that much easier to use things like the uh, interference colors and that sort of thing. So, and oils are actually thinner than acrylic paints. So you can actually put more oils on a miniature than you can acrylics, because oils by their nature are vastly thinner than acrylic paints. So you can actually put more on. I think we're all set there. Sleepy Slang, people may not be patient enough to let things dry. So something like this. Now I'm not using much in the way of cadmiums on it, so it'll probably be dry in maybe 12-ish hours or so. But you have to keep in mind that I'm working on hundreds of figures at the same time, if not many hundreds of figures, so that dry time is a complete wash. It doesn't really matter because I'm working on so many things at once. So I was painting 3 of these guys last night. You can go back and watch this session right here. And the nice thing was that I could go back. This guy here, I think I hadn't touched him in 6 hours. It was a 7-hour session. The last hour I went back and painted on him. He was still wet. I could still do blending on him even after the 6 hours. So that was really sweet. It also makes units like this. And if you go back and watch this session, I think I've painted 5 or 6 of these cavalry units all in one session. So 6, 7 hours, the entire thing. We've also done some, well, we call them our Saturday challenges here, where I'm basically painting, well, pretty much a whole army. Like, well, here we got our Cainite Shadowstalkers all done with the oils. And where's my Scions of Flame, of course, and our Mandalorians. And where's my Moria army? I think is up here. There we go. That's my. So all of these also painted with oils on stream. Right there. Let me see. And yes, I've also definitely painted oils over dry acrylics. We did that with our Easterlings, if you remember. That was very fun. Yeah, avocado. Well, avocado kids, we refer to those as the blessings of Zinch right there. And of course, Nosferatu knows all about the blessings of Zinch, because Nosferatu, he loves Zinch as much as the rest of us do. And just like Sammy Poo was saying, if there's something that you don't like, look, we got a makeup sponge, and then you just wipe it away. You wipe it away, it's gone. I've done it with freehand designs where I tried something, I got, I didn't really like that very much.
Spark my gun.
And then I went back and wiped it off and did it again. Thank you so much, Sadlek, for that follow. Gano says, oh, fly, you fools. It's like, who is that old dude? I don't know, man. That eagle tells me that he's really weird and we should stay away from. Yeah, you know, Elrond says that he brings lots of weird friends around. And he always has a funny smell on him. Let's see, I think we're all caught up. So, Queez, I hope that you're doing good and Mike is enjoying his company there. All right, let's bring in a couple of more lights, and then we're going to start going. We'll start going closer here. We're almost getting to that point, I think, where we can start getting closer to things like his face. Yeah. So that's been very fun. Now I'm going to just change my lights around here and get my magnifier back here so I can actually maybe start to see what's going on. And maybe we're also going to dive in a little bit closer on the faces here. Let's see if we can do that. I'm going to go this way. There, so now we can see those faces a little bit closer. So Thistle and Noble Wizard, how are you guys doing it? Let's see, Sleepy Slang, I guess a lot of people. Yeah, Sleepy Slang, I absolutely love the fact that it takes longer to dry. But other people, they say, but what if it needs to be dry? Well, then, okay, you could paint with acrylics then. And there's been times where I've had to maybe not finish something with oils because it had to go, well, like these here. And you can paint acrylics over oils too, because this one and this, the deadline was ramped up by over a week in each case, and the oils were already dry, so I said, well, all right, and I finished it off with acrylics. So both of these were oil or acrylics over oils. Once it's dry, oh, and here's the other thing too. This Army Painter Anti-Shine right here, this is the same stuff I use in my acrylics. Literally the only thing that's different is the fact that I use the high quality thinner here. This is the only difference. The brushes are the same, the cleaner is the same, the varnish is the same. Pretty much everything is exactly the same except for just a couple of little things. Otherwise, all the same. No difference. All right, what do we want to do here on some of these? And I'm not going to do the arms either because I'm probably going to want to stick my hand on there. All right, I think we can see what's going on here. Now, we're just going to maybe even do some darker glazes in a couple of spots here. Let's see. So is Avocado Kids about to hit 1,000? Are we going to need a hype train for Avocado
Hello,
Kids?
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow-up, Mr. Mareko. Very fast Gandalf says, oh, fly, you fools. Boom, he is gone. Thank you so much for that follow. Let's see. Oh, is that the new one that you just was showing me there? The one that basically was requested by the masses there? So hopefully there's, I don't know, maybe there's some 72 mil stuff in there
Hello,
too.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Maker Fun, for that follow. That is appreciated. So look, we'll get you a Gandalf sighting too. But we are doing a little bit of a pin line wash here. So let's get that going. And you notice how we're just touching the brush here. That is it. Nothing else. We're not brushing it on. We are just really touching the brush to the surface here. That's all we're doing. And thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it. Like, what's that stuff in your pocket? Oh, that's nothing. We heard it's pipe weed. Oh, maybe. Like, hey, can we have some? Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate that. Maker Fun. Thank you. So yeah, we've been doing a lot more with the 3D printing here because in addition to all the fantastic stuff from RM Printable Terrain, I was finally able to get my printer going again, which means, well, more RM Printable Terrain. I don't see myself getting the FDM printer going quite so soon. But there's so much fantastic RM Printable Terrain that's got to be done for our elves, right? We've got to have it for our little elves. He's like, hey, that's a nice dress you got there. And she's like, well, you can't wear it. He's like, oh, man. Basically, there's Rocky. Where's Woody? There he is. There's Woody. It's like he's a combination of Rocky and Woody. It's like if you combine Rocky and Woody together. There you go. And those are both from RM Printable Terrain. Ah, nobody else has seen it yet. I have kept it a secret, RM Printable Terrain. I have definitely kept it a secret. I figured that is for you to unveil when it's supposed to get unveiled. Look at these fun little glazy things here. Changing the colors around. Oh, let's get some browns in here. Let's see. Noble Wizard is just finished experimenting with the oil colors and some cardboard. Ah, Noble Wizard, did you do yourself some of those little color swatch things? Those are always fun. Hey Jack, welcome in. Nice to see you again. I hope that you are doing great. This guy's a little bit bigger than the lizards we were painting last night. Those lizards weren't exactly small either. Those lizards weren't exactly tiny. And then what we'll have to do is we're just going to have to leave some of this stuff sitting. We don't want to go back in there necessarily, be messing around with that. Here, let's get some umber into this. On the Mr. Tree. And maybe even some umber onto his skin right here. We do have our blending brushes at the ready here. And yet we're already getting into some blending brush activity. It's basically just a brush that has no color on it, no paint. And we are just going to take this and do some nice smoothing and some blending. Let's see if we can't maybe give him some lighter eyes too here. I want to see if I can grab a new one of these. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to place that order for some new brushes before we started this here. So we'll just have to remember to do that later tonight. And this is one of our Schmable brushes, right? It's the not sable brushes. Here, let's get a little bit of thinner onto that. Let's get you some eyes here real quick. Just something to indicate that they're there. So Robosh, let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces, I believe. Now we have the sculptor and RM Printable Terrain in the chat, so they can definitely answer all those questions. I'm pretty sure that it comes with the holes in it, right? The drain holes. But you'll just have to hopefully those guys can answer those type of questions. That's why we wanted to have them here in the chat with us. And now we're going to maybe start to bring in some lights here on his face. Start to really bring these out. Thanks, Armored Dwarf. That's appreciated. Yep, I was going to try and do that before the stream started, but there was way too much mayhem, so we had to kind of abandon that and then just move on to other things. So we threw in some purple right here. And let me see if I can't move my magnifier light to get this a bit more centered here. So the mushrooms, those are just going to have to not get painted for a while because I need to be able to get my hands in here for sure. And we're just hitting this with some Egyptian violet here because it can't just all be just blue grays. Might even turn my brightness down a smidge more here. So the campaign has 19 days left. 5 pieces, legs,
So
arm.
say we all.
Loim, thank you very much for that sub. That is appreciated. He's like, oh, hey, look at that. Like, no, that's mine. That is mine. That's mine. Yeah, so Loim, there's been some more success printing some more of the Lord of the Rings figures. That's been very cool. I haven't had a chance to assemble any of the Oathmark figures yet. I'm hoping maybe this week I can do some of that because I really want to try some of those Oathmark dwarves with the TMM and such, and put them on some Moria bases. And oh man, Loim, there was I actually heard in one of the lore videos they mentioned the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. So remember the ones when I asked you who the heck were the dwarves that were way to the west and everything? Yeah, they talked about how those guys ended up in the Blue Mountains there. So I just I was hoping that I would remember as soon as I saw you there to tell you that it was really neat to hear what you were talking about with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. Yeah, that was very cool. Look at this. Speaking of cooler colors, look at that purple that's in his face now. Let's see. I'm thinking about it, but the printer has to wait until next year. I've allowed to paint until then. Let's see. How much would a decent 3D printer setup cost? Well, I couldn't really tell you because, well, the printer was sent to me, so I did not buy the printer myself. I did get a grow tent, which of course is as soon as that grow tent arrived, then the temperatures shot up into the 60s or whatever. So there was that. But I think you might want to get yourself a, well, if you live in a cold area like I do, you're probably going to want a grow tent. I just have a very cheap UV rotating thing for curing. I know some people they get much snazzier curing stations and such for their miniatures. For me, since my prints take so incredibly long, I don't really need. I just use the one because it takes hours and hours for even the simplest of prints to finish. So yeah, I don't really need a whole bunch. Here, you know what? I want to see if I can't get some lighter green in here. This is our cadmium green here. See what happens with this. Let's really hit this guy here with something lighter. There we go. Yeah, see, that starts to bring out more of his face there. Also, I'm going to see if I can turn this light down a little bit. I haven't really messed with this one too much before. Here, let me see if I guess that's as low as it can go. I want to see if I can maybe move it a bit here without also blinding me. I think that's a little better now. Of course, it's awful dark for me here now. It's getting mighty dark. Let's see. So Velfera, so 6x6 oil paint rack, 4 of which will be indigo, Prussian blue, Terra Rosa again with silver. Prussian blue, Terra Rosa. Well, Velfera, if you got some cadmiums or something like that, I would say a couple of cadmiums. If you can find the Fanchon Red, I strongly recommend that. And do you already have the Egyptian Violet? Because if you don't have Egyptian Violet, you're definitely going to want to get that. I would definitely suggest that. So we'll get to the Book of Wapple in just a second there. Because, and hopefully we can run across all of our stuff. Like, you know, it must be messy before it can be neat. We have a whole bunch of those. Well, I think we'll maybe not do too many of these sculpting chapters. Because, well, we're talking about digital sculpting here now. But you could see, look at how that just, all the fun blending that's happening on his face right there. So we'll start at the very beginning here, right? In the beginning, there was. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? So we've been getting this green all over the place, not just on this guy's face, We've been putting on his arms. We're going to have some of it on the ground, on that log, even on the other guy's face. And what did we start with? We started with the craft brushes. We always start with the craft brushes. And sometimes you just got to make a decision. If you hem and he who hesitates is lost, right? You can be as precise as you want, but if you never start, well, not much is going to happen. And sometimes it's hard to try new things. Well, like the digital printing, that was hard for me, but I've just had to keep hammering away at it, and now it's working. And what have we been doing? We've been doing all this darker stuff, right? Doing all the darker stuff to try and set up all of our lights. And we never strip miniatures. That's why we have makeup sponges. That's why we use oils and midtones. That's what we're putting on here now. We're not putting highlights on here. We are really thinking more about midtones at this point. Let me see. Let's see. So Traumaza is saying to avoid the water washable. I got myself a small container of that just to test in the future. Just something to test. I thought, well, it was I think it was only about $20 or something like that. So I thought, okay, we'll have some of this. It'll be emergency resin in case my regular stuff, maybe I run out of it or something like that. I'll still be able to use that at least. Yeah, I'm glad that you like that Nosferatu. I still have to try and make stickers out of it, and I wish, of course, I had the stickers that I had made. I had actually made 2 sets of them, just like physical stickers. Hopefully, at some point, I can have those as merch or whatever. Maybe some other gear, something like that, with Book of Wapple on it. It's just been a little bit too hectic to get to that. I will try to. Hey, backlog battles, how's it going? So backlog, I know that the post office is a little bit crazy right now. So hopefully, if you haven't already gotten your box there, it shows up at some point. Look at this. You see it now? Now we're still not actually at our highlights yet. We're putting in some lighter stuff here, but still not actually at highlights yet. A Nosferatu, I do think that Armored Wolf is trying to craft a leather covered volume of some type. I have a feeling that he is up to some kind of a nefarious thing like that, because that's what he does. Which means, folks, you have to go and check out Armored Wolf. Look at his Etsy page and all the fantastical leather and metal creations there. We always talk about the dice bags, but there's definitely more than the dice bags available there. Yeah, backlog. I thought I sent it out on Thursday. Maybe I sent it out on. Again, I'm just I'm lucky if I can remember my name these days. So I couldn't tell you when it was sent out. It was sent out sometime during the week. Beyond that, again, my brain is not gonna register anything. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you more information. So again, we're not even, see, we're going to just take our blending brush to all of this, right? We don't have to, there's no layers here. There's no hashtag, no layers.
So say we all.
Thank you very much. Oh, RM Printable Terrain did the resubscribe. Thank you so much, RM Printable. I appreciate that. There we go. Yeah, RM Printable, it's supposed to. It's one of those things where Twitch is doing Twitch things because it's programmed to do exactly that. But for whatever reason, it doesn't do that, which is kind of par for the course for Twitch. And folks, be sure to give Nosferatu a follow as well, because Nosferatu paints tons of Well, you're still working your way through all the Warcry stuff, right, Nosferatu? And actually, you've been doing more Slaanesh, I think. I know you got all the Nurgle stuff happening too, but I think you've also started to dabble in some Zinchiness there and some Slaaneshi. I believe. Ah, look at that, huh? Look what just happened there. Look what just happened there. We might even do the same over here. Yes, indeed. Here, let's get these eyes just cut down a little bit here. Also, a little bit of reflected light there, as they were starting to get some more colors in our faces there. But thank you so much for that sub, RM Printable. And you guys will be seeing so much more RM Printable stuff. There's not just the terrain, but there's going to be some fabulous other sculpts, and we're trying to get those printed at larger scales because, well, it is kind of neat to see these big old faces, or you can do more with the faces being this large. So there
So
is an
say we
advantage to
all.
that. Not shanking, shaken, shaken, not stirred. There we go. Thank you so much for that sub. But we know that, you see, Kathy, I think she's secretly a huge Zinch fan. I think she just doesn't want to let us know. I think actually, maybe that's why my Tomb Kings ended up being Zinch tainted, because she was just projecting her own secret affinity for Zinch there. I think that's very possible. I think it's very possible. Look at this, huh? Very fun. They're all awesome. Yes, also too, folks, it's we emphasize the Lord of the Rings terrain and that sort of stuff here. But if you're doing, speaking of the Mandalorians, if you're doing Star Wars stuff, if you're doing Star Wars Legion, for sure check out RM Printable Terrain, because there's a ton of Star Wars terrain. There's tons of it. So definitely go look at that. RM, if you want to toss a link to the website in the chat there, feel free to do so. Yes, and Grumdy, like Grumdy says, keeper of secrets. Keeper of secrets. Zinch, baby. Got my eye on you. Oh, wait. Zinch. Giving you the fish eye. Yep, giving you the fish eye. I want to see if I can. I can't turn that light down anymore. What about this one here? Actually, that one helps. Yeah. That, I think, wow. It's getting dark in here. It's getting mighty dark. But look at all the fun stuff that's happening with his hair. It's all in the one that has been shared. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I couldn't tell you backlog battles. I've never actually seen it played. Nessie, if you ask Nessie, he loves it. He does all kinds of Legion stuff, so Nessie loves it. So you could just ask Nessie, next time if he comes in tonight too. We'll just remind me to ask Nessie, but I pretty much know what his answer is going to be. His answer is going to be heck yeah, he really loves it. Oh, Sleepy Slang. If you go back and watch some of the army painting type things, where we painted 15 of these Moria goblins in 10.5 hours with object source lighting, with non-metallic metal, 15 of them. Then we turned around the very next weekend. Here, let me move this over here so I can get to my Minas Tirith guy. The very next weekend, we painted 12 Knights of Minas Tirith in oils in 10.5 hours with full, true metallic metal sky, earth, and everything, and freehand. And we love using them for our, and it's great for freehand too. So even Boromir here and his Gondor surrender flag, all of that done with the oils and actually all wet into wet. Now let's see. What little I played, I've enjoyed. I've not played beyond the base set. It's just with the it's so flexible, it's so durable, and I've been using them. Oh gosh, about almost 4.5 years now. Well, yeah, close to 4.5 years, and they've been really spectacular. I've used them on historicals. I've used them on fantasy stuff, sci-fi stuff, pretty much everything. I've used them on terrain now. Yeah, we painted the herdstone. Actually, that video is sitting on the YouTube channel. You can go watch that one. But also, too, you can see everything, every past video here on the Twitch channel. They're all saved. Yeah, Jack, it's crazy, right? I knew that there would maybe be a little bit more luminosity with the oils, just a little bit. But when I see these side by side now with the acrylics, it's you almost feel sorry for the acrylics. You almost feel a little bit sad for them. You say, "Oh, so sad to be you. So sad to be so dim and dingy like you are. Not bright and happy like the oils are. And also so sad that you can't just do something like this, where I just kind of come back and grab that color from the other side and literally bring it over to this side." So yeah, this is your palette, by the way. This thing over here is nothing but a color storage device, the CSD as we call it. The actual palette is right here. What we are working on right now, this is your palette. Why? Because, well, we're mixing all the colors on here. Why paint palette miniatures? I've painted tens of thousands of palette miniatures in my time. You can't play with palette miniatures. You cannot display palette miniatures. They go in the garbage. Palette miniatures end up in the garbage. We don't want palette miniatures. We want miniatures. And if you want miniatures, well, and no palette miniatures, oils, I think that's one way to get that job done. Oh, thanks, True Sausage. And how you doing? Let's see, Noble Wizard, just having a quick look at the printers. Noble Wizard, that is the one over and over again that people tell me. They say, look, Jim, for what you're doing, that's probably going to be your number one bet right there. That Frozen. It has a few limitations as far as maybe size goes or whatever, but you know what? I think I can take that for some of the other conveniences that come with it. So Sleepy Slang, yeah, believe it or not, I use the same, that is the same parchment paper that actually goes on a wet palette. However, I just take a glue stick and just a piece of cardboard here, and I just glue it to the cardboard, and when I'm done, I just peel it off and chuck that in the garbage. But it's the same, yeah, the same parchment paper that I use for my wet palette too. Okay, so Ritaka, let's see. Let's get you a little example here of some metallic versus. Here is. There we go. So here is also some non. So these are your non-metallic metals here because there's no metallic paints in this, but we're trying to create a metal surface here. Let's grab our Sister of Battle. Same thing here. So see, we're painting in all the reflections. Now with true metallic, this is actually metallic oil paints right here. We're still painting in the reflections, but it's got a little bit of see that kind of metallic sheen to it right there? So that's kind of your difference between the two. And I will take you to, where's our Mandalorians here? So, and you can go back and watch these guys. Where's our Mandos? There they are. So all of those were done in oil paints, but as you can see, some of them are sky earth. Some of them are a very specific color right there. Actually, that one that's in the center, that one that's got the black and steel, that's actually up on YouTube right now. That one's just kind of broken out there. So yeah, so backlog, you really like your 4K, right? Let's see. Jack, all of the oil paints for the most part are pre-thinned, right? So I take the oil paint and I will throw it in a, well, something like, I have tons of these blister packs here. So I'll throw it in something like a blister pack with my high quality thinner, and I'll thin it basically to the consistency of regular miniature paint. That is literally the consistency of regular miniature paint. And that's typically what I am using. It doesn't always have to be totally thinned down because, remember, what we'll be doing here, remember our dry brush there? So that's also another version, sorry, of thin paint. Sorry, I have a bit of hiccups there. I think, yeah, Ritaka, it's, I've never got a chance to do the the metallic stuff before because when you do commission things, the amount of times you get to choose what you want to do is zero. So, and you're when it's for a miniature company, they are never going to choose metallic paints. And if it's for somebody else and you've been doing non-metallic stuff for them for years, well, they're not going to switch to metallics because they want everything to match. The only reason I was able to try out the metallics for myself is because of things like Twitch and the Patreon page. Because there that was the first time I could actually just start, well, trying things that I had never been able to try because not everything had to all of a sudden be a commission thing. Still, most of the stuff I do is commission stuff in some way, shape, or form, but at least now I get to maybe do a little bit more experimentation, hence all of the, oh, what is that stuff? The interference powders, the interference paints. It's really because of the Patreon page and all of the support on Twitch with the subs and everything else that I can actually do stuff like that. So I do appreciate that very much. Twitcher, nice to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. And Trader Legions, how you doing, Trader Legions? How you doing? Yeah, this thing is crazy huge here. It's kind of hard to relay just how big it is, but it's massive.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
It's pretty much Titan sized, very much Titan sized. Oh, thank you so much, Creations. I appreciate that. He's, oh, huh, fly, you fools. It's like, hey, didn't that guy promise us some pipe weed? Yeah, he did. What, they take it away? Yeah, he didn't leave no pipe weed. Wow, I guess Gandalf is a little absent-minded there. They're not going to be too happy with him the next time he shows up. Which of these greens are we looking at? Let's fool around maybe with some olive green over here. And a smidge of that cadmium yellow light, kind of a dingy, lighter green there. And let's bring up a couple. I almost called them feathers again. And if I call the leaves feathers, I apologize. That's what happens when you spend several hours sculpting feathers on a great eagle. Yes. Let's see. So there's hey Bithron, welcome back. Nice to see you again. Yeah, these are the giant guys we were talking about last night. These are the big, massive dudes we were talking about here. And man, are they just gigantic. Yeah, Grundy, him forgetting the pipe. Well, maybe he's had a little too much pipe weed and that's why he's forgetful. And thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting that link about the starter sets there. And I apologize if I'm not seeing everything in the chat. because again, it's mostly blocked by all of these camera things that are never usually there. But like I said, we had to kind of move everything around to be able to make space for that. I'm going to take Terra Rosa here. We'll mix it with our brilliant yellow pale. And let's see what we could do here for some nice little lights on our tree branch, and even a little bit here on his forehead. Here, where's our blending brush there? We'll just kind of soften all that together. This is why we don't need all these, crazy glazing stuff, right? Because it just kind of happens. Ah, Twitcher is using some Sculpey to fix some arms. Yeah, actually, Twitcher, that's something I was talking about the other day. I have to start thinking of failed prints as instead of a failed opportunity, it's a we don't want to fail to achieve some success by taking those failed prints and doing something with them. Angry Ham, how are you doing? Welcome back. Hopefully you got yourself a good night's sleep. So Thistle, I hope that things are going all right today. I know that you had a nice little stream yesterday. First one in a couple of weeks, something like that. Yeah, Angry Ham. Look at the size here. Well, you saw these, so you remember these guys, right? Yeah, that's the difference. That is the difference in size. You thought this thing was large, yeah. Then look here at this guy. A little bit different, right? Oh, Avocado Kids, are you gonna be speaking of? Are you gonna be streaming later tonight? Now that just for this brief moment of lucidity here, I will just ask if you're going to be streaming later tonight. Art of Michael, actually the creator and sculptor, they are in here, so they can answer that question. Um, that's got to be just as it's sitting in my hand here. It's got to be at least 120 millimeters across that base. But again, the sculptor is in the chat, and RM Printable Terrain are both in the chat, so they could answer that for you. So folks, Avocado Kids will be streaming later tonight. And if we can get Avocado Kids to 1,000 followers, we can give him a hype train here. And then he can celebrate with some harmonica in his stream when he starts streaming later tonight. I think, let's see, one of my Primaris proxies printed with that one leg. Yeah, Ritaka, the other thing too that I have to start thinking about failed prints is, well, alright, if at least the torso and head printed out, I could slice that off at the waist and use it for a mounted piece or something like that, or just use the hands. Literally just take that hand and use it for something else, or just the face, or the head, or the arm, or the sword. So I have to start thinking of those things as raw materials, right? That's what I have to start thinking them as. Angry Ham. So permanent rows. I did have the Dick Blick site open. I was literally going to try and place an order for more of the Cotman brushes before I run the heck out. And I think I saw your permanent. Oh, actually, Dick Blick has a clearance sale going on with some. Oh, who the heck makes them? Oh, not clearance, but not Grumbacher. Schminky. Yes, there's Schminky paints for super sale on Dick Blick. And of course, now that I said that, they'll all be gone by the time I get back there to look for them. But that's some info right there. So yeah, the Schminky paints are on super sale on the Dick Blick website. It's like, Schminky? Is that pipeweed? You can be scaled down or up if you are brave enough. RM Printable Terrain. Twitcher, you can. What's probably better is to roll out your Sculpey like this and then maybe put it in the freezer or at least the refrigerator and then try to cut it, because otherwise it's going to get smushed. Now, I will say these are 60mm bases that I made myself out of Sculpey right here, and I've been using them for a bunch of different things. I've been using them for my chariots here, and I also used them just now. One second here. Where's my trees? So that's a base that I made myself out of Sculpey for my trees because, well, I need a ton of 60mm bases, and I have none. Now, of course, I suppose that's something that I could probably 3D print is 60mm bases. I don't know if anybody just does literally regular, just flat bases of any kind. It would be neat if they did. Don't know if they do. So here we're just going to be mixing. We're going to let that mix together, right? But look at all the and this is all color that was just pre-glazed, right? We're just working with that pre-glaze. That's all we're doing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have the FDM printer going. It's gonna be quite a while before I have any chance to screw around with that. I wouldn't mind printing them out. Sorry, on my other printer, just because it would be faster and they would be nice and solid. That's for sure. I have ironically no files for those, so I'll have to maybe find some files for those somewhere. Just try and get him some lighter colors under that. And again, the reason we haven't been painting this, you can see I'm just picking strategic areas here where I can just kind of stick my fingers. And again, I apologize for the voice, but it's been used way too much over the last few weeks. Let's see, Twitcher, my FDM printer is on the fritz right now. So Cults 3D is full of bases. I've been trying to get some time to search things like Thingiverse or whatever, and I just have zero time, unfortunately. I haven't even had a chance to buy the brushes that I need to get. It's that crazy. Here, I think I might actually turn down the brightness even a little bit more. Let's see, Maker Fun 3D is a collection. Maker Fun, if you could do me a favor and maybe send me an Instagram message with that link. I'm just Wapelius on Instagram. Yeah, that would be fantastic. So here again, no glazing or no need to layer. I just threw that on the top. I'm gonna take my blending brush here, and I'm just going to look at that. Oh, it's all blended. Boom, right? It's all done. And these two faces, it's really fun. You got all of the nice expression on them and everything. And because we're utilizing our oils here, we can get all kinds of fun mixes. Again, I'm just going to leave that thing unpainted for the time being. Look at that nice deep texture in all the facial features here. Why don't we get something lighter here on his lower lip. Do something for his upper lip here. We haven't really had a chance to do much of that on the other side. We're going to let that mix with some of the indigo and the purple that's there. Look at this. there's no color recipe there. I'm just literally throwing that color on there. It mixes with what's already there. It's just mixing with what's already there. Oh, thanks, Maker Fun. I appreciate that. That will be very helpful because I would prefer to save my Sculpey for making the decorative stuff on the bases as opposed to making the bases themselves. And it would also, well, it would save time. So that is much appreciated there. Hey, Mad Dave. Mad Dave, we did, as you can imagine, a lot of indigo and the ivory black here, just like the not the the herdstone. Same thing up here. Over here, a lot of phthalo green, Van Dyke brown, even a little bit of umber. Down here, definitely some more of the umber, right? And then we've gone over it with some of the Terra Rosas and stuff, and it's kind of the same thing here, right? A lot of your Terra Rosa, cadmium yellow, some of the umbers and such. But these faces are really fun, aren't they? Those are some really interesting faces. I think I'm caught up on the chat. So again, guys, I forgive me if I missed something in the chat because it's really difficult for me to see anything. I have to literally make an effort to try and peek through all of the different stuff that's in the way. I feel like I'm playing a shooting game in Lord of the Rings where I have to make all these in the way rolls. So Nosferatu, I'm really thinking now about literally Lord of the Rings at sea. Wouldn't that be crazy to actually have a Lord of the Rings sea combat game? No one's ever done one, have they? I mean, not that I know of. Maybe somebody did a long time ago. I mean, obviously it's nothing I couldn't call it Lord of the Rings at sea, but it could just look suspiciously like, Corsair ships and Gondor ships and stuff. And we'll just call them Schmorshirs and Schmondor. There we go. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe we can convince some 3D sculptors to create some ships that look a little bit like, well, I mean, they're practically like triremes or quinqueremes. They're almost like crosses between caravels, triremes, and, probably a couple of other types of ships. And it'd be really interesting if they were 28 millimeter sized. Wouldn't that be great? 28 millimeter size ships we're fighting on. Hey, Joey, nice to see you back. Let's see. I tried to troll, but he's smart enough to ignore most of his message unless it's a dad joke. Yeah, well, Avocado Kids, did you get to hear the dad joke that the Guahir and Gandalf show?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
When we reached 4,000 followers, let's see, we have it. Well, speaking of a new follower, we have ourselves a new follower. We have Wish Ghost. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja. Let's see, where's our Guahir? Guahir comes along and it says, dude, you want to hear a joke? He says, no, I really don't. Come on, you want to hear a joke? Nope, don't want to hear a joke. So, why did the halfling cross the road? I don't know. Why did the halfling cross the road? Because you guys, they were too stupid to get you guys to toss the ring into that volcano. I hate him. I really hate him. I really, really hate him. And like, yeah, he was supposed to bring us pipeweed. It's like, oh, he forgets things and he smells funny. So that's Avocado Kids humor right there in a nutshell. Let's see. Hey, Rhapsody Studios, nice to see you. And Wish Ghost, thank you so much again for joining us here, and thank you so much for that follow. Sorry I couldn't resist doing a little bit of Gandalf and Guahir show. I guess it's a good thing we did that right before the raid, because that would have been confusing for Deckflow and his raiders. So Deckflow, thank you very much for that raid. That is appreciated. We're we're working on something really, really huge here. So just as a size comparison, well, maybe this will be easier for people here. So that's how big this is. Oh, yeah. Look at this. That's how big this thing is. This is from RM Printable Terrain right there. See your little logo there? So welcome in, Raiders. And Deckflow, I assume that they were properly warned that we're using oils here, right? We love our oil paints. And we're 2 hours into this, and this was nothing but primer. So there was no paint on this thing whatsoever when we first got started, but yeah, we've really been developing this. Nice. So Deckflow, I hope that you had yourself a really nice stream, and hopefully you were able to get some stuff done. And folks, be sure to give Deckflow a follow because we want to support all of our fellow streamers. Ah, yes, sir. It's just well, and something like this, holy smoke, something like this is just a natural for the oils because it's not just so huge. It's got all these surfaces. Look at all the crazy colors we've gotten on the faces already. That's without trying. That is literally without trying. Because when we do the pre-glaze, right, we just end up with those colors on there anyways. So it's like hashtag no trying. Trying is not for oils. You just do with the oils. You just do, and the oils make it happen pretty much for you. And that's the law of oil painting. You just command something and the oils just do it for you. Oh, thanks, Mako. I appreciate that. Now, you can go back and watch these other sessions here. So here's some more trolls. These are all from RM Printable Terrain. Those are, well, Mr. Giggles on the left. He's about maybe half the size of the Etten here. Yeah, maybe about half the size. And I think Rocky is probably close to half the size. And no, Woody in the background. Yeah, with his big chopper there. So all of these are printable files here, STL files. We have the sculptor in the chat. We have the sculptor in the chat. Actually, some of the recent things that we did with the oils here is, oh, there we go. There it is. That's some of the recent stuff that we've done. We've also been experimenting. So Deckflow, did you get to see the true metallic metals we were doing with oils? Yeah, that's all true metallic metals there with the oils. And then, of course, our Kyanite Shadow Stalkers, all done with the oils. And you can go back and watch all of those sessions there. And usually on a Saturday, we're doing something, well, big like this. A Saturday, we just call it the Saturday Challenge because we're doing something like maybe the Witch King or our Moria army here. I think where we painted 15 goblins in 10.5 hours. Oh, thanks, Wish Ghost. Yeah, let's get back to the adding some more lights over here. I think I can get away with some of these here. I don't see myself having to stick my hand over here. But you notice I'm just kind of sacrificing an area, right? So I can just stick my hand there. Once those areas have been painted, then we don't have to worry about them, right? We can kind of move on and move out. But I thought, well, let's definitely get the faces here painted first. We can paint all of the vines and everything else later, but really wanted to focus in on the faces here for especially. Let's see. So, and folks, be sure to check out the RM Printable Terrain campaign that's going on right now. There's, 19 days left. And I do believe this is freshly unlocked right here. All right, Maker Fun, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And folks, that was you're seeing right there the sculptor of this fabulous Etten right here. So it's really amazing, and it's been a blast to paint. It's been really fun to paint here. Let's see. Yep. So it just unlocked today. So there's some confirmation from RM Printable Terrain. And I was so glad to be able to get this thing prepped and ready to go so that you guys could see this crazy thing in progress. I think we need to get some lighter color under there, just a smidge lighter. See what we can do on his forehead up there. We'll hit that again with the blending brush as usual. Angry Ham, I have to say, the 3D printing, it can be, it's not always going to be easy. It can be a challenge, but what it unlocks and opens up opportunity-wise. Now for someone like me, who, I mean, this is what I do for a living. It's pretty much essential. There's like no choice. It just I had to be doing it. But even for folks, I think now, even if it's just a funsies kind of thing, I think you can have a lot more funsies if you actually have yourself that printer. Oh, so sorry if I got that wrong. Again, I can only, it's really challenging to see anything in the chat. So I apologize for that, for the mistaken identity there. It's pretty much like put your phone underneath a pile of clothes, close one of your eyes, turn on a couple of lights and shine them in your other eye, and then try to read your phone upside down. That's a little bit what it's like. It is a challenge for sure. Hey Bethany, how you doing? Nice to see you. So Joey, the miniature painting that replaced the 2D art back in 2002. So we're getting on 20 years of the miniature painting. Now I'd done many years of 2D art before that, so we'll just go take a little bit of look back in time here. So this is some of the old 2D art that we used to do. That is watercolors on hot press watercolor board. Also watercolors on hot press watercolor board. We're going to get into some pastels here. I always loved the pastels, but they just were not practical, unfortunately, for the art business. A little bit of acrylics there. I started doing the oils, I think I was 11 or 12. Yeah, 11-ish. And I think I did that, I was about 13 or so. And then here's some more of our space capes. And I think we did a series of these baby dragons, maybe 7 different ones. But you can go back and check out the blog and see there's several posts on the blog with the 2D art stuff. Just like Mad Dave is saying, just right now, even with the Lord of the Rings stuff, the amount of time, well, money first of all, just on raw sculpts, and then the time, and time is money. Uh, so 15 minutes is going to be pizza time. Kathy has declared there shall be food. There shall be food. And that's good because, well, I'm starved. But just those, all of that Lord of the Rings stuff that I printed out, it takes seconds for me to prep that. And just like Mad Dave was saying, it also, I mean, you're saving money. Let's see, sport printing is do. Oh yeah, the questions and stuff. That's good. So I definitely the whole 3D printing for me it's pretty vital. I mean, even this right here. Okay, I was able to print this guy at 80%. So he then was exactly the size I wanted him to be, and now he can be a prowler for my Moria army. Especially with GW, because half the figures are either not even being made anymore, or if they are being made, they're not being made at that time and they're out of stock, or they cost a bazillion dollars, or they are just terribly ancient metal files. And what I'm going to be doing, maybe not this Thursday, but the Thursday after this, for my sculpting slash conversion Thursday, I think I'm going to show folks some conversion on a 3D sculpt or 3D print. Sorry, all sculpting is pretty much 3D. I think that kind of goes without saying. You know what? I might just, for the heck of it, get a little bit of a lighter tone on here right now. I might even be sticking my finger on top of that and wiping it out, but you know, that's, I kind of need a little bit of a reference here. And I'm also going to get a little bit more, something besides just all the green in here. Let's get something different going. We'll probably be doing some glazy things there too. Wish Ghost, now for me, I still find that the stuff like the Logitech 920 can still work just fine. I know all of those cameras are way more expensive now than they should be just because of all the craziness and stuff. They may not be quite as expensive now as they had gotten, but they have worked out pretty well for me, I have to say. Avocado Kids has to go get something done. Well, that's okay, Avocado Kids, because I'm going to just, in about, well, maybe 10 minutes now, I'm going to be just snarfing down some pizza real quick. Just very quickly so that we don't keel over here. Thanks so much, Avocado Kids. I appreciate the kind words. I do hope that it does bring out more enjoyment for folks, because I don't know. So many people I know have kind of stepped away from this because it wasn't fun anymore. And now a whole bunch of folks seem to be stepping back because it seems to be fun again for them. All right, Jack, thanks for hanging out, and you have a good night's sleep. Thank you so much for those bits there, Avocado Kids. Thank you very much. That is appreciated. Let's see. I think we're all caught up onto chat there. Yeah, Wish Ghost, the key thing is with the, well, even with the 920, like this here, you want to make sure you've got the camera controls going. And, well, now I guess there's logic capture or something like, there's even a better version of the controls. But you want to get yourself the autofocus turned off and just find a focal point for yourself and just kind of stay there. It'll be challenging at first. I'm used to it because I've been filming tutorial videos for 8 years or something like that, so I'm used to just staying in one place and not moving. But that's a good bet right there, and you're gonna want to get as many of those little, they're pretty much portable LED lights as you can, and make sure that they're dimmable, because that way you can control the amount of light that's going on. Because right now I have a huge portion of my lights turned off. Thank you very much, Rataka. That is appreciated. Also, a gift sub there. Actually, here we're going to try a little bit of this here. Thank you so much. That is good. Let's see, still want to know if the head stump is bigger than the goblin. The goblin, well, I guess it's about the same size because the goblin has his leg extended out. Uh-oh, it looks like Nosferatu wants to see a hype train. Did we actually get to our hype train? Here, let's grab the hype train here. 1 second. We'll just have that at the ready in case that was. We're 80% to a level 1. 80% to a level 1. We're just going to continue to bring out some lights here. And thanks again, Nosferatu. And a Foxolotl. Did we get there? I think so, because a whole bunch of gift subs just happened. So that means it's time for one of these guys. There we go.
So say we all.
He's like, whoa, uh-oh. Step aside, step aside. All aboard. Get on the hype train. Get on the hype train. All aboard. All aboard.
So say we all.
What is that? Hype train. Well, I guess we actually got to a level 2. I guess we're part of the way to a level. Well, we're a good portion of the way through a level 3 here.
So say we all.
Thank you so much for the gift subs, Grundy. Grumdy. Sorry, not Grumdy. That is appreciated. So all of the subs and bits, they really do make a difference. Oh, looks like we're at level. Did we get to level 3? We must have. Here, let's bring back that hype train. Like, uh-oh. Get out of town there. Make way for the hype train. There's that hype train coming through. All aboard the hype train. Hype train. Yep. Well, we're at 87% to a level 4. That means we got to break out the special. Where's our other special hype train here? We better have that one handy for ourselves. Here, where did my brush go? There it is. So thank you so much, Foxolotl, for those bits there. Who else's bits are being thrown out there? It's a little bit behind. Oh, there, a true sausage. Thank you so much. Robosh, I've unfortunately, I don't know if I'll ever be able to numbers wise, because you have to get those 75. You have to average 75 viewers or something like that, and it's almost impossible to do that because they don't count raids. So yeah, well, they do only if they refresh their screen. I would love to, True Sausage, because it would mean that when Twitch is starting to steal bandwidth away, they don't steal bandwidth from partners, they steal bandwidth from us, basically, us non-partners. So thank you so much, Nosferatu. Look at this. They're like, I think I'm going to eat that cookie. The cookie's like, uh-oh. There goes hype train cookie. Hype train. Oh, thank you so much, Shaken. I appreciate that. Here, let's do a regular hype train because we might be all the way to a level 5. There we go. Level 5 hype train.
So say we all.
Thank you so much. I'm like, whoa. Get this out of here. Hype train. Hype train. Like, it's a choo-choo train. Maybe we can play with that.
So say we all.
And there comes there's the hype cookie. They're like, no, that's a little stale. I gotta say, it's a little bit stale. It's like, here, let me try some of it. I don't know. It's fine to me. He's like, you're a rock. Hey, what does that mean? What are you saying there? You're a stoner. Oh, just because I like pipe weed, now I'm a stoner. Ah, see what I did there? You see what I did there? That's wordcraft, baby. And thank you so much, Shake It, for that. And let's see. I'm looking to see. It's True Sausage doing some cheers there. Thank you so. Here, let's use some of this right here. That's gonna fall in there at some point, I think.
So say we all.
Yeah, let's not knock things over too much here. So yeah. Ace, thank you so much for the. Thank you so much for those gift subs, because those really do make a difference. We found out yesterday. Whenever we're wondering, we find out.
So say we all.
Around this time every month, we realize just how much that stuff matters. Oh, Lake Shaken, and actually, that's the reason why. That is the reason why we are going to be trying to get the those replacement brushes here because we are literally, I didn't realize we're at the bottom of the barrel, but we're
So
pretty
say
much
we
at the
all.
we're pretty much at the bottom of the barrel there. And also Altered Man Art has rated, I know we've got our So Say We Alls going, but Altered Man Art
So
has
say
also
we
rated.
all.
So folks, be sure to give Altered Man Art a follow, and hopefully he gets to hear his sound there, his uh, his who enters
So
our
say we
domain.
all.
Thank you so much, RM Printable Terrain, for the bits right there. That is appreciated. So Altered Man Art, folks,
So say we all.
be sure to give Altered Man Art a follow because Altered Man Art also does the oils. Altered Man Art also loves his Lord of the Rings just like we do. Just like we do. And Altered
So
Man
say
Art
we all.
is doing an awful lot of Lord of the Rings stuff right now. So hopefully, Altered Man Art, your stream went really well and you were able to get some more of that stuff done, right? I think
So say we all.
so sorry, Altered Man Art. I think you'll get your raid sound. Hopefully so. Once all the So Say We Alls are done, I think we're almost there. It is. There you go.
Enters my domain.
See, Altered Man Art. I told you you would get your rating sound there. So I hope that the stream was very fun. And thanks so much for all those gift subs and Painting Addict. Thank you very much for the follow. Gandalf says hello, little hobbit. Says hey, where's my pipe weed? It's like, man, you
Hello,
really are
little
a
hobbits.
stoner.
Spark my ganja.
It's like, man, I'm not a stoner. Well, I don't know. You look like one. Hopefully these two guys don't argue too much because that could get a little bit messy if they keep arguing with each other. I think it could get a wee bit messy if they keep arguing back and forth. So we're at 194% of a level 5. I think Armored Wolf, what was their record? Like 300 and something percent or whatever? Oh, thank you very much, Abadoo. That is appreciated here. I'll just let that drop into there because let's have some more of this. And thanks again for all of the hype train stuff. That really does mean an awful lot because, well, pretty much all of the supplies that we are going to chew through here on all of our streams, they all get replenished via
So say
the
we
funds
all.
from, well, subs like a Nosferatu. Thank you so much, Nosferatu, for that. And folks, be sure to also, again, check out Nosferatu. Be sure to give him a follow because Nosferatu is a really fun listen. You'll really love listening to him. It's nice and mellow. You're really going to enjoy it. Because, well, Kathy definitely gets to check out Nosferatu more often because she's usually just finishing her stream up when Nosferatu is getting started. So Nosferatu, would you say usual start time for you is 5-ish Central Time? I think your normal start time. I know sometimes it can be a little bit different from that. And thanks Nosferatu, 7 months of subscribing. That is appreciated. I think we've got Colonial Scale Moderate just followed Altered Man Art. So please give Altered Man Art a follow because Altered Man Art really loves his oil painting and just is a huge, huge, huge Lord of the Rings fan. Huge Lord of the Rings fan. Loves his Lord of the Rings miniatures. Well, I think I might actually be able to start overtaking him, or at least catching up to him now with all of the 3D printed stuff. So I actually have a chance to maybe get caught up to Altered Man Art and all of his fantastic collection of Lord of the Rings miniatures. 5 Central Time weekdays and early Sunday mornings. Early Sunday mornings. Boy, I think my whole schedule is still kind of messed up from streaming last Sunday. Yeah, that's right. I did stream last Sunday. That's right. That was for Reaper Expo. Yes, the Reaper virtual expo there. Yeah, definitely. It's really fun to listen to Altered Man art. So nice and relaxing there as well. So see, we had a little more dark under his eyes. We're just gonna get some of these here, and let's maybe even bring in a little bit more dark right there. Maybe, yeah, let's bring in a little bit more dark at some of these rocks. Well, parts of his face, anyways. All right. There we go. Maybe a bit over on this side. I think we'll probably be getting the alert that food is ready quite soon here, I think. Something tells me that that could be happening in the next minute or two here. Yeah, it just and also Altered Man Art has also done some sculpting on his stream. He's been breaking out the epoxy sculpt to do some of that too. We love our epoxy sculpt. And there's Drax. So Drax, how you doing? Yeah, Drax, this might almost be the same size as your, what was that called? A gargantuan, right? That's what you were working on last week. So folks, be sure to give Drax a follow because Drax also is using the oil paints. And well, Drax has a whole lot more Necrons to put together now too because, well, I think Drax is always going to have Necrons to put together. I think that's just going to be your life's fate there. So this is one of those RM Printable Terrain. So Drax, check out check out the size comparison here. So you remember these guys, right? You remember those? Yeah, look at this. So okay, yeah, that's a size comparison right there. That is a size comparison, which means I'm really looking forward now to seeing him in a picture together with the other guys on my terrain board here, because that's going to be crazy. That's going to be absolutely nuts. So yeah, those are our other trolls from RM Printable Terrain. Yeah, Drax, this thing is truly monstrous. It could be bigger than that Mega Gargant. Now the base, apparently this base is 110 millimeters. I don't know what the Mega Gargant was base-wise or base size, but since you put that together, you know better than me. Drax Nocturna has a Kickstarter? I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. Now, is it just physical sculpts, or are they also maybe doing STL files? I'm guessing it's probably just physical sculpts. Oh, thanks, Poutine. I appreciate that. So Poutine, I've been painting the miniatures since, well, 2001, really. That's when we first started actually painting miniatures. They took over for the 2D art in 2002, but I've been painting since I was, well, 11. So it goes back a long ways, the painting. And actually I was probably about 11 and a half years old or so when I first started painting with oils. And it's really fun now to take those same oil paints and bring them over here to the miniature side of things. It's really fun. Here, let's and this is that burnt umber. I know people will say burnt umber doesn't cover, but you know what? Burnt umber, it can cover just fine. And this is just a glade. This is why we always say that you can thin the oil paints, but you cannot dilute them. So you can thin them, you just can't dilute them. Wait, let's use some Drax Voltum here because Drax is in. Though technically it's called Asphaltum, but we call it Drax Voltum because he was the intrepid explorer that discovered this particular color, and it's a fantastic one. We use it all the time. So it has been renamed Drax Voltum in honor of Drax, the original discoverer of that paint color. let's see. Oh, thanks, Poutine. Well, one of the things that I want to do is make this just seem less scary, right? Because there seems to be kind of an industry around making painting scary. Like, wow, you need to do this and you need to do that. And people, they just get a little bit like, I don't know, that sounds a little bit complex. And I hopefully anyway, make it seem a little bit less complex. Because again, there's for whatever reason there seems to be kind of a industry around making things scary. It's like no, people don't need to be scared. What they need is things to be fun and relaxing. That's what they want. They also need a whole bunch of tangles of tree roots here, because that's what we're doing. Well, True Sausage, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thanks for the bits and everything in the sub. Let's see. Chimera has a Kickstarter starting up in April as well, so well, and I'm sure that those are just the usual kind of physical sculpts right there, right? I mean, as much as I love those, now that I've got the 3D printing stuff going, I'm just a little less thrilled about all the resin stuff, I gotta say. Ritaka is painting at 2:15 in the morning, so that must be, well, let's see, is that Melbourne time? I always thought that Melbourne was, for whatever reason, 13 hours ahead of us. Because I basically live on Australia time anyways. Nosferatu, unfortunately, the folks that were supposed to be doing that, they kind of turned their backs on that and went to another project that had nothing to do with paints, unfortunately. So yeah, that wasn't too much fun to learn that. I could kind of see that coming. So yeah, unfortunately, I was supposed to be getting samples in October of last year, and well, never got those. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's seven. Sorry, Ritaka. I thought it was 2:17 here. Again, everything on my screen is blocked by stuff, and the seven was it looked like a two. That makes way more sense. Let's see. At the Winnipeg right now, watching this on the couch. Introduced her to Twitch, and this is her first stream. We're looking for a large canvas painting. Well, actually, Puta, I have done 2D art on the channel here. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. So this was actually painted on the channel here. That was done with just regular miniature paints right there. That was for a friend's birthday. So that's the Regia Marina right there. There will be some 2D painting here because I need some backdrops painted for my Lord of the Rings boards. So I will be painting some backdrops with the oils. We also want to do some small, say, landscapes of Middle Earth. So some Bob Ross style paintings of Mordor, Isengard, all that kind of fun stuff. It's time for some fooders. So I'm going to throw up the I'll be back screen, and I shall return in just a few minutes, and so will these guys right here. So I shall return. Let's get now these are some Song of Ice and Fire miniatures here for you to check out. And I will be right back. Here, let me, there we go.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gumdrop.
Oh, thank you very much, Ili Lunica. Sorry if I mispronounced it, but hello, little hobbits. Uh-oh, they want my pipe weed. Where's that pipe weed? All right, so I shall return. Here, let's get to that. I'll be back. Show, there we go. And I shall return. Well, hopefully I didn't miss too much. Here, let's get back to our scene here. Boom, there we go. Chum Deb, how you doing? Yeah, Twitcher, we just snarfed down pizza as fast as we could so that we could get back here and join all you folks. And Chum Deb, nice to see you. And hey, Red Red, how are you doing? Let's see. Just screamed, Jesus, Mer, that's amazing. So hopefully I didn't miss too much. If I missed anything big, somebody let me know what I might have missed. Here, let's start to go back in with some darks now onto our faces here. And we're just going to separate a couple of these a bit more. A little bit of indigo. So these are the schmeebles. Actually, I got to get some more of these things. I thought I had a ton more of these. Turns out I got like one or two more. So I'm also going to have to get some more of those. As we also welcome in Stilla Rebel. Stilla, how are you doing? And folks, be sure to give Stilla Rebel a follow, because Stilla Rebel, not only does she do oils, she's also going to be painting a mega figure too. Let's see. Yeah, Grumney wants pizza now too. So, yeah, Stilla, look at this. You know how big these guys were, right? So, yeah. And this has to be about the size of your guy, right? Or is your guy maybe bigger than this, or is he wider than this? Here, let's get some darks. We need some darks over on this side now too. Yeah. We're gonna leave a couple of areas here without paint on them. Well,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
without any additional paint, because we need to somewhere again to stick our hand, our big old hand there. And thank you so much for that follow, Baden Dragon. Sorry, Baden Dragon. Fine, I'll give you some pipe weed. That's so cool. You're a stoner, man. No, I'm not. It's just a little pipe weed. Or is it because I'm made out of stone? Fine. Thank you so much. Yeah, Stila, now, who knows? These guys with their mushrooms, though, they might just use those to incapacitate. They they might just use some kind of funky mushrooms to incapacitate their opponents. I don't know. I think that might be a sneaky little Etten type thing right there. So, Steela, what is your guy called again? I know you said his name a couple of times, but I don't remember what the heck he is called. Let's see, the Twitcher baked the fail print. It came out fine, no issue to the resin print. So, Twitcher, you were able to bake Sculpey on a resin print, huh? And that's, I wasn't quite sure that that was not going to just be a puddle of resin there at the bottom of your oven. But if that's the case, that's really cool. I am looking forward to some of those. I've got some of these Elven Riders that I printed out. So we're just going to take a little bit of our Van Dyke Brown, some of our green over here, and make ourselves a nice little dark green for this. But I want to take those Elven Riders and sculpt some nice cloaks for them. I think that'll be very fun. Altered Man Art got their first sub. I think that might call for a little bit of a hype train there. Hype train for Altered Man Art. There we go. They're like, oh, this again? Hype train for Altered Man Art. There you go. Hype train for Altered Man. It's for Altered Man's first sub, so congratulations there, Altered Man Art. I'm glad that that happened for you. And again, be sure to follow Altered Man Art, because Altered Man Art loves to do some sculpting. He loves to break out the epoxy sculpt as well. He loves his Lord of the Rings, so you definitely want to go check out Altered Man Art. And Lamaness, how are you doing? Nice to see you. And Altered Manor's gonna finish up those Bestigors. Yeah, come on, you gotta get that Sigmar stuff out of the way for more Lord of the Rings. Come on. You have to finish off that so you can get to your Lord of the Rings stuff again. You know you want to. Let's see here. Oh, I think that was allowed there. So yeah, Altered Manor gets the first sub. Very nice. Let's see, which way do we want him looking? If we want him looking off this way here. Yeah, let's it's more interesting instead of having him looking straight ahead. It's always more interesting to have him kind of looking off to the side there. So that's what we're going to have him doing, kind of looking off this way here, this way. Now, the interesting thing about these is that they wear down pretty quick, which is funny because they wear down way quicker than the cheap $3 Cotman synthetics. Because I still have that brush that I swear I've been using for about 60 hours now of lots of detail painting that is still rock solid. Let's see, I'm just like every day looking at the amount of Lord of the Rings stuff, and yeah, Altered Man, come on, you wanna get to all that Lord of the Rings stuff again. You know you do. You did all of that basing. Oh, look at how dramatic he looks now with that little eye sitting there. He might look a little bit sad with that one. So he's kind of like it's almost like he's looking like, where's that old dude with my pipe weed, man? Where's that old dude? He promised me pipe weed, and I don't see it. Where the heck is he? He was supposed to bring me my pipe weed. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Altered Man art. I've definitely done a lot of the glowing eye type of things. We did that for our Balrog. We'll certainly do that for Sauron. We have ourselves a Sauron figure. We'll definitely give him some glowing eyes. It's kind of a favorite thing. Well, you know me. I love my object source lighting no matter what. Man, RM Printable Terrain. You have no idea how jealous that makes me there. Now, anything in particular, or is it some rare stuff, or is it just whatever? Because all I know is that Altered Man art, he was able to get. He just it was like he walked into the prancing pony and took everything out of the joint. I mean, he was able to get just a spectacular collection at a fantastic price, and it was one heck of a collection. I mean, it was. I was looking at that going, I can't believe everything you got. It had to be hundreds and hundreds of miniatures. And I'm sure probably a whole bunch of rare stuff too. Well, a lot of it is just rare no matter what because a lot of it's not actually in production right now. Altered Man art, they will definitely, well, you know that they will go to use and not, and right away, you know they'll go to use. Yes, sir, we'll be sure to paint them up on stream or in some videos too. Because, well, I mean, come on, Lord of the Rings, yeah. We're just going to hit this guy with some nice lights here and maybe even a bit more. I'm literally resting my hand on the stick here. It's like, hey, it's like he's got a mall stick, just like 2D art. It feels like 2D art again, except in 3D, which is fantastic. I actually have myself a mall stick here. Oh, Red, when let's put it this way, he couldn't fit it all in one picture, and he sent me a whole collection of pictures. And I said, do you realize what you?" And I couldn't even see what was all in those pictures. And when I just realized that that was a lot of that stuff was metal, and we're talking about some of the old original stuff. I mean, even I think the old metal Easterlings. That is some rare and special treasures that he was able to get a hold of there. Oh, Gallo Fire, thank you very much. This thing is huge. Well, I mean, that's compared to my hand. That's how huge this thing is. And thank you very much. And Trash, oh Rama, how are you doing? Nice to see you. When Jim saw this amount of stuff, Altered Man, it could be even more. I might even be underestimating what you're able to get because of the whole, well, some of that stuff being so rare. I just until they started doing the made to order stuff, just the Lurtz metal figure alone, people were charging in some cases 70 something, $100 just for the Lurtz figure. And who knows, in your collection you might have got yourself two of them. I wouldn't be surprised if you have two Lurtzes in there or two pincushion Boromirs or something like that. Uh, so, uh, so Trashorama, I hope that everything's going good for you. Yeah, this is one big critter right here. This Etten is that is completely massive, right? Absolutely massive. And it is from RM Printable Terrain. And RM Printable is in the house, in the chat, just kind of hanging out. I do believe that this unlocked today in the Kickstarter campaign. That is the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter campaign. And RM Printable can throw up the link to the campaign there. I know he's been doing that every so often just to make sure that folks are aware of it. Absolutely a blast. Let's see. So here are the other trolls that we did, also again from RM Printable Terrain. So there is Mr. Giggles, Woody, and Rocky. And there they are again. And you can watch all of those being painted on the stream here. They're just some past highlights from last month pretty much. So go back and check those out. It was really fun painting those. And we painted them up in oils just like we're painting up this Etten right here. Did the pre-glaze stuff. Lots of paint mixing, lots of blending on the figure, of course, because hey, this is your palette right here, right? Yes, this becomes the palette. Yeah, I have the FDM. I have not had a chance to set it up. I am hoping maybe in April or something like that, the latter half of April, to maybe get a chance to set that thing up. Because there's just a ton of terrain that I have to print up. There's pretty much dozens of pieces of terrain that I would actually have to print. We also might be seeing the 9 Nazgul, the Dolgo Dur set being painted here. I think it's going to have to be a week of painting those because, well, there's 9 of them. That's a typical Warcry warband. We did 9 Mandalorians. So yes, we are going to paint the 9 from Dolgo Dur set, and we'll paint those up on stream for sure. That's going to be an absolute blast. Do I want to? I'm thinking about bringing up just a couple more lights there on his hair. Make it nice and dramatic there. Yep, red. We definitely want to. Well, I have the. I already have the. Actually, I just checked my printer, so the Deval Games printers or the Deval Games thing. It looks like they printed out okay. But let's welcome in Goobertown Hobbies. Goobertown, how are you doing? So folks, I'm sure that you've already checked out Goober Town's YouTube channel, but in case you have not already seen it or you haven't seen it in a while, make sure to go over to YouTube and watch Goober Town. It's just a fantastic, chill place. Lots of really fun painting stuff that happens there too. But it's a really good time, very mellow. You'll absolutely love it. And that's over on YouTube. So check out Goobertown on a YouTube. Let's see. The Jailer and the Necromancer. Yeah, Lime. Sadly, they're not mine. They are not mine. I don't even know. Are they even available on Forge World? I know the last time I checked that they weren't available. Then I think Armored Wolf went over there and I think they were actually available. I just don't know. Let me see. So I think we're all good there. Oh, Nosferatu has a few. We're using a PC game. Blue Bolt 2. Uh-oh. Looks Nosferatu suffered a hideous defeat. Well, that wasn't the Zinch team, was it? I mean, not that there's actually a Zinch Blood Bowl team. I do believe there should be. I mean, there's a Corn Blood Bowl team. Why should there not also be a Zinch Blood Bowl team? Why? Because it will be too superior. That's why. Thank you, MC Hot Dog, for that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How you guys doing? Honestly, thanks so much. This thing is oh my god, it's really nifty. These faces have been really fun to paint. They're practically the size of my Aowen sculpt. But look at this. I mean, you saw this being painted, right? Look at this. Look at it, it's still going. It's still going. He's barely in the picture now when you get to the top of our Etten here. So yeah, this is also from RM Printable Terrain. Oh, we're also going to paint the shrooms over here. We're going to paint them the same as Mr. Giggles here. So we'll be doing some Mr. Giggles color schemes on that for sure. Let's see, he was playing Dark Elves and Marauders and Chaos Knights still. Oh, yeah. Yes, I was trying to emphasize the block skill. They wanted to take another type of skill, and I said no. As not glorious as block is, it is absolutely vital to have. You've got to have block, even if it's not a very, what would you say, snazzy skill. Anything that keeps you off the ground is a fantastic skill. All right, Gallifire, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully we see you Monday. Hopefully we see you Monday. Now, Monday, I couldn't tell you. We could be. We might even be painting. Where's our... Who knows? We might even be painting one of our eagles that we sculpted here. So we might be painting this guy on Monday, among other things. We could be painting a whole bunch of stuff on Monday. Let's see. Oh, thanks again, Gallowfire. Yeah, well now, I guess, is it easier to get stat increases, I guess? To me, they completely changed the entire game. It is not, I don't even recognize it anymore as people are describing it to me. It is hardly recognizable to me. I mean, it is what it is. Not saying that's a bad thing or something like that. I just don't recognize it anymore. Because people were trying to tell me about this stuff, and I'm like, what are you even talking about? You know what? We might try to get a little bit more of our lights into right here in his eye, and then here as well. A smidge more over here. Might try to get some lights on the hair. So, Goobertown, what is the latest? Do you have any kind of mega projects going on the channel, or continuing projects? Or do you have any of the an army in 24-hour type things going on the channel? Because the last Instagram post I saw was just you reveling in all the new the rig setup and everything, which was looking fabulous. Uh, Angry Ham, this thing is just so huge, and who would have thought that they have two very different personalities here? You know, one is old and wise, and this one's just a stoner. He's just a stoner. Let's see. Turns out you need way more than 24 hours to make an army. Well, Goober Town, that the nice thing to know is that with the oil paints, you could paint an army in 24 hours easily. Yeah, it might take you longer to put it all together and base it and do mold lines and everything like that than it would actually to paint it with the oil paints, which to me is that spectacular. I know that it sounds quite heretical to some. Here, let's do this. Well, this is the reason why. Just being able to hit a blending brush like that, so nice and easy. I think we're just going to leave that tree open again for our fingers to be able to sit on there because I have a feeling we're still going to need some open spots for our fingers to go here. Might be able to start working on some of these guys though. Because I think, yeah, the Moria Gobbo's right. Well, let's see, 10.5 hours to paint the 15 Gobbos, and it was about 6.5 hours to paint the Balrog. So that's still that's less than 24 right there. Ah, Deuce says that's a very interesting term. Creativity seams. Deuce, you're gonna Deuce, you're gonna have to remind me of that one. You, you might have to send me like a Instagram message or something with that in there because I can't necessarily, I don't know if I can put that one in the Book of Wapple or not, but that one's very special. I really like that one. Oh geez, the Balrog maybe goes up to here. Remember, the Balrog only goes on a 60 millimeter base. So yeah, he is most definitely, well, so that's the size base that the Balrog goes on. And as you can see, he's a little bit taller than that. Let's put it this way. This is about 3 times the size of a GW Troll
You
right here.
enters my domain.
Yeah, this guy's at least 2.5 times, almost 3 times as tall as a GW Troll. Not kidding. So thank you so much for that raid. Uh, Sun Sofarolo, thank you so much. And welcome, Raiders. We are painting a massive Etten figure here from RM Printable Terrain. So this is actually a digital print right here, a 3D print. Well, no, all prints are, well, no, all 3D prints are, or prints are not always 3D, right? I keep forgetting that sometimes. So obsessed with the 3D printing right now. They certainly are digital though. So thank you so much for that raid. Let's see. So Sons of Rolo, how are you doing? And what kind of stuff were you doing on your stream? We are using our usual oil paints right here, which, well, they come in handy no matter what. But on something as huge as this thing, they come in extra handy. They really come in extra handy. Eldritch Architect, nice to see you back. Ah, nice. Welcome back. How are you doing? And it is from the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter campaign. Sunzarolo uh, on a 6+ there. You know, I'm going to get just a smidge of that green over here onto the here, even onto the face. Here, let's grab our blending brush right here. at a certain point too, we might even be able to start going after maybe some brush marks and such on our faces and all that. That's kind of the nifty thing. No, no, let's go over here to this brown matter. We'll mix it with some of our yellow here. It's kind of a reddish color, not orange, but a little bit more red. And let's get this vine over here, because if we want it to separate from the stone a little bit, we better warm this thing up just a smidge.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow, Jurassic Ark. Hello, little hobbits. He's like, okay, fine, I'll get you pipeweed. He's like, yeah, baby. It's like, you better stay off that stuff. You're gonna make me smell weird too. Ah, come on, it's great. Eldritch, I'm doing pretty good. I do believe.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
I do believe that my first like genuine self-supported prints have actually worked out. Thank you so much. Spark it can. Spark that ganja. Spark that ganja. Thank you so much for that follow. So I just went off to grab some food real quick, and I did run downstairs just to see if that printed out. Well, something printed. I can't tell because obviously it's pretty much covered up in goop right now. But something printed, and I'm really hoping that these guys worked out because, well, they didn't come with supports on them, and I just had to very quickly rotate them and do some quick supports. With the auto support, yes, heresy, I know, but I kind of didn't have any choice. Oh, let's see, been trying to paint 2,000 points of Craft World and 23. Boy, Sons of Rollo, did you hear us just? You must have just heard us talking then, because literally maybe a minute or two before your raid, we were talking about painting an army in 24 hours. I kid you not, we were just talking about that. So that you must have your spidey sense must have tingled and heard that and brought you over here to where we're talking about painting armies in 24 hours. So Loim, I've got it's very much an average Elegoo Mars, just an average Elegoo Mars, which almost had the vat destroyed last night because one of the support platforms from a print that had finished, I guess a piece of that came off. There was no way to see it in the vat. And when I went to do the next print, when it came down right on top of that piece and made a really hideous noise. And oh, it put some serious indentations into the vat. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, it was a miracle that it didn't just punch right through the vat. Do the manual supports. Twitcher, believe it or not, I've had some luck with the auto supports. Now, this is the most complex thing I've tried with the auto supports. Also, fortunately, they're just basically Lord of the Rings goblins. So if the auto supports are not fantastic, it really doesn't matter as long as they printed. That's all I care about. Because pretty much anything that I would care about that's a much fancier, snazzier sculpt, well, that's pretty much going to come supported. These things here were just like, well, okay, no supports. Here, auto support. Do your thing. We'll rotate this as best as we can to try and mask whatever nasty thing you might do. Let's see, over at Armor, we're using the Mighty 4K and the Sonic for test prints. We're in the vat cleaning tool on the printer. So Mad Dave, what is the vat cleaning tool? I'm not familiar with that one. I don't think there is such a thing on the Elegoo Mars, at least not the one that I have. You pretty much just have a vat and a build plate, and it goes up and down, and that's about the extent of it. Thanks, Mad Dave. Yeah, I'll have to watch because I don't think that actually exists on mine. Or is it some kind of a, like something where it just detects if there's some kind of stuff sitting on there? Is it like maybe a sensor of some kind or something like that? Yeah, so here, well, where's our, here we go. Let's check out our Mines of Moria army right here. There we go. So that right there is a combined 10, 6, so about 17 hours right there on those guys, start to finish, from primer to that in 17 hours with the oil paints. Rataka, that's it's interesting. I'm I might do that from now on. I just might do that from now on. It's any artifacts that are in the vat, stick to the layer and peel out with it. It exposes the screen for 30 seconds, making a single layer at the bottom of the vat. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I see what that. So it's basically making kind of a faux print. Okay. Because I was thinking, I don't know of any physical device that does anything like that. Now, here, this is some Terra Rosa, believe it or not. It's the same color we use as rust on our vehicles. It's the same color we used for rust on the Mandalorian bases. Where's our T-3485? So, yeah, the rust on this was definitely done with the Terra Rosa. And they're like, uh-oh, here, just chuck the vodka at him. Like, no, man. Like, you can't drink it. It's on fire. Um, well, okay. Like, is that what's gonna spark the ganja? The McPherson's. I'm guessing it's easier to see failed prints in the vat. McPherson. What's interesting is this is the. It was the smoky black stuff or whatever, which is sort of see-through, sort of not. It wasn't something that had ever happened before, so yeah, I'm always okay if I see a failure or something like that, but there hadn't been any failures. There was no obvious failure of any kind. It was just a piece of one of the, oh, what do you call them there? The support platforms. That was just it's like one layer of it just came off. And there was no way to really see that. All right, Angry Ham, you go lose that pillow fight. And thanks for hanging out with us here as always. Actually, what I might just do is just run my finger maybe along the bottom of the vat just to double check for something like that in the future. I might just do something like that. Just to make sure, but I really had a whole bunch of prints in a row there. Actually, I think one of the reasons why, well, because my prints just take so long, because I have probably the most cautious printer settings on the planet. So, yes, my prints take forever, but they're just, I think, less likely to have the failures maybe because they don't have to print fast for me. Really tiny thin bits of cured resin fall into the vat and they're hard enough to notice. Yes, McPherson, I can see that for sure. Yeah, Rataka, this is the, oh, I think I even have, I got one of them printed out. Oh yeah, here it is. So it's the smoky resin right here. And believe it or not, it's actually done really well with the settings. I didn't have to change the settings for it. And I was using the more standard, well, the very standard resin, right? That your typical gray. And I left the settings the same, but again, they are they are massively cautious settings. I mean, it's like the guy driving 3 miles an hour in a 50-mile-an-hour lane. Cautious. It's like that. But again, that the speed is not important. What is important is just that the print come out. That's all that matters. That's way more important than how fast it gets cranked out, which is fortunate for me that I don't really have to worry about just getting things out the door. There's a little bit of our cadmium green light mixed with our white here. RM Printable Terrain, I'll have to get a plastic scraper. I don't have one of those. I have only the metal one, and that is really obviously, that's not something I'm going to want to be cruising across the vat there. Now, I do have strainers, courtesy of You Can't Quit Me. You Can't Quit Me was very, very kind. In addition to the prints that he sent, he also sent some fantastic little supply there of new strainers because I was down to my last one. It's literally down to the last strainer. And of course, we'll be trying to put together one of these fabulous guys right here and paint maybe, this is what we'll paint on Monday. I think definitely one of these guys. I think so. Be a nice little treat for You Can't Quit Me there. But thanks again, Angry Ham, for hanging out. Boy, this has been. I thought this could be fun, right? With the face and all the details and stuff. I thought it could be fun, but boy, it really has been fun. Actually, I think that is. I thought that was a piece of something, but I believe that was just a support. So that's why I love 3D printing, man. Oh, look, a leftover support. Snap, file it, paint it, done. That's it. It basically, I gotta say that 3D printing has pretty much ruined resin miniatures for me. I am brutal on resin miniatures now. And let's just say that some companies have definitely felt the wrath. They have been feeling the wrath. Well, especially now that I'm scratch sculpting too. When I say, so it took me less time to print out and prep and base a dozen miniatures than it did for me to assemble 2 or 3 of your 28mm resin figs that have 17 pieces for the face. Seriously? Yeah, they're not so happy anymore because I am really rough on them now. Well, Merciless is more like it. Let's see. I think we're caught up now. I think we're all caught up on the chats. So this is that olive green mixed with a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale. Well, I'm so tempted to start painting the red on that little shroom right there, but you know, I think I can reach these other things. So let's what the heck, let's have some fun here. Start getting some red on that shroom. I just want to see what it's going to look like, because I think it'll be hilarious to have this here. Haha. Maybe we give it our little white dots as well. Oh, let's just go Fanchon red. Now we're gonna have to let that sit there for just a little bit, and I don't. Maybe even this one I'll hit too. Well, I'll hit part of this one. We're gonna have to leave part of that open though, for me to be able to work on later. Where are we at here? So I'll hit this side of it, and the rest of it is going to have to remain open so that I can still stick my finger on that. But now I've got myself something to kind of compare with visually. That's better. Oh, I think I'm maybe going to hit some of the leaves here on the other side. Yeah, let's do that. RM Printable Terrain. I just keep thinking of this guy standing next to like your Elven Sentry post or something like that, and he's just like picking up elves and sticking them on top like he's just playing with toys or something. He's just picking up some elves and sticking them on the top floor of the Elven Tower. He's just playing with his little elf buddies there, and they get really, really annoyed by that. They get massively annoyed. It's just like you should never toss a dwarf, but can you pick up an elf? It's just like picking up a cat, right? Are elves like cats? They don't like to be picked up by ettins. And as you can see, we're sort of changing again our colors here. Some of it's warmer, some of it's cooler. Definitely trying to do as much color shifting here as possible. I will try to do a film noir here in a second, because I don't think we've done one of those yet, so we'll definitely get to a film noir as soon as we can. I know there's a bunch of folks that love the film noir for obvious reasons, because, well, it's fantastic for one thing. So here, let's get him up on screen and kind of let's see what the difference is here. Well, plenty of shading, but you can't see any of the blues, you can't see any of the greens and the oranges there. Let's bring this back. Now you start to see some of the color intensity return. Look at that. Let's see. Yeah, let's come back in here with some more of our lighter greens now. On this side, where can we stick our hand here? We're just gonna have to put on the end of that rock over there. So I think we best get through all of the, well, hair, so to speak, here. Let's get through this. And that way we can maybe finish off his rock right there. Rataka, thanks so much for hanging out, and hopefully we'll see you Monday. So I think what I'll try and do is see if I can get at least one, if not maybe two of those Pegasus Knights ready to maybe go for Monday, because that could be really fun. Sunzarolo, thank you so much for the raid, and I hope that you have a good night's sleep, and good luck with the army painting challenge there. I hope that you're able to get that all done. The gentleman was here, sculpted the Etten. He's working on a forest dragon right now. RM Printable Terrain. That does sound, well, you know that's going to have to meet some oil paint. That is going to have to meet some oil paint for sure. There is no doubt about that, baby. Because the last dragon that I think I might have painted, it was one of the Mears dragon. I think, and this was not very recently either. Where's those Mears miniatures here? This is the last. Yeah, it's I think that's the last dragon that I painted, and that was a while ago. And I mean, I'd love me some dragons. I'd love to paint some dragons. Yeah, let's bring in some more of our lights here on his hair, like we do. And I might even, if I thin this down, yep. So that was painted over wet oil paint. However, the Fanchon Red was painted thicker, and thin sticks over thick and vice versa, right? So guess what? That just sticks on there, no problem. Look at this, one brush stroke, and then that's it. Then leave it. And then we'll go back in, we'll shade that, we'll do some stuff to it as well, but for right now, we're just gonna that is just hilarious. But that's kind of like Legolas, right? That only counts as one. That's it. Just one brushstroke. Leave it. That's it. No screwing around with lots of little tiny brushstrokes, fooling around, fiddling around. No. You go big or go home. You go big or you go home. I think dragon then hops from large tree to large tree and sort of glides, but it is part of the trees as well. Well, no matter what it is, I'm sure it will be glorious. And no matter what happens, we're going to be painting it with oils, I'll tell you that. That's a most definite promise. Yes, indeed, doing the oils thing. And even on the Patreon page, I still do new tutorials for the acrylics because some folks, that's just all they have, and that's fine. But for me, my own personal preference, it's oils, it's always going to be. It's so much more relaxing. It's so much easier to get stuff done in a much more timely way. Here's that cool green we're talking about, right? This is the phthalo green. We've done a lot of warm green here. Look at that. See the difference now? I think you can really see the difference. We did this on the lizards last night, if you remember. The camera is backed out too far to really be able to see those lizards right now. But remember, we started out with the warmer green, and then the cooler green really started to set that off very nice. We're going to do some of that here too. So look at that, multiple types of green there. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for that. And boy, this guy is big enough and tall. I just set him down. I'm actually just literally painting him right here. I got this hand on top of this hand, and I just set him there. And we are just literally that's how tall this guy is. Holy smokes! I've never done this before. Never just set down the miniature and just started painting the top of it. That's a first. Very fun. And folks, be sure to check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page for all kinds of fabulous dice bags, wearable stuff like Barrett's journal covers. I do believe there might still be, speaking of Nurgle, there might still be a Nurgle dice bag that is unclaimed. So you might be able to get yourself a Nurgle dice bag that is already done. It's a hilarious deal. Just I got my hand sitting on top of this hand. Look at how tall this is. Well, your guy is probably the same way, right? Your guy is so tall, you'll probably just be able to set him down. And all this is just a chamois sponge right here. Believe it or not, it's the same chamois sponge that I use for my wet palette. But it's it's at least a little bit neutral, kind of a bluish gray. And I first brought it out the first time when I did the gigantic Blackheart Models bust. Where is that thing? There it is. Yeah, when I did that, because, well, most of the time I had to hold it in my hand, which was pretty brutal. That was, not only did it weigh almost 20 pounds, but it had spikes that were sticking off the back of it, and those were basically sticking into my hands the entire time. I probably should have just worn a work glove. Not kidding. So I just want to get through all of these leaves here, so then I can maybe get some of these areas kind of painted and not have to worry about touching those anymore. But we're kind of, look at it, we're taking some of that green and we're moving it over here onto the stones. The color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. It doesn't have to be the exact same green, it just has to be greenish. That's all we need. So just a smidge of green in there somehow. Smidge of green. Speaking of green, let's move it out this way. Oh, we got some more leaves over here, and I think we'll use our cool green again, right in here. Boy, that looks dark on the palette too, but boy, you get it over here. Part of it is the intensity of it, but part of it is also the fact that this is another thing that oils do really, really, really well. So we get some green on his hair. You can get some amazing darks with the oil paint. In comparison to the acrylics, and it's weird because I started to notice that too. In comparison, you can't get anywhere near as dark with the acrylics as you can with the oils. It's just not even close. Thou shalt not trust how a color appears on the palette. Still, I think we're gonna have to do something like that. Don't be tempted, or don't. Or actually, you know what? I should probably do a chapter on "Thou shalt not be tempted away to the falsehood of pigment numbers." Yeah, I think we should do something like that too. But thanks, RM Printable. It's just that look at the flow on this. And we were talking about this when I was sculpting the hair, I think, on some of our, yeah, when we were sculpting the hair on our AON and our face and stuff. And we were just talking about how sometimes with the digital sculpting, folks don't always get this. This almost looks like it was physically sculpted. The way this turns and flows and everything, that looks more like it was sculpted by hand as opposed to sculpted digitally. It has a very organic look to it. It has a lot of nice flow to it. And folks, there's some other really fantastic sculpts by RM Printable Terrain that you're going to see on the channel here. Some in some larger scale and also in regular 28 mil. But they also have just some really nice motion motion to them. Hey, Big Chet, nice to see you. Goobertown's still around, even though we even though we keep tormenting him about the army in 24 hours. Look at this. I'm so tempted to put some stuff in it. We're just going to wait. We'll just wait. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. Don't be hasty. We can even paint some more cracks and stuff in the rocks here if we so choose. We could do that if we wanted. I'm going to bring in, I think, a little bit more of our indigo with some white here. There it is. And that essentially makes a cool bluish gray. Let's pop that into here. We'll do that again. And as you could see, look at how detailed we're being with these brush strokes. I mean, look at how careful we are. Look at the precision there. You say, what are you talking about? That's insane. Yeah, that's because we're going to come in here with a blending brush. And what was once a huge mess now becomes not such a mess anymore now, is it? Look at that. That's the wonder of the blending brush for sure. No time at all, baby. No time at all. Blending brush makes all things possible. Let's see. 24-hour impossible. I try. Well, I think for me, because it's what is it? Desperation is the mother of invention. I do believe how that saying goes. Between getting, well, typical commission army stuff done plus my, well, yeah. Speaking of 24 hours, where's our? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, these guys right here. that was an army and the army display board in just a matter of days. Because we weren't just painting all of those, an entire army of them, we were also doing this display board. So that was all being done literally over the course of about a week, maybe. That display board and the army right there, in addition to all the other stuff that we were also doing. So yeah, Goobertown, that was folks told me, they say, hey Jim, we got good news for you. Well, good and bad news. Good news is you finally get to play in a bolt action tournament. The bad news is it's 1944. That is the era. Because they knew that for me, basically 1941 June is considered late war for me. So they said, yeah, Jim, you're gonna need yourself another army. It's not like I had any shortage of armies. I had 4 of them painted. It's just they were all early war armies. So all of a sudden it was I had some Fallschirmjägers, and I said, well, um, Monte Cassino could be a very fun display board to make. Um, Great, there'll be Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers. And I never even got a chance to test out the army before the tournament. I wasn't even sure when I got there that I was going to have units to match order dice. I had to color code their uniforms just so that I knew which the heck unit was which, because I didn't know. There was like, okay, these guys are gonna get Mediterranean camo. Some of these guys with the special weapons, they're gonna get the old early war, just the blue gray. That's what they're gonna get. So when you see the colors on those, it was specifically colorized so that someone who hadn't had a chance to practice the army got a chance to know what the heck was going on. So again, more of our browns and such in here, but then we'll swing back around to the other side. Yeah, so we're going to let that set there just like we did on this side. We'll go back here and we'll start to work on some of these areas here. Let's see what we can do with some of our Fanchon red and almost give this a little bit of a, I don't want to say a pink look here. We got lots of orange. We have some yellowish brown. I'm just going to kind of swing over a little bit more towards a reddish color here. Not too red, not too pink. Maybe about to here. That's about as light as I want to go with that. So we'll see if we can work some of that color in and around here. Yeah. Now all this is right over here. That's just the pre-glaze with a little bit of lighter color over the top of it. That's all we've done there so far. Can start to bring back now some color in the ropes around our skelly friends. See how light we want to go on our skelly friends here. Again, this is the fun part about this, right? We're just going to slap some lighter colors on there. Blending brush again. Hashtag no layers. It would have been nice to have the oils for the Fallschirmjägers, that's for sure. Would have loved to have been able to do those with the oils. And yes, even with the splinter camo, would have still loved doing them in the oils. Yeah, we'll lighten this up a smidge more. I don't want to go to the, oh look, bleached bone. That's not really an armored wolfidale. We talk about this all the time, especially bones and skulls that have been sitting, say, in a jungle environment, somewhere where it's very wet or something like that. Well, the last thing they're going to be is all pretty and all bleached out. That is not what's going to happen. It's more likely to be just black. Desert, okay. There, we'll let you maybe have that. But In any sort of a wet environment, no, that's going to be very different. Look at this. And how many times I've painted skelly friends, and this makes it just so easy. And these are some big skelly friends right here. These are very substantial. Now I should do a can I paint every miniature that unlocked in the Birchwood campaign and 24 hours challenge? Well, let's see. RM Printable, we did. We've averaged basically 6 hours each, right, on each of the miniatures here. We're only 3 hours and 43 minutes in on this one here. So I think we could get all four of these. I think we get all four of these done here in 24 hours. It might not include maybe the landscaping, and adding the flock and some of the other effects. Let me see if I can just hit a couple of lights on these ropes here. Same on this guy. And now some other colors on his his furs. We'll call it that. Might have to get some kind of bluish gray on that too, just again for some variety. So we're gonna basically hold him over on his side here because it's a little bit easier for me to get at some of this stuff. Oh, where are we at? I think we're caught up on that chat. Time for some more glazy things. Now that we're down here, we'll do some here. Let's just throw some right on top of this. Well, I guess I thought I was going to need way more of the Van Dyke Brown and the Indigo, but apparently not. Let's see. Yeah, we'll get ourselves a couple of glazes over here, maybe even darken this down. But you see, we're just touching the brush there, letting the glaze go where it's going to go. Might even do a little bit of Egyptian violet over here. Again, we're going to have to kind of let it do what it's going to do. We'll just press that brush over here. Not going to drag it along. And we'll let that glaze get down into all the crevices there and do their thing. I know for some folks that really they want exercise, absolute control over everything. That's probably a scary prospect. But the oils, they know what they're doing, right? Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what they can do for you. The oils will just kind of tell you, like, look, don't worry, man. I got it. I got it. I can handle that. Okay. Let's do this up here too. Yeah, let's maybe darken this down with a little bit of a umber glaze here. Remember, with the oils, you can thin them. You can't dilute them. This is thinner, but it's not going to be diluted. So essentially what I'm trying to do is warm up the stuff that's behind this here so that the cooler, almost greenish colors of that bone actually stand out a little bit. We're also being cheeky here. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Trying to sneak a little bit of brown into all of our stone over there. It'll be like a New York house, a brownstone, right? That's what they call those. here, well, at least in the city, they're all bungalows. Everything here is a bungalow. Most in this neighborhood were built in the 20s and 30s. This one was a much more recent one, built in the 40s. I'm gonna throw. Oh, I like the idea of maybe taking a smidge of that umber. I look at how that umber is a color that's supposed to be transparent, or at least semi-transparent, right? And here we've watered it down to about, I don't know, 5% burnt umber, and yet it still covers stuff. So burnt umber, even transparent colors can cover things. It just you have to think about them a little bit differently than say your typical acrylic transparent colors. Look at that. Yeah, that's very dramatic. That I think still that's kind of what cobalt blue can do. It's very sneaky, just like that burnt umber was right there. It's a sneaky color. It's a sneaky hobbit. Cobalt blue and burnt umber are the hobbits of the oil paint world. They are very sneaky. They probably like riddles as well. But of course, we know Terra Rosa is the Don Matteo of oil paints. It's capable of doing, well, anything. There is nothing that Terra Rosa cannot do. I think if you let it do its thing, Terra Rosa could even sculpt a miniature. Yeah, still, I'll be interested to see. I mean, the cobalt blue, when we used it on Mr. Giggles, right? That is the last thing we were expecting. And those were cobalt blue glazes, remember? Look at that. That's a cobalt blue glaze there. You look at it on the palette, and it looks like it's a bluish gray. It gets on the stinking miniature, and it's like a whole different thing. It's like, what the heck happened there? Now, Diomedes says that they are the Don Juan of oil paints. They say they're the Don Juan of oil paints. Well, hopefully you don't get any exotic oil paint presents or anything like that after some of those liaisons as Don Juan.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Bub Dad Digger, thank you so much for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. It's like, you got my pipe weed. I'll get you next time. I'll get you next time. Like, but you already said that like 4 times. Like, don't worry, I'll get you next time. I don't know about that old guy. It's like, did I tell you not to trust him? He smells funny. He really does. He does smell awful funny. Yeah, I don't think, well, Terra Rosa, it cannot be bribed, it cannot be moved. Terra Rosa can also rip an apple in half with its bare hands, just like Don Matteo. It can do skin tone, it can do rust, it can do whatever it wants to do. There is nothing that Terra Rosa can't do. Now there is some interesting little stringy texture there. I'm going to try and do that. I mean, texture is all the rage these days. All the cool kids are putting texture on everything, right? Every piece of cloth has texture on it. This actually has texture sculpted in, so let's do what all the cool kids are doing and let's put some texture on this. Yeah, this is the other advantage of the oil paints, the fact that you can get them so thin like this. Such a huge advantage. And then we'll go the other side, and then we'll go in with some lighter mid-tone type colors, and that should least give us the impression of some kind of cloth here, or a, oh, we'll just say, what's that kind of cloth? I almost said cheesecloth. I'm just still thinking about food. That's why. Like a rough sack type of a color here. There we are. Oh, why don't we lighten you up? A smidge of cadmium, yellow light. That's it. There we go. And now it's gonna, we'll emphasize more and more of that texture. We could even do it in the shadow area. We'll just have to use something that's more like a gray there in our shadow areas. Still a yes. You know there's going to be a Don Mateo reference at some point. There's no way you can do a stream without a Don Mateo reference. Now, of course, in our bolt action stuff, we were definitely going to have, well, let's see. Actually, there was a campaign that happened around Perugia with the Canadians, with the Canadian tank army there, and that is not far away from Gubbio, because that they're always talking about Perugia. It's like that's like the big town, Gubbio is the small town, and Perugia is kind of the, I don't want to say like the provincial capital, but they almost kind of talk about it that way. Might lighten up one or two strands of the rope on Mr. Skelly friend there. And now we've got all the stuff going that way. I want to have some of the cloth texture also going this way now. Yeah. So I don't know. I think Nosferatu had to take off there. I'm really kind of getting jazzed about this idea of, all right, yes, playing games of Lord of the Rings Middle Earth strategy battle game at sea with, shipboarding actions and stuff, but now I'm kind of excited about this idea of Umbar ships and Gondor ships actually duking it out on the high seas. Just stay away from those really big clouds that look like eagles, that's all. Don't go near those. I think we got ourselves, yeah, I think we got ourselves a nice little collection of colors on those guys. What about this stuff here? Start to bring in some, oh, something like fur texture maybe on this. Just the whole length of this here. Let's start to bring in some kind of, there is already some fur texture here. Let's just emphasize that smidge more here. Yeah, Bithron, I've been trying to find some references of those, and it seems like the elven ships are just, it's like My Little Pony Viking ships or something like that. And the Dol Amroth ships, I'm thinking could be really interesting because you'd have that swan prow, right? Now, in some of the imagery, you see basically like swan wings on the ships too. I don't know if I want to go quite that far with the imagery. Fido, actually, believe it or not, we still have, I think we actually have an unopened Dreadfleet. We did paint a couple of Dreadfleet ships for a charity auction. That was years ago at Adepticon. Boy, that was many Adepticons ago because that was the old hotel, and they've been at this new hotel for 3 years, so, or maybe even four. So yeah, that was a long time ago. We painted up. There's Nessie. Nessie. Oh, Nessie. I wanted to ask. What was it I wanted to ask you? Oh yeah, yeah. I think Backlog was asking just for kind of a little review on Star Wars Legion. Yeah, I mean he asked, is it fun to play? But I said, well, geez, Nessie knows. Nessie would know all about Star Wars Legion and just kind of how it plays and what it might be similar to and some of the mechanics and stuff. So yeah, that was, I don't know if Backlog is still around here. Drax, actually, believe it or not, I played Battlefleet Gothic back in the day. I actually had, well, you'll be shocked, you'll be completely shocked that I had an Inquisition fleet. I actually painted the, was it the Ramaclete, whatever the big star fortress was, I painted that. I actually did paint up, I painted some Tau ships. I don't think I ever had a chance to paint Necrons or Dark Elf or Dark Eldar ships. Painted some Chaos ships too. But yeah, I wanted to have some of the Grey Knight strike cruisers or whatever. I think that's what those were called.
So say we all!
Oh, thank you so much, Bill, for that. Yeah, just that drop right in there. Thank you so much. So folks, be sure to give Nessie Knows a follow because Nessie is going to do a little bit of a Star Wars Legion review. I'll try to tell Backlog if he's not around here that he's got to go check that out. Yeah, Nosferatu. I think I'll use the Black Sails stuff or Black Seas, I guess, right? Yeah. Well, Dreadfleet was a the ships were neat. The game, that was a complete disaster. I'll never forget our store when they were closing that down. They were pretty much just throwing copies of Dreadfleet into the dumpster at that point. Yeah, they just nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted to come near that thing. That was a sad, sad disaster because the ships were neat and that mat that they had looked really nice. It was absolute worthless as far as the game goes. Yeah, Nosferatu. Because I'm thinking as far as Lord of the Ring goes, outside of some bows, maybe you have a couple of bolt throwers. That's it. You don't need artillery rules or anything like that. So you're pretty much just trying to either ram and or board. So that should kind of keep things relatively simple. No, Nessie found the old Dreadfleet game again. Was it in storage? Yeah, we still have it. Actually, I was thinking of for the Adepticon that didn't happen. I was thinking of doing something with the Dreadfleet stuff because they had small scale as a category, I think, and I was gonna do maybe either a Dreadfleet diorama or something. I don't know, just something.
Who enters my domain?
Well, look who just entered our domain. Did we not tell you to follow Pun Expected? Because Pun Expected has been doing streaming now. Pun Expected, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. And folks, be sure to follow Pun Expected because Pun Expected has been doing all kinds of really interesting oil experiments too. There's a whole bunch of folks. Steeler's been doing oil experiments, and Deuce. There's a lot of folks that are doing some alchemy and such with the oils, just trying to push the limits of them, see what's possible. Let's see, no Artie. Yep, Nosferatu. That's what I figured out. What I was really interested in was movement, right? and boarding rules and grappling and that sort of stuff. Essentially, all you would have is just, well, ballistas. What is it? The Avenger bolt thrower, right? That you wouldn't have a trebuchet on there. The best you would have, and I think what the arbalesters, so crossbows, right? So you'd have maybe crossbows for your Corsair ships, and then the Avenger bolt thrower for Gondor. Oh, let's see. I'm glad you're doing good there, Unexpected. Now, Bill, did you ever try, or Drax, did you ever play Dreadfleet? I had intended to play it, but before I ever even got a chance to play, it took all of about a week and a half before that game just died really hard at the store we went to. If it took that long, it's basically like, look, it's Dreadfleet. It's like, it's Dreadfleet. Oh yeah, Drax. I think that the one of the big things that people really did not like about it was that the wind was randomized, and I don't know if it would change directions during a turn, but it's a game all about wind and sail, and the wind was very, very, very random. And I know GW loves random things, but that was a little bit too much randomness. Unexpected finished the Goku and started working on the Screaming God pinup. Fido, I don't know. Gosh, because unless people just literally took the miniatures of it and just put it into other systems that were better, because there's plenty of other systems out there, I'm sure. And they might have just used the miniatures in other systems, I guess.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Brendan. I appreciate that, and Ganoff does too. He's like, don't tell them about my ganja. It's like, ganja? Where is that? Where's that pipe weed? Like you said, original applesauce is back. Yeah, original applesauce. The biggest ones were there were a couple back here. I think these were two. Not as much back here. I think here were the biggest. Yeah, not so much on either side here. There was a little bit back here, but I think this was the biggest of them right there as far as gaps go. Did you have any good tips or references for painting large, flat panels in non-metallic metal? There's really it's the same thing as I always say with the non-metallic metals. It's all going to depend on the surface or the surroundings of that surface. What's the sky color? What's if it's pointed towards the ground? What's the ground color? So really, I don't even care unless it's you want it to be a red panel or a green or something like that. If you just want it to be a metal surface or whatever, then it's all going to depend on what happens with the surroundings. If it's kind of a sunset type of a scene, or if it's nighttime or whatever, or moonlight, well, that's going to require some bluish grays maybe on your metal. And if it's going to be in just daylight or a sunny sky, well, maybe some brighter blues might be in order. I guess it's also going to depend on how much weathering you might be putting on there too. That could have a lot to say. This bag here. What do we want to do with the top of that bag? Get some yellow into that too. Something here that's warmer to make a little bit of a distinction between these cooler colors here. See what's going on with his log right over here. Maybe we go back over to some burnt umber. Yeah. In some ways, it's a little bit like these rocks right here. I mean, these aren't exactly flat panels, but these are flatter than obviously some of this other stuff going on here. So you can see that some of these panels, there's a little bit more of the bluishness, right? Especially here, more of the indigo. But over here, you almost have some greens. Actually, you could probably even almost go back and watch the Herdstone one because there was all kinds of, well, flat stone surfaces on that, which in some ways are a little bit like, sort of like your flat metal surfaces. I'm just going to lighten up this stitching here. Mostly because I just keep forgetting about it. Don't want to keep forgetting about it. Here, let's maybe also lighten up or get some texture painted onto here too. Where's it? Oh, there we go. I thought for a second that I painted the one place I could put my finger, but fortunately I did leave that one part of that mushroom unpainted. So I can still put my hand there. Let's see. Man, War was yep. So the Man of War game, Dreadfleet wasn't quite the height of. We're a miniatures company, not a game company, but it was pretty. Yeah, Bill, that was oof. That thing fell out of flavor in no time. No time flat. That was a goner. Now, War of the, well, what was it? I think they actually was called War of the Ring, and it was basically supposed to be mass battles for Lord of the Rings, and everybody loved that for about 2 weeks until somebody found some combo to break the game, and I guess Games Workshop couldn't be bothered to try and fix that, and then the game died because store employee said, "Oh man, you guys gotta play War of the Ring. It's actually even better than Lord of the Rings." We never even got a chance to learn how to play because it became the unspeakable thing. It's like nobody even mentioned it. Kathy and I both said, "So hey, what about War of the Ring?" And he said, "What's that?" It's like, the game last week you said you would teach us. Oh, we don't have that anymore. It was like it had completely gone out of existence. Nessie, now if you know uh, what happens if I just leave the stream on, right, overnight, and this is looking at you all night long? These two dudes, look at that, it's Betty Bye time for them. Yeah, they're just gonna be staring at you all night long. The Order of Gamers has a rules summary along with a set of the cards in PDF. What is that, Fido? Order of Gamers. It would be Etten TV. It would just be Etten nighttime TV right there. There you go. It'd just be laying there on the table, just waiting to be woken. It'll maybe sing to you in the middle of the night. Well, probably about ganja, I guess. But there's some folks that I know they still love those Man of War rules. They would play that in a heartbeat. Now, obviously, Man of War probably intended for some kind of artillery inclusion in that, some kind of gunpowder type stuff. But I think that could be taken out of it just to be able to adapt some of the rules from the Man of War game. I think it could work. We're going to take our blending brush here. We're just going to smooth some of that stuff out. Order of Gamers is excellent for old out-of-print rules. This is from the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter campaign right here. And here are some other figures from it. So I guess this just unlocked, I believe, earlier today. And you can go back and watch all these 3 trolls being painted. Each of those was painted in its own stream. So yeah, go back and watch those, all painted with the oils. They are all from RM Printable Terrain. All right, let's pop up some more lights here. Maybe even on his bag over here too. Then we'll bring in some darks again, trying to. Well, all the cool kids are doing textured cloth, right? We're gonna have to do some textured cloth there. Now we're just kind of painting in a little bit of the fur texture there. There's no actual texture there, but it's just we'll do that. Here, let's get some green. Ooh, some olive green here. Yep, we could use a smidge of green in there. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, and there just went a little bit of green in there. Because when you look at wood, well, one of the colors you see the least is brown. You pretty much see everything else. You see lots of gray, probably some bluish gray. Brown is really not the most common color that you're going to see on wood there. It really is just, kind of gets just more gray, especially if it's wood that's laying on the ground. That's going to turn gray pretty quick. Let's see, Nessie tried some texture cloth. Nessie got frustrated and stopped. Yeah, Nessie here got a little bit of an advantage here because this textured cloth is about as large as some figures are, right? That is a monstrous set of textured cloth right there. Which that's the thing that is kind of humorous. That's the big thing to do now is all this textured cloth on 28 mil figs, where the stitching of the cloth is as large as like the figure's head. And I'm thinking, yeah, that looks kind of neat, but I'm pretty sure at 28 mil scale, you probably wouldn't see the individual stitching. It's different if it's 75 mil or especially those 100 mil figures or whatever the really large scale stuff, especially the historical figures, right? You can see that I'm okay with. But it's a little bit crazy on some of the 28 mil figs. It's almost a bit like, well, I want to win an award, therefore I will do stitching. I hope it's not come to that. Uh, Let's see, I did recruit, but not as big yet, using gray, and it felt very natural. Yeah, right, Nessie? I mean, as somebody who spent an awful lot of time camping and stuff, well, and mostly setting things on fire and stuff, burning lots of trees. Not a lot of it was brown before we burned it. Yeah, let's get a couple more lights over here. Yeah, sirree. Boy Scouts there. If you can't have a bonfire that can be seen from other planets going in at least 30 seconds, then you are clearly inadequate in your fire building skills. Let's just say that whenever we did a campfire, people on Neptune said the beacons are lit. That's pretty much what it is. And then somebody on Jupiter said, so where was Mars when the Westfold fell? Let's a couple more lights here, and then we'll come in there with some more, perhaps even some more gray. But I think we could use a couple of lights right. Oh, so Stila, I know you got the Lord of the Rings books there. Now, how far have you advanced through the Lord of the Rings books? Let's do some lights down here too. Maybe a little bit on that bone right there. Yep, that does it. Perhaps let's bring out a little claw texture on here. Boy, I tell you, these it's weird with these Schmabel brushes because it can be, some of them can be fantastic and some of them are just a little less fantastic. They tend to wear down pretty quick. the good thing, I suppose, is when they do wear down, it actually is a bit of an advantage. They actually become a finer brush as they wear down. Nosferatu has to go to sleep because he got to get really up early. So, folks, Nosferatu is going to be streaming well, actually, Nosferatu, tell folks when you're going to be streaming on Sunday. And he's going to be streaming Sunday morning. And, folks, be sure to give Nosferatu a follow so that you can be there Sunday when he streams. Now, look at this. Plenty of lights and darks. Or even starting to get some of those back here. Starting to get some back here. Here, let's bring back our color now and really just check out on his face. Well, you can't see my cursor sitting there. Look at his face and look at all the crazy colors that are already in his face there. Yes, some of those, the reds and the purples and such. So 7 Eastern, 6 in the morning Central Time. Be there, folks, or be square. See, Prison Mike's first Tolkien book was Silmarillion. I had no idea what I was reading. So apparently I was given the Silmarillion on CDs or DVD. Yeah, on CDs. So I will try to play those. I don't actually have a CD player in the area where I would be able to play those. I think I just have to buy one of those, believe it or not. Because none of the, well, either that or I can buy a CD player that I can plug into the computer or something like that via USB. I think I would almost rather do that. Here, let's just bring in a couple of darks here now for this is more than a log. That's pretty much a tree right there. That's basically a tree, I think, at this point. I'm going to go over here to our Prussian blue. See if we can put just a smidge of reflected light on the bottom of his beard here. Not much. Not much. Just a little bit there and a little bit of reflected light there. So this is a little bit like those, remember those flat metal surfaces we were just talking about? Well, it's kind of the same exact approach that I would use. Pretty much the same approach. So I think I'll try to get that going. Now, I don't really have any second age armies or anything like that, so we won't be doing any second age Middle Earth SBG. Apparently, I still have to, I guess, get the Hobbit book because stuff like the Iron Hill Dwarves, those are in the Hobbit. Yeah, well, I guess Vale or Dale, Mirkwood, Iron Hills, all that stuff is in the Hobbit source book, so guess I'm going to have to get me that. I know I have the campaign books in PDF form. Maybe I do have the Hobbit in PDF form. I will double check. It would be great if I did. See that? Couple little darks there on his arm. You know what? Speaking of dark, I might just come back in here with a few darks. Sometimes simplifying. Sometimes when in doubt, we simplify. We're also going to take some of this umber over here. Wow, see, the umber can cover. It really can. That is basically really thin down umber. Yet it still covers. You can. It's a sneaky color. It's just almost as sneaky as cobalt blue. Because it just, when you look at it on the palette, it doesn't seem like very much. You get it on the miniature, and all of a sudden you go, wow, that color's got some punch to it. It can really surprise you. I'll go back to some indigo here. And we're just going to have to start making our own little finger steeples here. I just grab the base here, right, and I'm just gonna essentially make a little bit of a maul stick out of my thumb. We'll get ourselves some nice cracks maybe painted up here on our stone half. Like so. Yeah, that looks, there we go. That's a bit more broken up there. What about up here? You know what? I'm gonna do a bit more of this over here, especially before I start painting some more stuff on his giant tree in his hand here. Let's bring you up this way. Ah, yeah, another little crack to bring over this way too. Sneaky. There's one over there. So the indigo and the Van Dyke brown, that in combination, it's actually going to be darker than black. It's sort of in the same way that your something like the cadmium scarlet, which does not look terribly light on the palette because of its intensity, looks different on the miniature itself. That's kind of the same thing that happens with your darker colors here. And we need to do something with these knuckles here. Where's my, I'll just let a little bit of the Prussian blue get onto here. Leave it to a Prussian to even replicate some stone colors, not just metal, sometimes stone. I'm going to see if I can't bring up a couple of lights over here too and maybe come back in with, I'll go, yeah, let's go a little bit lighter. This is not pure white by any stretch of the imagination here. But I would like to make sure that it looks very much like little cracks in the stone here. Oh yeah, we could probably highlight this some more too. Yeah, let's really get that surface lightened up. Blending brush time. So this is, we just don't need any layers here because I just took that much lighter color, put it in place, spread it around, boom, done. That's it. That's all it took. Let's lighten this side of where that little crack is there. Like so. Ah, same up here. And there. I might play around with here, see if we can do this. The little white highlight on his eye. Let's get a little bit less of the paint on there. Ah, we did it on that one. That one's good to go now. Let's see if we can do this on Stoner over here. Let's see. My poor free folk giants need to get painted. And Valfera has to go take off there. So Valfera, thanks for hanging out. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you on Monday. Hopefully we'll see you on Monday. Where's our, speaking of, I've got two of those. Let me see if I can actually find him here. Ah, here he is. Well, here's one of them anyways. So I got two of these on YouTube. Now it's in acrylics. I do actually have one more of these guys, and I'd like to paint him in oils. So actually I've got a couple of the free folk giants here, and It goes through the whole painting process, even the adding the snow and such to the base. So yeah, there's two of these guys on the YouTube channel, and that's just James Wapple on YouTube. So just go look for Free Folk uh, Savage Giants, right? That's what they called them. They don't look terribly giant compared to this Atten here, do they? It looks more like a savage hobbit by comparison. Let's bring out these cracks just a smidge more. This and oh, we won't. Don't want to get down. I think I can actually mess around with stuff down here. It's not like I don't think my finger is going to be touching much of any of this stuff, so I think it's pretty safe to get down here and work on some things. Yeah, what the heck? Why not? Get some lights up here. I mean, nothing here has been touched pretty much since the original pre-glaze. Yeah, I think it goes all the way back to the pre-glaze, 4 hours. Oh yeah, and by the way, all of this stuff, everything that we painted in here, well, actually less than 4 hours and 29 minutes because I actually ate something. Heaven forbid I actually ate something. So yeah, you can subtract, but well, between all the other stuff too, probably about 10 minutes from that. Between all of the other stuff at the beginning, and of course, we got raided by Reaper right at the start. So that also kind of caused some delays with all the introductions and such. Look at this. See, that's broken up now. Looks more like a cracked stone there. Yeah. Look at that. There we go. And we're going to come up in here just like we might with something that could be more of a non-metallic. We're going to throw some of our darker colors here. What are we going to do? We're just going to take our blending brush and scumble those into a nice blend, huh? Right? Why don't we do the same thing with this piece? And away it goes. Yeah, something tells me that people would like to be able to do that. I think that could be handy. Okay, John, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Yeah, this is the really big giant figure, the Etten that we've been talking about for weeks. Yeah, we're getting down to this guy here. Look at that big old Etten here. Having some fun. We mostly painted on the forest side of him. Now we're getting over to the stone side. So we're gonna have to swing back around here to make sure we get his hand as well. But we're kind of marching around our figure here, getting done what we can. How's about some more dark right over here? Yeah, Prison Mike. I think I did. Yeah, I did 2 of those, or did I do 3? There's probably. Oh my goodness! And this doesn't even count the Patreon ones. But there's gotta be. Well, if you do count the Patreon ones, there's well over 120 hours, I think, worth of Song of Ice and Fire painting stuff on the YouTube channel, if you count the Patreon ones. In fact, we just added some more because we just started the new series. This is what the Relor Faithful right here for Song of Ice and Fire. So this is the new Patreon series that we've got going here. We're doing some multi-basing, but also just doing them on a regular basis too. So yeah, a little bit of multi-basing here on your Relor. I think that's what they're called, right? Relor Faithful. And that's a brand new series. I just put that up on the Patreon page. Gosh, 2 days ago, maybe something like that. But it all depends on if they send me the stuff. because there was a point where Dark Sword was sending me the stuff, but they weren't getting the stuff from Cool Mini, so Dark Sword didn't have the stuff to send to me. I have the stuff that Cool Mini sent here the last round, but I haven't heard from them. Oh my goodness. Well, since certain people left the company, they were the ones who were sending me stuff, and I have not heard any peeps out of them since, unfortunately. Oh, the dragons. I think you saw the dragons, right? That we painted here. Yeah, we painted all of the Where the heck are they? There they are. That was a commission, though. That wasn't something that Cool Mini sent. Those were commission things there. But actually, I think the Daenerys is broken out onto YouTube there. Yeah, we got Drago and I think I had to come up with names of them. I think there was Doug, Jesse, and who else? We just gave them our own little names. Here, we'll make sure we get plenty of the wee little cracks in there, and then come back in with some. Well, hey, Grey Wolf Studio, nice to see ya. Holy smokes, they would come out in November. Well, actually, no. Believe it or not, that is a zero surprise. That is a zero level surprise for me. That is because, like you say, if it's Cool Mini, a 5 month delay is just Tuesday. I mean, that's literally, that is another day that ends in Y. So why am I not surprised? Heck, have the dragons even come out yet? I don't even know. I just kind of, unfortunately, what I have is what I have, and when that stuff runs out, there won't be any more. Because, well, it would be different if I could do solo battle reports. That would be different if it was possible. And sadly, the thing that actually is one of my favorite aspects of the game is what makes it impossible to do solo battle reports. It's the cards. It's my favorite part, that whole secret nature of the cards and everything. So, yeah, sadly, no way to really do that. I wish it would be that way, because I would do solo battle reports, and that would make it a more viable thing for me. So, Grey Wolf Studio, I hope that you're doing well. It's been fun. The printing, despite a little bit of a scare last night, continues to go well. Continues to go well, and this has been really fun here. This has been a lot of fun. This is from RM Printable Terrain. You remember those trolls that we did, like Mr. Giggles here and such? Actually, we haven't compared Mr. Giggles size-wise here. So even, yeah, he's about twice, almost twice as tall as Mr. Giggles there. Oh, well, Laminess, there was a crazy thing where one of the support platforms came off and it was still sitting in the vat. Obviously, there was no way to see that. I just went to, as usual, start up the next round of printing, and all I heard was this very loud noise coming from the printer. And I cleaned it out, actually. I didn't empty out the vat because, well, I didn't think there was something sitting in the vat because there was no failure. At least not that I could see. There was no failure whatsoever because I cleaned the thing off. Because that's why I don't just start the next print right away. I clean off the miniature just to make sure there's no failure. But there was a piece sitting in the vat, and obviously, well, it almost tried to push it right through the vat. Let's see, a few miniature games like one-page rules have AI rules. Yeah, Bithron, you know what? I found that. I think I found that on accident. I did a Google search, something like AI systems for tabletop games, and that came up. I think there might have even been one for, but I think some of them are not necessarily all publicly available or something. It was a while ago. It was probably 4 weeks ago or something. Maybe more like 7 or 8 weeks ago. So I don't remember exactly what happened, but I don't think I was able to find a couple of games. I just couldn't find solo play systems for that. I think maybe that was the search parameter that I used. And I think what was it called? One page rules. Yeah, I think that came up. Yeah, Grey Wolf Studio. This thing is massive. Well, speaking of Song of Ice and Fire, there's a Savage Giant, which is more like a Savage Halfling, pretty much. And there's there's our Rohirrim right there. Oh, that is just hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Where's, oh, it's, never mind. I was looking for this brush and yeah, it was behind my ear. I did my own little magic trick with it. Here, let's darken this down a smidge so that his sack comes forward a little bit. Bonus benefit for more transparent resin. Actually, Luminous, that was the resin that I was using, but it was kind of invisible because the vat was the vat was basically full, right? Because I had just filled it before that print. So yeah, this thing was paper, literally, I mean, it was maybe that thick right there, but obviously that's all it takes. That's how thick it was. So that was, and the amount of, I probably had what, about maybe that much resin in the vat. So yeah, I wasn't going to see something like that, unfortunately, with about that much resin in the vat. Well, Bithron, it's not necessarily for Lord of the Rings, fortunately. But yeah, something like the Song of Ice and Fire thing, it's just let's put it this way. I pretty much only have time for doing the Lord of the Rings stuff. Oh, and now that I have the War of the Ring board game, I would much rather be doing that, which guess what? Also would need that same AI because guess what? It has cards. It has action cards, character cards, and stuff. So, yeah, hopefully one page has something. I know there was it's like a randomizer for things like cards. It wouldn't work for Song of Ice and Fire, unfortunately, because there's also secret missions and off-board stuff that happens. Yeah, unfortunately, Song of Ice and Fire is almost pretty much impossible to do a solo game of. I suppose you could, I don't know if Tabletop Simulator works that way, where you could just sort of move the stuff around on the table and let that be the AI. You do your stuff and you let the Tabletop Simulator be the AI. Don't know if it works that way. Because I asked people about the Tabletop Simulator, but they said, well, it's really more designed for playing somebody else online, obviously. I mean, maybe it would work. Maybe it would work. But it's not an AI. So yeah, that's again, I am more than content. Besides, we're creating our own game for Middle Earth now. We're basically Middle Earth at sea. Yes, it's gonna be the most swashbuckling game of the year. Middle Earth at sea. The game that we can never release because it would be sort of illegal. So we'll just have fun. We'll just make up our own game and we'll play it on the YouTube channel, or maybe even stream it live. I don't know. But that would be really interesting. We make our own miniatures of Corsair ships and Elf ships and Gondor ships, especially some Dol Amroth, of course. We could have little halfling rowboats out there. Avocado Kids claims to be Middle Earth. Oh, Avocado Kids. Oh, here's a harmonica challenge for you. Here's a harmonica challenge. Can you do a blues version of the Shire song that they play? Oh my God, now that would be hilarious. A blues version of the Shire song played on the harmonica. Of course, that would get Avocado Kid's channel shut down in about 2 seconds because, like, literally the Eagles would come flying to Avocado Kid's house and shut down his internet. But it would be fun while it lasted. Yes, the Eagles would come storming into Avocado Kid's house. They'd turn off his Wi-Fi. They confiscate his camera. Well, Avocado Kid's well, at least he's hollow, so he wouldn't be too heavy to ship. I mean, seriously, he's hollow on the inside, so actually he wouldn't weigh as much. I do want to give first dibs though to RM Printable Terrain because he might need maybe he could use this for his Kickstarter or something like that. But I'll let you know. But at least it wouldn't be super heavy to ship. It probably wouldn't be that much heavier than those Reaper figures being all metal. Oh, and yes, by the way, I can actually maybe think about painting his hand here. Oh, let's do our crazy green. Let's do our crazy green where we take cadmium yellow, mix it with black, and do the crazy green right here. Oh, see, now Prison Mike says that the ring rates would find you. Prison Mike says that the ring rates would find Avocado Kids, and who knows what might happen. So the Avocado Kids has to do a bluesy version of the Hobbit song. And that would pretty much that could be a real TOS lightning rod right there. Ooh, you know what? I'm going to take some of the cadmium yellow light and we'll mix that again with the ivory black to make a very interesting little green right here. Because I'm thinking maybe this little root right here, whatever, that could maybe be darker versus some light skin tone next to it, maybe. And just for the heck of it here, I'm just going to go, well, very much lighter here. Not going to screw around with layers. What the heck? Why would I want to do that when I could just come in here with the, oh, look at this. It's another one of our Schmeeble brushes here. Oh, if it's your music, you can do remakes. Oh, that's right, because you have your cover. So it's okay if the words are the same, but you kind of put your own spin on that, your own melody on that, accents on different syllables and all that kind of stuff, and it becomes more of your own. Well, that's pretty cool if that's the case. The IP loyals are way scarier than ring rates. If I know, okay, yep, Avocado Kids, I will let you know. Smeagol's Precious, there you go. You know what? Let's hit that later too. What the heck? Let's just go crazy here with some lighter yellows and such on that. But that's kind of, I'm glad that you can at least be able to do some like a little take on it of your own like that. That's kind of neat. Glad that you can do something like that. Here we go. Let's pop in some. There we go. More of our lights there, and I think we already got our Egyptian violet down here, which means all I have to do. Yep, that's what I thought. All I gotta do is just drag that brush down there, and all of a sudden it mixes with the Egyptian violet. So see, we're getting some different colors down here on the ends of his hands. This is the palette, right? The miniature becomes the palette. We say that all the time. We're going to keep saying it all the time. Because it really is. It is very much true. Do I want to do something with the... What do we do for the fingers there? Well, let's maybe take some of this green right here and... Oh, what the heck. We'll make those a smidge lighter here. Like this. Oh gosh, we got this too. Let's see if we can maybe get a couple of ridge lines going in the nails here. We're just very much a wet into wet kind of a thing here. I mean, it's all obviously wet into wet, but here, really wet into wet. But now I gotta thin this down. If I'm gonna go any more with this, better thin this down like crazy. Yeah. This is why we left the ends of the fingers be a little darker so that this might show up a bit even more for whatever reason. Just thought it might be interesting. Thought this could be really interesting to have these kind of lighter fingernail colors here out on the end of these much darker fingers. See, how does it, see, it kind of contrasts with this hand a little bit more there. That's good. Always looking for contrast. Might even just try to get the rest of the red here onto the... So Fanchon red, got a little bit of our Egyptian violet there, and you can see that's very much a dry brush there. This is how we're able to get stuff to cover, because we don't have too much paint there all in one spot. Okay, the lighter spots in here, and again, it's all got to be kind of like one brush stroke. And it was also thinned down, right? We thinned it down. Thin paint sticks over the thicker paint, and that's what's happening right there. Let's there we go. Do we have any more? Oh, these. Ah, there's one more over here. So we'll just let that sit there, because I might still have to stick my finger on top of those again. So let's not mess around too much with that. I'm going to go back to doing some glazes here. I think some darker glazes there. Oh, we'll just start out maybe a little bit of our Van Dyke brown here. Yep, and that is practically, oh gosh, 94% thinner right there as I look at that. All right, we'll bring out this a bit more too. Oh, let's get the back of this. How's about some asphaltum? A little bit of asphaltum glaze in there to so change up that color. There's an awful lot of greens sitting over here. Change that up a bit. Although, where's my Egyptian violet over here? I'm going to also grab some of that too. Oh, that is dark. I mean, that's great. No problem there. But boy, that Egyptian violet just hit that, and it's like, wow, that's dark. It is one heck of a fantastic shading color for sure. That's why it's a staining color and all that good stuff. Think we could probably use some of our Terra Rosa over there. Now it's mixed with our Egyptian violet, and that's going to create a real interesting color. It's kind of a neat little color right over there. Where's the... There we are. Almost headed right into the Fanchon red. Wow, look at this. This is... There we go. Think we'll even bring some of that onto this root here. We don't want to just... don't want too much green, don't want too much brown. We want to get ourselves a nice variety here. There's our cadmium yellow deep. We'll mix that with our umber here and get some of our shelf fungus. All that stuff mixing very nice. Some of it much more of a glaze, some of it practically dry brushed on. It's requires several different approaches with the oils. And it'll depend on the paint color, right? If you've got something very opaque like this, well, it will act a little bit differently than, say, something like your umber. It's more of a transparent type color, or especially magentas. With the oils, your lighter colors, well, they tend to be your opaque ones. That's what's going to cover. Darker colors, as intense as they are, they also tend to be more translucent, not going to cover, well, they can, they just don't cover in the same way. You have to think about them a little bit differently. With the acrylics, obviously lots of layering, right? Some folks, they start out darker and they layer lighter, or they go the other way, they start out really light and kind of glaze in such darker. There's no set way with the oils. You don't have to go dark to light. You don't have to go light to dark. It's any way you want. But layering is really not the thing. I mean, you can. It kind of is avoiding the best advantage of the oils, which is to not have to layer and just being able to mix things literally right there on the miniature. So I kind of suggest giving that a try, letting the miniature be your palette. I mean, like this right here, that color is mixing with a whole variety, like Egyptian violet and all other kinds of darker colors in there. So a really interesting gray that I couldn't have really mixed that. I mean, I could have mixed it up myself, I suppose, but I didn't have to mix it up. It just kind of happens. There's some of these wild color combos here. They're just literally happening all by themselves. Oh, thanks, True Sausage. So yeah, we got our stone ettin here, and we've got our wood ettin here. We're starting to get into things like the shrooms up here, just because we're almost, I don't want to say we're done with the face or whatever, but I think I need to see what these shrooms are going to be like to compare it to his face there. We're working on the log over here. We're getting our stone half of the ettin. Also more work down here too. Let's see. Yes, there was yeah, well, there's always something, some kind of a ring wraith attack. Actually, that was the thing that successfully printed out last night, was some of those Duval games. I guess they're ring wraiths. Yeah, I guess they're ring wraiths. And I was happy to see that those printed out successful. Well, at least they looked like they did. I mean, there could be some minute failure here and there, something like that. Nothing that was obvious that I could see. And, well, actually, the goblins are done. They actually did print. Obviously, there's nothing I can do with them right now. After we're done here, among the many things I'll have to do tonight is get those things off of that build plate and wash them off and then see how they turned out. Again, they don't have to be perfect. All they are is just some goblins. Even if there are some failures on there, I can either sculpt over that or just use them as raw material for other conversions. Yeah, True Sausage, thanks. That we're also trying to sort of pay homage to Mr. Giggles here with his fun guy. Yeah, we're doing that, right? I think we're going to also add some more of our white areas on there too, I think. We should probably do something like that. Also thinking about, let's get some more of our, let's get some more dark in here. That's our asphaltum. Actually, there's a little bit of Egyptian violet in there even. Let's see. Why don't we? Yeah, there's still pre-glaze down there that it's mixing with, which is really, that is just so fun to think that it's still mixing with pre-glaze even at this point. But remember our one lizard, I think it was this guy here. See if we can actually get him down here. Remember, this was interesting because the pre-glaze, we hadn't touched it in probably 6 hours. And while the pre-glaze was still wet, we were able to do much more of our dry brushy technique on this thing. That is why I always say work on tons of figures at once. It's the best way to take advantage of the oils is to work on a bunch of figures all at the same time. Yep, people liken well, they liken themselves to comedians, don't they? They liken themselves to a comedian. Here, let's maybe darken down his foot a smidge more here. Yeah, like so. We haven't gotten much in the way of color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. Let's start to get some greens and such down here as well. You know, actually, Stila, this permanent green light or whatever, the Winton stuff. This actually reminds me of the not the Gamma, the Holbein paints. The Holbein paints remind. That's what the Wintons remind me of. Which I'm sure any real serious fan of Holbein, they would not be happy to hear me say that. And he wouldn't be super happy whatsoever. Well, yeah, let's get some of this green over here too. Why not? Maybe even some of it on these guys. Just a hint of it there. Yeah, that's what we're lacking down here. Yeah, let's bring down a little more of our green here. Let's see. Yeah, True Sausage. This thing is it's not the largest thing I ever painted. Anything like that. We've certainly painted larger things than this. Potentially, actually, technically, even on stream, this is probably still not the largest thing that was painted on stream. But it is definitely, as far as miniatures go, it's the biggest miniature painted on stream. That's I've never painted an Etten before, and I know there's the classic Reaper Etten, which is it's barely the size of his head. I mean, that's how big the Reaper Etten is by comparison. It's more like a Reaper half Etten, half Halfling by comparison. Oh yeah, see, I'm liking the bright greens down here. I think I'll also maybe emphasize a little bit more of some of the purples down there. Yeah, we could do that. Liking these really bright greens down here. Originally, not what I was thinking of doing, but there's enough going on, and also the bright red mushrooms here should probably do us good for drawing the. Well, look, you got red versus green, right? That should naturally draw your face up there or your eyeballs up there. White Wolf Ranger, thanks for the lurk and such. Hopefully, you've been having yourself a good Saturday. It is Saturday, right? Yeah, I think it is. I don't know if it's still trying to recover from Repo Virtual Expo. There, all those days in a row of streaming. I have no idea what the heck day it is anymore. I just kind of pretty much lose track of what day it is all the time. I'm gonna get in with some more lights here too. So already Sunday for White Wolf Ranger. It's still 9:49 p.m. here. Well, let's see if it's 9:49 here. So most places in Europe, let's see, it's got to be about 3:49 in the morning or something like that, maybe. 2:49, 3:49 in Australia. Let's see if it's 9:49 here. It's probably 12:49, maybe 1:49 in the afternoon in Melbourne, something like that. I could be wrong. Yeah, that's kind of fun actually having that lighter green down there. Not quite sure what we're going to do with the toenails here yet. We'll just throw something on there. But now, oh, look at that. That just turned a weird color of gray. That was actually Egyptian violet. Some of the brilliant yellow pale hit it and just kind of turned a little bit gray. That's just fine. Yellow and purple can be a very interesting little combo. Again, if you're looking for some kind of a grayish thing, something muted. Nothing like taking some opposites and combining them together. And we'll just, yeah, I wanted to bring this thing up to speed with the other leg over there. What's going on with this thing? I like the idea of the end of that being lighter on this hide here. I'll keep going with this. And we'll bring out some of this hide texture a little bit more. I like to have it sort of change colors and values. Oh, we're also got to start working on some of the wood over here. I think that's his modesty logs right there. You know what? I'm going to actually go all the way over some of that white even. Just for the heck of it here. And then let's see what we can do with these. Well, we haven't really messed with this pretty much since right after the pre-glaze. So I think it's been a good almost 4 hours since we last messed with this stuff. So that should be pretty well set, right? It's not going to be dry or anything like that. But paint should go over. See, paint's going over this really easy. Look at how easy paint goes over the top of this. Why? Because we've let this set. So it's like bread in the proving drawer. We always use that little analogy there. Look at this, yeah. Again, the paint underneath is not dry. However, big advantage here because it covers nice and easy. Here, it might be a little bit on the lighter side there. But now let's bring ourselves out a little smidge more texture in some of the wood here. Always talking about the gray, right? Less brown with the wood and just more gray. Do something with our rope here and then go up here to get this gray. Can you see what we're doing? I think you can. And we'll kind of simulate some texture up here. There's nothing there. We're just going to simulate something there. Like so. Yeah, that's also I think gonna help with the wood. Or set that back just a bit. That's a little bit of edge contrast there. Oh yeah, the wood here. Let's not make that too light. But I still got that pre-glaze there that I can blend with. That's why I got, there's a whole bunch of paint on the brush itself. Had to go get some fresh color on there. And obviously this wood right here it's clearly been around for a while. That's why I'm thinking more along the lines of gray, a little less of the brown, more of the gray. Where's my green here? Let's get some kind of green working into this. That's basically a greenish gray right now. So this wood really looks like wood that's been kind of sitting out there in the forest for a while, really decaying. Can you see what we're doing here? I think maybe I'll hold him this way. Yeah, you can see a little bit more of it if I do it that way. So after, well, after when the lights are off and the camera's on, I'm gonna have to go back in and do lots of other touch-up things on this, just because my lights are virtually, I'm almost painting this thing by candlelight. That's how dark it is here, just to make the camera view a little bit better. Which means there's a whole lot of crevices and stuff like that that I'll have to just kind of go back and find when my lights are on, because just as a little example here, let's see what my magnifier light does. Boom. Yeah, so we don't want to burn things out quite that bad with the regular magnifier light. Bitter brush returns. Bitter brush, how are you doing? Hope that you're having yourself a sensational weekend here. I hope you got yourself some good plans for a Sunday. Something fun, or at least just something nice and relaxed, even if it's just going to be a chill out kind of a day. Armored Wolf and I, we can understand why you people would want to chill out. We would love to have one of those. We are unfamiliar with that concept, but we can definitely appreciate how nice it could be. Now, look at that nice rich dark in there. That's the Van Dyke brown. And that's a color that technically is a semi-translucent, and it's almost thin to probably, gosh, 30% maybe of the original paint thickness, might, if that much, maybe more like 20%. And yet, what it's dragged over here, it covers that. Why? Because I'm basically just doing one brush stroke. Guess what? I go back, I get some more. I do another brush stroke. I go back, I get some more. If I just keep doing this, this, and this, well, it's just going to blend with what's already on here, which is fabulous if that's what your intent is. It's less fabulous if that's not what your intent is. So you'll want to just you have to kind of stop yourself from that acrylic thing of the endless brushstroke. Well, actually, it would be good even to not do that even with acrylics. It would be better to just be more direct and a little less of the Morse code on the miniature. Divorced uncle, how are you doing? And thanks so much. This has really been fun here. I thought it would be a neat thing to work on, just nice and huge and really some unique features, right? Some really fun, unique features on this. It's definitely turned out to be really fun. Really been a blast here. This is one that would, I don't know, maybe I have to paint this one again as part of maybe a tutorial video series or something like that. Because it's definitely been fun. So we just threw out some paint there. Here's the blending brush. Oh, look at what happens. Look at that. Look at what that does. We're going to take our lighter colors here. And just basically kind of create a little bit of rock texture. It might not necessarily be there. We'll just make some there. Well, at least some rock color there for sure. Lighten this up too. We'll lighten this up. Yeah. So divorced uncle, we're using, here, let's grab. So these are actually just your traditional, let me see if I can make sure if I can actually find the actual Terra Rosa for you here, because that would be nice to actually compare those for you. That is brown matter, not Terra Rosa. Here, let's see if I can find it. Is that Terra Rosa there? Nope. But anyway, we're using our regular oil paints right there. And we throw them in a blister pack like so with some of our high quality thinner. And then they end up about the consistency of miniature paint here. So I put these in my own little jars. Looks like Kathy's heading off to sleep here. Hopefully she had fun playing her game with everybody. And good night to Kathy. And we use oils, well, for all of our miniatures here, whether they're obviously much smaller, say like our Rohirrim here. Look, this is like, why are you guys riding little dogs? They're riding little dogs. They're not dogs, they're horses. So thanks, divorced uncle. Now, this is actually part of a series of figures from RM Printable Terrain. These are STL files. And you can go back and watch these guys. These are also painted on the stream here. So you can go back and watch all of these being painted right here. Let's see. So, yep. Like here's Mr. Giggles. So for a little size comparison there, yes, that is they're big. The Etten is very, very big. Yeah, divorced uncle. That one. What do we call? Oh, we call him. We call him Mr. Giggles because he's a fun guy and everyone likens him. So I think that's what he is. And again, the trolls are from RM Printable Terrain. Divorced Uncle, you could use these for a game. You could use them for Dungeons and Dragons or role-playing games, right? You could use these for, well, I suppose you could use this instead of, say, one of the really big GW giants or something like that. You could just substitute this guy right here. I think you could certainly do that. For me, I some of the figures, well, actually, most of the figures that I paint are commission figures. They are destined to be used in some tabletop uh, skirmish games. Now, sometimes I do things like busts here. So this is one that I painted here, but I also do my own sculpting. So here is a portrait bust that I sculpted and then painted. So this was very fun. And yeah, well, actually, she is, I guess, well, maybe 1/6 scale, something like that. Maybe 1/6 scale. As I said, yeah, you could use these things for, I'm sure, all different kinds of purposes. And some folks, they just collect them. That's all they do is they just collect them. They're not actually trying to play a game with them or anything like that. It's just they just want to collect them. Divorced Uncle, it's been really fun to do my own sculpt. Now, sometimes it's more of a conversion type of a thing. So so stuff like those Rohan that you saw, and again, this is another one that was converted right here. So I sculpted all the robes and the armor and such on the character there. But we also do some scratch sculpting. So this is the Great Beast of Golgoroth right here. This is sculpted 100% from scratch, out of tin foil, Sculpey clay, epoxy sculpt. And Trashorama wants to see, there was a bit of sculpting in this army. In fact, yeah, tons of sculpting there. Here, let's get to our Tomb King's army. Let's get to that here real quick. Tomb King, there we go. So this is not actually the entire army here, but huge portions of this were either sculpted from scratch or massively converted like these guys. Yes, because they don't come like that. They do not have that barding. That is all stuff that I sculpted. That howdah, that's not the howdah for that. I actually made that from scratch myself. And then we've got some other stuff from all the stuff here on this top level. All those sphinxes, the carrion birds, the colossus here on the right, the Hyrotitan on the left. All of that, the catapult, all of that was sculpted from scratch, as were all of these things. So I will be painting the Great Beast of Golgoroth. Oh, thanks, Divorced Uncle. Here's another little example that we like to show here. So we need him, and we need him. So this is a Prince Imrahil conversion right here. You can see all the green stuff is things that we sculpted. There's that exact same horse again, which we used for a Boromir conversion, except we added the shield, the cloak, gave him a different head, changed his armor around, gave him a banner. And here's that same horse again, except you see one of those Tomb King's legs, see a little skelly friend for him there, converted into Army of the Dead. We gave him a cloak there. So pretty much the same horse, but done three very different ways. Three very different ways. Well, let's just say it's a lot of fun for me. It's way more fun. It's more practical, and it is also vastly less expensive, which are all really handy things. Oh, thanks, Divorced Uncle. So you can go back and watch all of those streams. The channel here is almost like a YouTube channel. You can go back and watch all of the sculpting stuff. Let's see, what was the most recent thing that we have been sculpting are some eagles here. Where's my eagles? So here we go. We've been sculpting some eagles for Lord of the Rings, and we even have their bases that are going to go with them. So sculpting some tree bases for them. Yep, Divorced Uncle. We also do have the regular YouTube channel, of course. That's just James Wapple on YouTube. And there's many more tutorials on there, too. And we've got, well, we love our armies here. Some of it is historical, like our bold action stuff here. And then some of it is more of a fantasy type nature here, like the Muses of Delphi. And here's some more of our Dark Sword stuff. Love the Dark Sword miniatures. And then some of our more recent things here. Here, let's grab our dragons. Speaking of big monsters, this Chimera was pretty darn huge. It's about as big as this guy. It's about as big as this guy. And then our Witch King. And of course our Moria army. And if you want to get a little bit cooler, well, let's get down to our Khainite Shadowstalkers here. And we also do some sci-fi things, like our Mandalorians. Well, I'm glad that it's nice and chill for you, divorced uncle. For me, well, the oil painting is very relaxed. The sculpting is especially relaxed. I really love the sculpting. It's just a nice way for me to kind of kick back and relax. And I think other folks really kind of enjoy that too. It's pretty relaxing for them. All right, it's time, I think, to start to think about making these guys lighter in some places. And as you can see, we let that paint sit there for a while, right? It's been a long time since we last put the red on these little shrooms right here. And guess what? We're not even going to mess with this right away. I'll let that sit there. And then we'll come back and we'll do our blending brush thing, right? But not right away. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. Don't be hasty. There we go. We'll just let that stuff sit there. We got plenty of other things we can do on this guy. How's about a little fanchon red mixed with some black? Ah, some very rich darks in here. Look at this. Yeah, I think that's what this could also use. This could use some darks over here. Why not? Yeah. Prison Mike, thank you so much. I'll shoot you that email there, and it'll just be all the links again, because well, that way you don't have to hunt down old ones and stuff, right? It could be a little bit handier having them all in one place. But thanks again for the subscription there. The Patreon page, that's what pays the mortgage and this electric bill to let us be able to stream here. So it is always appreciated when folks sign up for that. Prison Mike, the basing is just wow. I have to say it's almost my favorite part of miniatures. I know that there's a bunch of folks that they are just not really interested in basing at all, but I mean, it doesn't take much, right, to do here. Where's our three miniatures that we always have here? This is the same exact style of basing. It's literally the same exact thing. It's a sheet of Sculpey clay that's been baked, put on a piece of tile, right? Paint it three different ways, three very different bases. The base is done almost exactly the same. We just painted it a little bit different. And Tam Midnight comes in hot with a whole bunch of gift subs. Thank you, Tam Midnight. Here, I'm going to get me some of this too. Yes, I am. Look at that. It's going to drop right in there. Thank you very much.
So say we all.
Thank you very much. It's always tough, White Ranger, because there's true scale and heroic scale. So some, like Lord of the Rings, they're more like 25 millimeter true scale, and then other stuff is 28 millimeter heroic scale, like bolt action. So it gets a little bit tricky because, well, I use 1/48 scale vehicles in bolt action. People say, that's too big, it's too big.
So say we all.
Well, if 1/48 scale vehicles are too big, then why are the tank commanders that they use in their vehicles 1/48 scale? Because that tank commander, that is not the same size as these other guys. He is 1/48 scale. Because if he was 28 millimeter heroic scale, he would look like one of these Attons trying to pop out of that turret. So thank you very much, Tam Midnight. I hope that the season continues to go well. I hope that, speaking of Blood Bowl there was a little bit of Blood Bowl conversation earlier. There was a wee bit of Blood Bowl conversation before. See, now we're doing a little bit of a glazy thing right here. So thank you very much for all of those. Yeah, this Etten right here, I think he would get about 12 dice, and he would automatically have block. I don't know. Would he also have take root? Would he also have the take root trait? I'm guessing the tree men still have that. So Tam Midnight is still trying to figure out if he's gonna do you just do the star player role or not. Yeah, that whole thing of the random stuff, that's pretty crazy. So Rocky's right. That was a very generous set of gift subscriptions that Tam Midnight has distributed. And that's a way of supporting the streamer. It's kind of the same way as cheering bits and such. So that was just Tam Midnight being really generous and helping to support the channel here by passing out some gift subs. Space Nifty. Space Nifty, how you doing? This guy here is he is huge. My goodness. I mean, I knew that he was gigantic. Oh, but man, this is look at that. Oh, let's see. Working on a cloak for Space Nifty. Well, for me, having some fun with this big old guy right here and continuing to print stuff at the same time. Tomorrow we'll be filming the color test figure video on the latest Patreon series. That's going to be the faithful that you saw earlier there. The guys with all the flaming swords walking through that building. Well, it's time to do the color test figure for that. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much, Tam at Night. That is appreciated. Yeah, so that really does help out the stream. It's the reason why we've had things like the interference powders to experiment with, because all of that stuff, just like the recent stuff from Twitch, well, that all goes into getting more things for the stream. Whether that's, well, actually, I have to get a whole bunch more brushes because we've pretty much destroyed.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Pretty much destroyed nearly every brush that we have, just with all of the painting we've been doing. So thank you very much, Ritsan, for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, they want my ganja. Yeah, where's the ganja? Don't. I'll catch it. Don't worry. It's like, but you've been saying that all night. Don't worry. I'll get some for you. Say, dude, I don't think he's gonna get you that ganja. Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will. I don't think so. So, yeah, talk about talking to yourself. My goodness. Talk about talking to yourself. I'm going to try and get in a little bit of lighter color here on his hide slash furs thing here. See if we can do that. Let's see. That and my stimmy check comes this week, and I got paid. I got a raise. Well, Tam Midnight, I'm glad. Wow, that's well, you know what that means. I suppose that means some more Blood Bowl figs. That means some more Blood Bowl figs. So you should start thinking about your next Blood Bowl team. Actually, I mean, what would, if you just could say, you know, I want to just buy another Blood Bowl team? Is there a team that you would either want to try playing, or just a team that you think would look really fun? see, trash around, put in a room reservation. Yeah, well, trash, I believe they will be, they'll be doing that without us because I was not planning on doing any conventions this year. It was quite the shock yesterday to go, wait, what? What are they doing? So, yeah, that's, hopefully they're still doing some virtual stuff because I can sit here and do some virtual things for them. Now you're gonna buy some. Oh, I already started a Lizard Man team. I actually did paint up a Lizard Man team. That was actually that was one of my Patreon series. Oh yeah, that's right. We had all kinds of fun with the Green Stuff World texture rollers. Obviously using their, I think it was the Aztec theme or the Mayans. Yeah, it was maybe the Aztec theme that we used. Ah, that's good. That is good. Because, well, we can certainly sit here and do the virtual stuff. But yeah, after the 2002 experience, having basically the same thing happen twice in about a 18, 19-year period, yeah, that is definitely gonna put a little bit of a pause on something like that. And well, actually, they haven't said anything to us yet, so it's almost just like a regular ReaperCon. We've gotten no messages or anything like that, so let's see. Tamid's got to head back to his D&D session. Thank you very much, Tamid Knight. Yeah, I know we're only 5 hours and 34 minutes in, so I'm pretty sure we might be back when you're done. Yeah, sorry about that. If ReaperCon were 40 minutes away, like Adepticon is, it has a chance. Well, probably not, but it would have a chance at least. But being 900 miles away, that pretty much puts it into the whoops, not gonna happen category. That is that is in the especially with shipping being the way it is and everything else. Yeah, that is just not practical. Well, actually, thanks, Trash. I appreciate that because let's just put it this way: someone else sent me a message a couple days ago about that, and I said, "Wait, what? What are they doing?" I had no idea. Where's my quick draw? Ah, there it is. Let's get some of this out here. Let's get some of this out here. So actually, boy, this is a thing where oils just, you don't take much. This whole thing here, even I put out way, way, way more than I was actually going to need here. So we'll have to, well, we'll probably be using some of this stuff tomorrow anyways, but gee whiz. My goodness. Now, of course, these big old piles here, those will be workable for days yet. They certainly will be. Let me see if I can get some lighter stuff here on the, yeah. Now this is thicker right here. This is thicker. There we go. So see, we're getting a change in the tone of that a bit. These guys here, so less yellow, more of a white, but maybe let's do some of the other smaller spots on these two. Again, the whole idea is we want to make them look a little bit more like our fun guy, Mr. Giggles. Let's make it more like Mr. Giggles with some more of these fun little smaller dots here. Also, try not to stick my finger in anything and trying to keep that where you guys can see it. This way. Yeah, because we did that, that was a while ago. That was a little while ago we did that. Look at how that paint just sticks on there, no problem. Yeah. this is not straight up white here. We want to be able to have the option of putting in some even lighter colors over the top of this later, but for now, and it's somewhat on the thicker side even. It's not super thin. Let's go this way right here. Yeah, bring in some more dots this way. Actually, Trasher, what is your next big thing that you have to tackle now with the RVE over and everything else? Well, I guess I know what it is now. I guess I don't need to ask about that because wow, that's gonna have to go into full gear right now. Boy, there's a decent amount of shading. There's more shading than I thought there was in some of these places here. There we go. Couple of more of our lighter spots over here too. And then we'll leave it for right now, but we definitely have our homage to Mr. Giggles right here. Uh-huh. Yeah, there we go. Our fun guy who may or may not also like some pipe weed. I'm not sure. He might. I'm thinking he probably does. It's like, yeah, where's the old dude, man? What my pipe weed? He's like, dude, it's not showing up. Forget about it. All right, back to our lighter stuff. Let's see if we can do some on his face here. So I think I can get away with just, oh yeah, that's right. This is where we're sticking our finger before, our big old grubbly fingers. So I think we can maybe finish off this area a bit more now. And yes, I'm literally just sitting my hand right on
Hello,
top of
little
that.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
A contingent remainder. Thank you so much. Hello, little hobbits. Uh-oh, don't tell them about the ganja. Wait, what? Thank you so much. Let's see. Like Prison Mike says, there's always time for pipe weed. And let's make sure, folks, again, that we thank our moderator, Armored Wolf. Show him some love. Head on over to the Armored Wolf Etsy page and look at all those fantastic leather goods, metalworking, just a whole set of amazing stuff. Not just dice bags, journal covers, you name it. Oh, let's pull this over too. Yeah. There we go. Look at that. So, ooh, we'll just there we go. Just knock that down a smidge and come in here with a nice little dark of our brown and blue mixed together. So trash, I think this is 5 parts right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 5 parts. Torso, heads is one. Arm and arm. What? This is all part of it too. So that's one piece, one piece, one piece. Legs and one piece, and then the base is another piece, and you got your drain holes right there, and it's all hollow on the inside. So extra drain holes just to make sure. I have not printed anything that's hollow yet. Well, at this point, everything that I'm printing is just infantry sized. Now, some of it is horses, but we're just talking about 28 mil horses. We haven't printed anything of any, well, nothing like this yet. Although I don't know, I guess if it's hollowed out, that's not going to put the suction right and the extra weight on there. So that might just, maybe that could work. So let's see. Old mods is homage, or maybe it's old mage, which would also, well, that would be a little bit of a Gandalf thing there. I would just love to, if I could. Well, it's going to be very tricky. Okay, we gotta put our finger over on that little tiny bit of log over there and just see if we can't lighten up this a smidge more. Don't want to do too much here. And there's nothing that says, okay, after this is all dry, I mean, I can throw some glazes over the top of it. I could do acrylics over this if I wanted to once it's dry. Once the oils are dry, just like anything else, it's just paint. It makes no difference. Doesn't make any difference whatsoever. And for folks that are not familiar with the Patreon page thing, that link that was just thrown up there, when you do that Army Painter Pledge level, you are getting access to every single video that I've ever filmed in 8 years, yeah, since 2013. And it covers basing, it covers object source lighting, oils, acrylics, pretty much just about every game system. We've got 40K stuff, we got Sigmar stuff. We're just doing some multi-basing now for Song of Ice and Fire, which you can easily translate to Mantic, and a little bit of Kings of War. We've done Cruel Seas ships. I do actually have, what the heck is that? Oh, some Aeronautica planes. I do have some Aeronautica planes that I was going to do in some videos as well. I thought those could be quite interesting. Never actually painted any Aeronautica planes. Kathy has painted a bunch of Aeronautica planes. Never had the chance. Now, of course, she never played any Battlefleet Gothic, and I painted several ships for Battlefleet Gothic. Look at that. Just let that mix just a smidge here. Look at that. All of this stuff just gets so much easier, so much more relaxed. And all of that lovely, the purples and magentas, all that kind of, there's even some greens in there. That just happened. I didn't have, I mean, I tried to sort of consciously say, okay, let's see if we can't get this here and this there, but an awful lot of it was just, well, let's let those two colors come together and we'll see what we get. We're going to try and just bring in some nice bright highlights maybe here on this guy, our forest guy. Just to make sure we have the focus here. There's a lot of other stuff going on, but really, you do want to be looking at want people to be looking at the faces, right? You want to bring your center of attention over there. Oh, what about there? No, not over here. Maybe a couple of our leaves. I almost called them feathers again. When you sculpt feathers for that many hours, not that long ago, everything to you looks like a feather, apparently. Especially leaves. Might even try and lighten up that just a smidge. Soften that a little bit. Also this thing. Soften that just a little bit. And actually, this could make a very interesting bust this top part of the Eton right here, these two faces could make a really interesting bust, I think. Alright, I think we can maybe get to this little shelf fungus here. I always keep forgetting the name of the shelf fungus stuff. Armored Wolf really loves sculpting his shelf fungus. I wish I had the pictures. I don't have the miniature anymore. That one was sent off, but I actually did sculpt some of this myself by hand. That was really fun. I have to say, it was really fun sculpting the shelf fungus on just a regular old, well, tree, stick, branch, whatever you want to call it. Really love sculpting the tree stuff. Just talk about relaxing. Well, that and doing robes, which is why I'm really looking forward to some of those Lord of the Rings figures and the elves, right? And sculpting some robes on them. That should be really fun. Like I said, I don't think that's going to be this Thursday. We have other stuff to sculpt, but that could be what's on the menu for next Thursday's sculpting session is, or what would you say, adding extra details to maybe some 3D prints and possibly even some basing. Yes, maybe that's what it'll be. Not this Thursday, but maybe the Thursday after this. Could be a combo sculpt. Well, actually, technically, this last Thursday was a combination sculpting and basing. Yes, we sculpted those trees, but they were actually bases. So I'm going to call that as a combo. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I sent that one off to Gary just as cause as a 72 mil, right, for his pledge level there. I was hoping actually to have a bunch more of that because it's an artisan guild sculpt. So I thought it'd be okay. Like, okay, yeah, I can get another one of those and maybe put on a slightly different base and do the mushroom thing again. Maybe do more mushrooms or something. I'll have to send a message to Greg and see if I can get the get that file again to print myself or whatever. And hopefully maybe get it to print because that was definitely, I'm a little leery about printing the Artisan Guild stuff now. Realizing that those were the ones that were kind of blowing up the printer the most. And then just talking to Steela and some other folks. There's actually a couple of other of the Artisan Guilds, like the Medusa one, that got sent out to Gary. And I think one or two other ones just as the 72 mils. Yeah, I don't think I have any pictures of that to show people here. I have pictures of it on Instagram. Yeah, I have the pictures of that on Instagram, but I don't think I have pictures of that to show people here. So I'll have to make sure I get that. So look at that. Doesn't take much time to get that stuff going, does it? Here, there's a couple of more of the shelf funguses. Well, the other thing too, actually, Armored Wolf. I was thinking of doing the shelf fungus on here as well. So I was actually thinking of doing that here because it's another way of hiding the supports for the eagle, right? So I was thinking of doing some shelf fungus on that. I mean, hey, I sculpted a big old tree. Why shouldn't I be able to sculpt some shelf fungus on it? I think I should be able to. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I was bummed to see that would go. That was kind of a weird favorite of mine. I think because it was one of the first oil. You know what? That was probably one of the first things we painted in oils on the stream here. That wasn't, that was definitely one of the very first oil painting. That's why I was kind of hoping to hang on to that just for nostalgia regions. What am I talking about there? Reasons. Nostalgia. That's me with the word crafting, baby. You don't get wordsmithing like that on just every channel, which is probably good. That might just be a good thing. I think we've got that developed pretty well now. Goes with his face, yeah. A little bit of oranges in there, still some greens. Still some green. The orange kind of acts as a transition into these guys over here. Maybe we should get some light color on the bottoms of these. Oh, there's actually, I think he actually has an ear. Think he might just have an ear. Let's get maybe a little bit of bark going onto that. Yeah, armored wolf. I just remember the shelf mushrooms belong on everything. Yeah, well, geez, armored wolf. I mean, we practically have them growing out of the sidewalk here. It doesn't get much more urban than this. Trees got mushrooms all over them. Yards got mushrooms on them. Sidewalk has mushrooms on it. And that's in a super heavy urban environment, right? Where it's just basically just concrete for the most part. Just think about an actual wooded area, what that should be. Now this almost has a little bit of pink to it. I'm not kidding. It's almost a little bit of pink. Why? Because I really need to make sure there's some variety here. Really need some variety in this. Here, let's get just enough of this. So this, we're gonna put some over here too. Ah, look at how much lighter that is. Remember all the dark glazes that we did over here? Gosh, probably about 40 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. We're able to really utilize those now with some of these lighter colors. Let's go with that brilliant yellow pale again. And they're so darn. Now, of course, if you're going to sculpt something like this, you got to put a little more into it. The ones that I did, it was literally just. And actually, oh, there's a YouTube video. I think it's either a Patreon video or I think it's also on YouTube. Sculpting the mushrooms, or well, the mushrooms and the shelf fungus. It's either a Patreon video or it's on YouTube. It's one or the other. Can't remember right now. But that was so darn simple for something that, like you say, it adds so much. It was so darn easy. And that's why I wanted to sculpt a whole bunch of bases like that for the elves that I was printing out for. What the heck was it? The printing goes ever on, so they could just something like that to add some more to the bases. All right, more of this pink here. And the interesting thing is it's not going to look pink in the overall scheme of things here, right? Not really. And also, guess what? There's some of that color over here. So it's kind of nice to bring some of that this way, right? The purple balancing. Ah, so it is out there. Okay, thanks for finding that, Armored Wolf. I think I've done a couple of different videos on sculpting the mushrooms because it's so fun. Oh, remember the goblins? Yeah, there was a bunch of those goblins that I sculpted the mushrooms for. That was super fun. I mean, we'll take some of that pink over here, get that rope, and put some of that onto the hide over here, which I'm thinking that's what this is. Yeah, I think so. Ooh, oh, yeah. Over here, too. Ooh, is there more down? There is more texture over there. I thought maybe there was another one of these little stitching type things. I don't see any. We'll get some more lights down here. I don't want to get too much. Well, I mean, of course, there's a little bit of things that might be casting some shadow on that too. Also, the lighter this gets, that this does not, it loses, we can't make that any lighter than that. So if we start highlighting the heck out of this thing, not going to get the contrast over there. Yeah, well, Armored Wolf, when you were doing the snails and such, right, that just you don't notice those until you notice them. Is that the phrase that I'm looking for? When people see those and they say, "Wait a second, there's a bunch of little snails on here, in addition to all the little mushrooms and all those other little crazy effects." Ah, there we see just a couple little smidgy things like that, boy. Uh, Not too bad for 6 hours so far. And this for folks that have not been here along, this is start to finish. This was just primer less than 6 hours ago, and we did, I think, take at least 5 or 6 or 7 minutes to go snarf food down. So it is we're still not at the 6 hour mark yet. Thank you very much, Oils. And also thank you, RM Printable Terrain, for creating this and the other trolls. And there just might be another troll headed this way. Because remember in the streams where we were painting the trolls, a certain type of troll was requested. Well, that troll just might be headed this way, a whole new one. It's gotta be super super secret. You know what? I want to do burnt umber here. Burnt umber. See how that covered? That's because it was practically a dry brush over the top of that. So many times I'll hear people say, "Oh, burnt umber doesn't cover it all." Well, it does for me, but it can be a sneaky color, I suppose. Ah, Steeler Rebel is back. Yeah, this has been it's been fun taking some of the pinks and such and really working those in. We got some purples going. Got the green down here, which is really nice. And we'll swing back around this way. We're gonna add a few more lights there. Also, we're able to get some more things on our fungi and these fungi. And then Armored Wolf and I have been having a discussion about sculpting fungi. So, Lady B, how are you doing? So, Lady B, actually, how are they still continuing with the abstracts? I know we asked you the last stream there if you were still doing those, because definitely was seeing a lot of Instagram posts with the abstracts. And well, yeah, at some point we're gonna try and get that FDM printer going. Oh boy, it's one of those things where, okay, I think I finally have the regular printer figured out, the Elegoo. I really don't necessarily want to be going through that process again. So there's no cobalt violet to be found, although we have discovered, especially when we did our fungi, that cobalt blue is a very sneaky color. It's the burnt umber of blues, apparently. That is very sneaky and tricksy. Speaking of tricksy, we're going to add ourselves a little tricksy texture right here. We got some cadmium yellow light that we're using. And look how we're holding this brush. Not kidding, because there's no other way. You can't do this here because there's nothing to hang on to. So what are we doing? We're using these two fingers. So I got my finger on the back of this here log. Look at how far away my fingers are from that brush, from the ferrule of that brush. It's closer to the back than it is to the front. But yet we're able to do a whole bunch of nice controlled stuff, aren't we? Sure looks that way to me. Having that death grip on the brush, it seems like you maybe have more control. You actually have less. It's just like if you're going to use a fulcrum, right? And a lever and everything else. What's your maximum effect? The further away you are from the fulcrum, the more effective that lever is. Brush is the same way. This is going to be more the more you do this, the less leverage you got. The more chilled out, the more relaxed, the more you're back here, you got more leverage. You actually got more control. It seems sort of antithetical or whatever, but guess what? It's kind of the case. Think of it like a lever and a fulcrum. I wish I had thought of that little analogy. Oh, I don't know, years ago. That could have been handy, maybe, for teaching people. Yeah, sometimes it takes me a while to catch on. I mean, it's not to say that there's never, well, you certainly don't want to be like this ever. But I mean, there's times even where I am kind of grabbing it maybe that close. But for the most part, what I would rather have is my fingers as far away from the front end of that brush as possible. Now, contingent reminder. I'm glad that's helpful there. It's extra important with the oils because when you have that death grip on the brush, and actually just earlier today, someone said, you know what, you weren't kidding about that because they sort of relaxed on the brush, and all of a sudden they didn't do anything else different, but instead of wiping away paint, the paint was covering. And they said, man, you were right. They said, I couldn't believe it, but I chilled out on the brush there, didn't grab it right at the end, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, the paint is sticking where I want it to. There is another side benefit to it, and if you got a death grip like I've literally seen people painting like this, that is that is not a relaxed way to paint. So after about 20 minutes of doing that, you're going to be awful tired. You'll literally be exhausted because you're practically trying to squeeze the life out of the brush, and that'll make your hands sore a lot faster. I swear there's some people I know that they just developed arthritis holding the brush like that for so long. I'll grab my blending brush again, and just nice open surface there, nice and blended. Yeah, prison mic, that's just like here, right? We're saving a little spot right here so that we can stick our finger right there. Now, obviously with the oil painting stuff, you are going to sacrifice some paint. Like here, we're pretty much wiping off all the paint. But that'll be like one of the last things we paint. But just like Prison Mike was saying, if we can get our finger just to sit right here on the miniature, that means we can get in here and balance our finger nicely. Be able to do a nice little gentle brush stroke on there. And sometimes you can rest your finger on your other finger. So I think there was a point here where we did something like this. Yeah, and we just kind of held it this way. So here I've got a little tighter grip on the brush, right? But if I had something like this, there's no way my finger would actually be bumping into this. But because I'm back, what would you say, half an inch, 5/8 of an inch on that brush there, I got enough clearance here to practically work sideways. I'm going to grab me some more of this really light stuff here and go strong on some of this texture. And I mean pretty strong on that. Looking for a little bit of almost like an edge contrast here. Not quite like a metal edge, but see that that sets that piece of wood back a little bit further. Let's see what we can do here with that rope. And all of this is mixing as I place this on there. See that dark stuff on the, yeah, it's easier to see it this way. There's dark stuff on the end of that tip. That means that the paint is mixing all along the way there. It's mixing the entire time. If you want a fresh color, you gotta go back and get a fresh color. And thank you so much, Bilbo's brush. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. How are you doing? And Grey Wolf Studio. Speaking of some fire here, speaking of some fire, let's look at our Sisters of Battle army. Ah, Aussie, well, that's really cool. That is really cool. I'm That's very cool. It says they're hosting a late lunch for friends, and they've been checking out this craziness. Well, here's some more craziness. This is 2014 craziness. This is me. Actually, that vehicle on the left right there, there's actually a video on that. There's a video for building all of the extra sponsons and stuff and the side skirts. We got Victoria miniatures on here. Void miniatures. Yes, from like 20 years ago. Void miniatures. So Bilbo's brush, thank you so much. This Exorcist right here, we built that from scratch. That was plastic hard, junk, polystyrene tubing. Oh, and we might have done a cathedral. There might have been 39 stained glass windows. And take a look at that rose window there. I'll show you what's actually on the center of that window, because actually those windows were redone to match my army, and there might have been about 5 pounds of batteries sitting up in that roof. And yes, flying buttresses really do work. And now that army, for the most part, that all was sold off, which is why we were very glad to be doing the new Sisters of Battle. Yes, new Sisters. And see that one with the flying base over there? We'll be showing that one pretty soon. So this was all done with the oils here. All done with the oils. Now where is our... Ah, there it is. So in that one stained glass window, that is the image in the window. So that was actually the main character of the army. And we did make that again here on this base. So same character there. Had such a blast painting that. Did that with the oils, of course. Really had fun. So Bilbo's brush, I hope that you're having yourself a good Sunday. Well, actually here it's still Saturday. It is still Saturday. It's only 10:54 here. So still Saturday. Might just find a couple. I don't want these to look like intestines, really. Or do I? I don't know. We'll see. But I'm glad that they're entertained. Entertained. That's the key. Especially with something crazy like these two dudes. Like, where's that dude? Where's the guy with the ganja? I told you he smells bad and he's not showing up. Maybe Ganda, a wizard. What, he arrives precisely when he means to, especially when he's doing an illegal ganja deal or something like that. I think they've done these darker, but I think I like the idea of making those a little bit lighter. Maybe the same thing on his knuckles here. I don't know. Let's see what we got. Might just be handy there. Ah, see what I did, huh? Again, wordsmithing. Yeah, some people they craft metal, right? They're metal smiths or whatever. We are wordsmithing here. Talk about the Ring of Doom. That would be the kind of wordsmithing that I'm doing here. That is definitely a ring that belongs in the Crack of Doom for sure, I think. Let's see, a painted fire on obsorthates. The flaming skull, of course. Yes, yes. We got some sisters with some. Well, of course, there's always. Where's our one lady here with the? Yeah, we've got her with the flaming skulls. And where's our other? Well, she's got the flaming sword. Yeah, she's got the flaming sword there. Wow, that is some toasty stuff right there. Every time I pick up one of those things, I'm just kind of reminded of how toasty we made those. I want to see here, because I have some of a fresh, maybe a little more here. see what we can do on this big old bone right here. That was something where at a certain point, it was just really difficult to get any kind of paint on there. Sometimes, when the miniature just says, chill out, man, no more paint for a while. Sometimes you just got to listen to the miniature when the miniature says, nope, no more paint right now. This thing right here, I knew it was definitely going to be interesting with these faces right here. But because it's not your typical Eton, because it has the two very different personalities to it here, that really adds a little something special. I mean, it would be neat if it was just all, stone or skin or something like that. But boy, a little bit extra special with all of these other fun things like the contrast of the stone and the wood and everything. And by the way, a lot of the stuff that we're doing right here, that's still just a pre-glaze. That's just a pre-glaze wiped off. That's really all it is. Back to the blendy brush here, right? Look at that, just to softens these things up. Not quite so apparent anymore. Oh, this thing definitely is nothing but pre-glaze right there. We'll do some more on this. We'll take our blending brush here. That's about a bit more. It is up near the top here, so we can sort of get away with making this a little bit lighter up here. If that was down, way down over here, maybe not so much. I think we're also going to have to, yeah, we need to do some stuff over here on his hand, I think. It's that whole universal cartoon signature for glass, right? The three straight lines. Well, for stone, right? All these little cracks and everything, we sort of need to get those. And every so often, a little bit of a hard edge, just like that. Because now this, soft, leaves more of a natural, organic, but then this more of a hard rock. Even a bit right around here. There's a couple of more cracks over here I really should feature. If this guy was smaller, maybe not so much with all the individual cracks and everything, but I mean, he's big enough. Let's take advantage. Let's take advantage of that. As soon as I finish upgrading our printer, I'm going to take linseed oil and mobilize the suspected interference gold. Deuce, I'll be really curious to see what you come up with there. I am certainly curious to take the linseed oil to those. I don't know if I'll get a chance to do that during the day tomorrow. Oh my goodness. There's already so many things that I've got to try and do tomorrow. That is going to be that is going to be a long day and a very late night tomorrow. But we also want to get these put together here. Well, at least one of these guys. So this is one of those Bretonian. Well, it's almost, yeah, it is a horse. I was thinking for a second it might be a griffin, but yeah, some really fun Bretonian knights here. The kindness to print those out for me because I do not have the Lost Kingdoms files. Even if I thought I could print those out, don't have the files. I think they're called Lost Kingdoms, right? Yeah, I keep getting them almost mixed up with Titan Forge. Deuce, you know what's going to happen, right? I'm going to have to make up a container that says 10 bits on it. Yeah, people go crazy. They will go absolutely nuts. So just remind me, Deuce, to... Oh, I think it was burnt umber. No, it was asphaltum. I think it was asphaltum and the gold made 10 bits, right? Yeah, and we'll literally have one of these Wappa Oils containers that has 10 bits on there. And it was with the Z, right, Deuce? So is Prison Mike trying to tell me that I lose an hour of sleep tonight? Or like in 3 hours I lose an hour of sleep? Yay, that's extra special. That is super special. So here's Armored Wolf and I campaigning for a 72-hour day and a 10-day week, and all they do is they're taking hours away. They're not adding hours, they're taking them away. This is unacceptable. Ah, yes, the creativity seams. Yes. Deuce, there must be a lot of the resin folks. They're so creative. They are so creative because they have a whole bunch of those creativity seams. I wish people were less creative. Maybe less creative would be good, especially when it comes to creativity seams. And 10 bits is spelled with the Z, right? I'm fairly sure, and I know that's how you spelled it there. I'm pretty darn sure that's how they spelled it. Boy, does that mean big acrylic is really going to be coming for us? If we're sitting here with an oil container of 10 bits? Oh, that's the other thing I got to look for is the iridescent pearl white powder. Why? Because I want to make mithril silver. Oh, so we'll go just, you can use the blending brush and knock a few of those brush strokes down. I thought it was. We might still actually have a container of that stuff sitting around somewhere here. I don't think it's any good. It could be, I suppose. It is an old container, so it's the new ones, right, that are designed to dry out in about a week or so. Oh, the old coat. That do they still exist? Actually, I don't know. Maybe they don't exist, but I'm sure they're still making paint, just with other folks' names on it. Because we still have some of that stuff. We won that as prize support in 2007. Holy smoke! I remember if you still got and they're still usable. Wow. Yeah, actually, I was fishing them out of the garbage can when Kathy was tossing them away years ago after she came back from Off-World Designs and all of her paint was dry in the jars, and I literally fished them out of the garbage because they do make the best paint holders. Now, of course, they tend to get a little bit dirty, but yeah, old. Actually, it was only about 10 years ago you could still get paint like this, maybe, or 15 years ago you could get Reaper paint in these jars. Boy, yeah, I think I remember trying to collect all those little skulls out of the ones that had dried up. I'm pretty sure I tried digging the skulls out of there. All right, here's some of our. That's our indigo. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. Look at how much darker we can get here. That's still pre-glazed. It's sitting there. We can still get darker here. We're also gonna. Oh, we're gonna have to put some reflected light there. Holy smokes! Wow. Let's do that. Let's do that here. So we'll just blend that a smidge and oh, let's get some light back there. Nothing fancy. Yeah, that's still usable there. That paint's been sitting on there for over 6 hours. Not kidding. Very simple here. We don't have to go crazy with this because it's just a little bit of reflected light, a little bit of something here. Look, that's still blending with that pre-glaze. After all this time, it's a little bit easier to control now because, well, it's mostly dry. Just like our lizard man that we were doing, remember him? Yesterday it was this guy specifically. because gosh, it was probably 5, 6 hours before we got to, maybe 5 hours before we got to start painting on him. The pre-glaze was not dry, but it was drier, and we were able to do some really fun things with that. The scuffed jars of hard paint. Yeah, the old Reaper paint jars. My goodness. Nah, Grave Wolf Studio is afraid that that's just going to dissipate into nothingness. Oh, you know what? Well, there's going to be several of these little details here that I'll just have to do when I can get my lights turned on. And I'm sure even with the faces, there'll be some things like some maybe darks in the nostrils or whatever that we're really going to have to reinforce here. I'll do what I can here. Looking at my shrooms up there. I might do something here with a little bit of the Fanchon red and Egyptian violet to see if I can maybe darken the edges of these a smidgen. I'm actually just putting my wrist right here on the edge of that base. Now here, there's nowhere for my hand to go. It's just going to have to be pretty much airborne here. It is a little bit weird because this thing being hollow on it, you keep thinking it's supposed to weigh a lot more than it does. And I don't want to say it's compressing in my hand or something like that, but it definitely, it has a little different feel to it than something that would just be, that was just solid resin. That would feel different. All right, I'm going to get some darks here. We did our lighter stuff. I think we should start to fool around with some dark, maybe even something that's got some green in it as well. Yeah, I'm not sure I really want to go any lighter. That can always go dark. When in doubt, make things darker, right? That's what we say a lot. I don't think we have any old Raoul Partha paint, but we do have, we were given some coat d'arms paint, and I think some of those containers are still good. I think some of those are probably still, because they're the old, the hex things. Well, no, well, they look more like privateer press paint jars. I might even have one or two. Actually, maybe Kathy has the privateer press paint. I think she has a few jars of that stuff. Okay, let's bring in a couple more darks here too. More along here. Same this way. I think we've got most of what we need in here. I might, just for fun here, throw in, say I just got to free up my microphone cord. This is some of that bluish gray here. The same stuff we've been using on the stone. I'm going to use some of that over here now. Now we talked about a color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. Well, it's going over here now. We're taking some of this blue-ish gray and we're bringing it over here. And then down here, with most of this is just going to get covered up with foliage and grass tufts and such. So maybe some leaves or whatever. So we are not going to spend a whole lot of time painting this stuff at all. I'm mostly just going to cover the vast majority of that stuff up, except maybe for the shrooms there. That's about it. That's about the only thing I'd even think about painting on that base, because the rest of it, That is plenty good enough. We're just going to bury all that in shrubbery and foliage and everything else. Now that we got that gray on there, couple little strokes of our lighter gray on top of that. And by lighter gray, all I did was I just took some white, mixed it with the indigo, becomes a bluish gray. And that's it. Figured I'd lighten that up there. What should we do on this? I'm just going to let that mix with the pre-glaze. It's still mixing with pre-glaze. I know we keep talking about that over and over. It just sometimes it surprises even me. The fact that we could still mix something that was done so long ago and literally the paint wiped away, but yet we can still blend with it and mix with it and do all kinds of fun stuff. So let's turn you over this way. Do some more stuff on the knuckles right here. I think we might have to come in here with some darker colors. Yeah, that's what we'll have to do. Come in with darker colors here. And Terra's new to try oil painting on miniatures when I dilute the paint. So Anteras, there's a couple of things there. The mineral spirits, I'm just not a big fan of the mineral spirits. For me, I really prefer the odorless paint thinner. Now I get this in the U.S. If you're in Europe or overseas, you can get this is the odorless thinner from MIG Ammo. This is a little bit, I don't want to say it's a little harsher on your paints, but the other stuff is a little bit gentler. The other thing that we're talking about here is you don't want a very wet brush there. And here, let's do some glazy things here. Let's do some glazing on this. Here, let's grab ourselves a little brush right here. And let's do some indigo. Now, of course, your darker colors, they're already translucent. Now, let me see if I can find my indigo here. So, yeah. So look at that dark color. That means translucent right there. Now here, oh, here's our Terra Rosa. So this is a much lighter color. Look at that. Opaque. Oh, let's find a much lighter color here. See how light that is? Opaque. So with oils, darker colors, more transparent. Lighter colors, more opaque. So it's not going to cover the same. It's not like it doesn't have to, or, it has to not be able to cover, but it's going to cover differently. So what we're going to do here, we're going to do a little bit of glazing in here. So see how that's darker? Remember our blending brush? Here, let's get this side maybe. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the edge of that, and we are just going to soften that a smidge. So see what we just did there? See, that is a glaze, but see it covered? Even though indigo, you saw the label, right? It's basically rated as transparent. It's not even semi-transparent. It's rated as transparent. Oh, we'll do it again over here. We'll do it again over here. But you see how I just kind of gently brush that on, and now we take an entirely different brush here. And all we're going to do is just go after the edge of that. So there's a little bit of a glaze there, just like over there. We'll do it again. And this is indigo. This is a color that is most definitely rated as transparent, yet as you can see, that's clearly covering, right? Because it's definitely making that dark area even darker. So we just did 3 glazes right there. Also, you want to get rid of brush strokes. You just kind of be patient, right? You wait. Yeah, the other thinners, yeah, Antaras, I always beg people to please, maybe if you can just get I know the mineral spirits, maybe it's easier to get or whatever, but the odorless thinner, that's really your better bet. People have definitely come back to me and said, yeah, you were right. That thinner is definitely easier to work with. Speaking of which, we could probably use some of that right here on the fingers here, because we need it to be thinner anyways, just because where we need it to go. Now we need to bring in a little bit of our lighter color there and there. Maybe even a little smidge over there. Gonna just pop some right over here. Hit this again. Maybe even this. Yeah. Now that I've got those glazes there, liking the idea of making those a little bit lighter. let's see if we can really darken this down some more. That is our indigo, and also then some of the Van Dyke brown to make it even darker. All right, we got our darks in place. Let's see if we can hit this the other way now. And I might even grab some of my green here. Might do some on the rocks over here. I mean, part of it's thinking in a way some sort of almost like a reflected, because there's going to be all that foliage and green and stuff down there, so why not try to reflect some of that in a way. Get those fingers. Oh, look, let's maybe put some right over here too. Why the heck not? What do we got to lose? Oh, wait, why don't we put some over here? While we're at it, we'll just put some over here. What the heck? And while we're at it here with the glazy stuff, maybe we'll try some more of that here. I'm just gonna just a little dropper bottle with the same thinner sitting in there. And I'm just going to throw down some glazes over here. I'm sorry if it's hard to get this thing on screen for you. That's why I wasn't really going to do much of the bottom of this thing here. Just too difficult to get that on screen. And this is more of that indigo, got a little bit of the brown in there, and you can see how dark, look at how dark that is. And you can see it's covering too. And it's probably, oh gosh, 85, 90% thinner, maybe more. Might even be about like 93% thinner. But yet still covers, even though it's translucent and super thin. You know what? Look at this. We can even get some more darks in on his big old tree, because that's not a tree branch. That's a tree that he's walking around with. Pretty much at this stage, for how big he is, that's a tree. And there is a link to the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter. This is one of the files available. We also have painted. You can go back and watch all of these here. Each of those painted in its own session. All three of these trolls here. So you can go back and watch those. They were all painted with oils, just like this guy here. So you can go back and watch those. More glazy stuff here. Let's do it right back up here too, and just want to make sure that we actually have some coverage on there. Just going to throw that brush up into there. Oh, you know what? Oh, look at this. We should do some things over here. I just realized it's kind of like this side of the leg over here. I don't know, maybe even on the shelf fungus there, get some more darks onto that. I see some other areas down in here that could use some dark, some separation, or just some plain old dark. Even here, yep. See, that was just one brush stroke. That's the other thing too, is there's too much of this. Way too. Remember we talked about decision is more important than precision. Well, decision also means going in here and going one. That's it. Not not this. Not this. Just going. All right, enough. And we're going to do this. We just do this all over the place here. And you can see it's literally just one brush stroke here. Not a whole bunch. Less is more, and more is way too much. Now, of course, when you're doing the acrylic stuff, you can sort of get away with the 10,000 brush strokes per square half a millimeter. But with the oils, that is not really, well, it's not the best approach, and it's also really not taking advantage of the oils anyway. Because, boy, I have definitely watched people. That was like there's somebody on Instagram that they're painting this, and the brush doesn't move. For 5 minutes, they're just doing this. And I'm thinking, well, okay, or that. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. Well, of course, when you're doing watercolors, if you do that whole Morse code with the brush right there, yeah, you won't be a watercolorist for very long. You'll last about 3 minutes that way. That's not going to work so well. That you have to be direct. And let's say something doesn't quite work out the way you want. Well, that's what makeup sponges are for. That's why they were invented. Makeup sponges, you think they were invented for makeup? Come on. They were invented for oil paints. Perfected for oil paints, not for makeup. They're all about, everything's all about the oil paints. Little blending right there. Little blending right there. Swing you back around this way. And I'm just looking here at the, yeah, I'm so tempted to get some extra little almost reflective light there. I'm just going to leave it for right now. We'll just leave that for now. I think I might get a little bit lighter color on the skin under here. So where's our, here it is. And I've got my Egyptian violet here. I'm going to take some lighter color now. See if we can mix that in there. Yeah. Because this, as much as I want that to be set back, I think it still needs to be a smidge lighter. I don't want to say the paint that's going on here is dry, but there's no thinner mixed into that. That's why it's covered. I just see the brush is just too wet. It's too wet. This is why for this gigantic thing on top of what we did last night, that's all the thin. It's a water bottle cap. That is it. Also, another reason why I just don't see the oils as some kind of super toxic thing either. Alrighty. Oh, you know what? Couple of more light areas in there. I just don't want to draw too much attention to that. Would like to keep it looking like some kind of vines or whatever instead of entrails. This right here is more about just smoothing some things out, not about lightening things or whatever. It's just kind of brushstroke management. Why? Because we did these brushstrokes a while ago. That's really what I'm doing here. Not so much, we're not changing the color at all. I just go in there and say, okay, brushstroke has a weird edge. Let's get rid of that weird edge. We'll paint it. You know what? I'm just going to hit this here with the... I've taken away the fur texture here, but I think it just needs to be there. Maybe not quite so light, but I think it still needs to be there. This is one of the areas where everything actually lined up pretty well. You kind of had your choice of which area was going to line up and which one wasn't. So I think we got these going pretty good. I don't think we want to do too much more as far as trying to create a texture on it. As big as these things are, I don't want to get too nuts with trying to make that whole texture thing. It's the underside of a pouch, far away from where the main focus is, which it would be the faces. At least I think you would want it to be the faces. Some cadmium yellow here. Now, believe it or not, these will probably take the longest to dry on the entire thing, mostly just because, well, if we're going to be throwing this cadmium stuff in there, that's going to affect the drying time. It will make it take a little bit longer. So I think now we're starting to see some light to dark on our little shrooms right here. Notice not using white to make this lighter, using the yellow. You use the white, it's going to be pink, it's going to be chalky. I'm going to go back and get some more here. Go back, get some more. And there you have it. You know what, I'm just going to wipe that one out. I can always put that spot back in there. It just was easier to highlight that. I'm going to throw something in here for the inner portion of our little log here. And we got to sculpt a whole bunch of those. This very log right here. I have to sculpt a bunch of these for our Wood Elf Rangers there, our Lothlorien Rangers. What is it, Malor tree, right? So apparently, now when Sam planted the seed that Galadriel gave him, was it just a single Malor tree that grew there, or was it a bunch of Malor trees? I don't remember if it turned into more of a forest, or was it just a single Malor tree? I can't remember. I think it was just one, or I mean, he did get the title of gardener, but I don't know if that's because he sort of kind of replanted a. I know he was replanting a lot of the stuff in the Shire that got wiped out, and the whole Sharky's rogues and scouring of the Shire deal. We're going to take our blending brush and just take some of that away. Not all of it, just some of it. I really like the fact that he's looking over at us this way, over here. That is very fun. And there's still a little bit of, you can see some of the violet there in the shadows of his face, which is very fun. Alright, I'm going to see if I can't right here. Well, that wasn't where we wanted that to go. That's more where I wanted it to go. That's a little bit better. This thing here, well, I'm just going to grab something that's not quite so light. And I just need a smidge of color here, but it's all mixing with what's there. Again, just one plop that color on there and then push it around. So here, when you see me doing a whole bunch of little brush strokes there, that's not me. I'm actually mixing the paint together there. We're not just adding a bunch of paint. We're just plopping some paint down there and now we're mixing it around. That's what we're doing. Make you a little lighter there. I think one of the reasons why the faces are just, they have so much expression detail is because there is no stupid mold line running through them. And there was no adjustment needed to be made for any kind of a potential mold line. I mean, could be totally wrong about that, but it's something that it's popped into my mind several times tonight as I've been painting these guys, especially early on when we were really focusing in on the faces there. So it was only a single tree, okay? Now you have to get the novice brush to get that party tree back again. So it was just a single tree. Okay, I thought so. But I still have, now I'm really curious to see, okay, with Doe Amroth ships, aside from the swan prow and everything like that, did they actually have like crazy swan wings on those ships? Because you see it on their flags and such, but I just don't know if that was something that might have been on the actual ships themselves. So what we're trying to do is take a little bit of that green and just, you can see here the stones get cooler and there's still a little bit of the green out here, but we're trying to transition this. It's a very subtle thing. Most people are not even going to even see that that is going on. It's important that it actually happens though. All right, back to that crazy, speaking of green here, that is the crazy starter set. What is that? The permanent green light. It's got a little bit of forcefulness to it, I have to say. It does actually dry nice and matte. It does. We did it in one of our Patreon page color theory things with the oils, where we take several colors. Well, in that case, it was all the greens that I had, and then we mixed them with some of the other most common colors, like the lighter ones especially, and just saw what did we get out of those. I think the next color theory, I don't, maybe we might just have to stay in the greens and just do a, well, actually we did all of those color theory things on the interference. That's right, we did two of those. So a little more of our, that's that, the permanent green light. Now there is a little bit of the cadmium yellow in there. That's also gonna, well, help intensify it. Makes it a little bit more opaque even. Boy, look at that. There's actually some red right there. That's kind of fun. I want to see if I can maybe, look, again, we're holding the brush this way here. Not kidding. My hand is not supported by anything. Remember, it's sort of like a lever and a fulcrum. And if you're right here against the fulcrum, you lose your advantage way back here. We gain more leverage. I guess I'll just have to keep repeating that so that I can remember that little particular analogy for folks in future streams. Oh, look at this here. Okay, good. I can still stick my finger right there. That is, we need to smooth out that transition right there. All of a sudden, my green just kind of stopped right there. I'm not quite sure why, but speaking of some green, even on his here on this side, it just helps to join these two together.
Who enters my domain?
Now this is a first. This is the first. It's the second raid by Altered Man Art. It is literally the second raid from one person to Altered Man. Actually, I'm gonna have me some of this just to salute you there. So Altered Man Art, did you do yourself another stream there? Altered Man, what did you get the Bestigors? More work done on those guys? And Painting Addict is here again. Painting Addict, how you doing? Yeah, it's the Altered Man Art. This is the first two raids, same night, from the same streamer. And folks, be sure to give
Hello,
Altered
little
Man Art.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Be sure to give Altered Man Art a follow. And we have Paul Cabral. Thank you so much for that follow. He's like, I promised you ganja, didn't I? He's like, yeah, you did, man. Where is it? He's like, I got you. Don't worry about it. Well, but you've said that for the last 7 hours. Really? No problem. Thank you so much. Uh-oh, it's time to swatch for Deuce. It's Altered Man Art. How much more did you get done on those Bestigors? How much more? And well, I'm sure it's a little bit too soon to have pictures or whatever. But if you got pictures of the Bestigors, well, and your Lord of the Rings stuff too, for that matter, go ahead and chuck that into the chat. So yeah, that is the first two raids from the same person in the same stream. I mean, it's not like I still technically I don't think I've been on Twitch for a year. Like I said, I get confused with YouTube because I've been on YouTube for 8 years. Here, definitely not 8 years, but I think it hasn't quite been a year officially yet. But that is the one thing we have not experienced. It's a bigger job than you expected. Oh, Altered Man, I wanted to ask you because you went sort of from the Beastman army to the Warg Riders, how similar did it feel painting the Warg Riders, even though obviously very different system, very different type of sculpting and everything. How similar did it feel? Did you feel like you actually never left the Bestigors because of just how, in some ways, similar things like the Warg Riders can be approached to the Bestigors? Oh, let's bring in. Oh, you know what? Uh, I'm just gonna do some little faux texture in there. I see some stuff here, and I think I'm just gonna maybe try to mimic that here. Yeah, that's where I just had to kind of fill some things in there. Painting, I never left my Minotaurs. Really good question. It's the same, but with more fur. Well, I'm gonna bring, you know what? A couple of little highlights right there. So actually, Altered Man Art, aside from those, what are those? Not Frostwell, no, Oathmark. Those Goblin Wolf Riders. I do now have. You Can't Quit Me was kind enough to print up some of the Printing Goes Ever On Goblin Warg Riders, so we're gonna try and get those also ready. But I still have to look through the Angmar list and the Isengard list and just see if there are actually two very different sets of Warg Riders. Because I really want to have the Wolf Riders like they're going through buildings, right? Burned out buildings. That's what I want to have those look like. That's what my whole Dun Lending thing is. Very much some burned down Rohan stuff. Let's see, sculpting these wargs was the most interesting part. Yeah, I remember, and you had a lot of epoxy sculpt stuff that you were doing on them, if I remember right. Because I remember the pictures that you showed me and some of the pictures that I saw that you posted and such. All right, over here, we're going to keep that simple. I'm just going to throw some lighter brush strokes in there. And then look at this. I'm just going to take that blending brush. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. That was your first try at using the epoxy sculpt. I'm glad that it was all fun for you. I figured it would be. I thought you might just have some fun with it. I just love this stuff. It's such a flexible material. Lets you do so many different things. This is another case of a smidge of reflected light here. I think I need to do something a little bit lighter right here. And then I'm going to go back in with my darks here. Let's find a safe place to put our hand. And maybe even almost give him a little bit of an eyebrow. Yeah, we did some fanchon red over there. Where's our fun guy? Yeah, we wanted to do a little bit of an homage there to our fun guy. So we put some fanchon red on the shrooms there. Actually, I will. Oh, there's no shrooms over here, but there are some down here. And I'm just going to grab some fanchon red over here. And we're keeping this relatively, I mean, as close to a dry brush as we can. Oh, there's one over here too. Another one over here. I think there might have been some even smaller ones, but I might have broken some of those off at a certain point. I don't see any over there. Nope, don't see any. So we'll just leave those. Leave those be for right now. I do all the freehand stuff on some flags. Altered man art, it really kind of depends. It is the thin over thick and vice versa. Because if you, I think you saw the Boromir that we did here. The tree that we did, that was thin paint, but the flag itself, that was really thick. And by thick, I mean also kind of dry brush down there. So the freehanding of the flag is going to be more thin, but it better be over some really thick paint. Now, of course, you could just let it all dry, right? I mean, you're doing enough figures, right? You could let things dry. I'm just going to make something to drink right here. You could just let that dry and, work on all of those other Lord of the Rings figures you got and then swing back around. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. But the freehand, sometimes the paint actually has to be much thicker than you think it would be. Mostly just to get the adhesion that you're looking for. Going to throw some more darks in here just to... over here too. That's what I was thinking about. Now this is almost like a little bit of freehanding here. Now at this point, this is relatively thin paint that we've got going here. Let's just build a little bit of a finger steeple here. Let's get some paint off of that brush. So see how that's pretty darn thin right there? And you see how that sticks? However, every brush stroke that I do, paint is mixing, right? It's mixing the entire time. we're doing that. Yeah, altered man art. I wish I could do. I just want to finish off the rest of the. Well, actually, I've got to also. We are going to construct the rest of our Minas Tirith figures there that were so kindly sent to us by Armored Wolf. We've got some more foot troops to go. Less with the archers too. That's what's nice is we have an awful lot of archers. Yeah, a little bit more than what we would typically. Although it'd be good for for scenario-based type things, right? I mean, if we're going to be doing the whole war at sea type of thing, there would probably not be that many spearmen necessarily. Probably more swords and bowmen. Makes a little more sense. Spears and shield, well, probably not the typical uh, boarding combat that you're going to see. We've got ourselves some more. I think a couple of leaves that we can bring out here. That's, again, we're just taking the color that's already there and we're just moving it. There is a little bit of paint on the brush there, letting that get, so look at all the green that's sitting on the end of that brush. Lots of green sitting on there. I would like to do something up here on the top of his head. I don't, not like veins or something like that, but I would just that's kind of an open area there. Wanted to get some more color. I will take, just for fun of it here, a little bit of this indigo. And this is also almost like a dry brush here. This is practically a dry brush right here. Yeah, look at that. See that? And see how I'm kind of sticking the brush this way? Ah, that's more like it. So there was no thinner on here whatsoever. That was practically it. I mean, that's how much paint is on the brush. That's it. That's all that's on that brush. How much percentage have been done on this? Well, that's probably about maybe 90%. The base, I really can't do anything with that until, well, I could start doing some stuff on the base there. There's a few areas here. I think now I can maybe paint those because we're just not going to touch them like some of the stuff out here. But everything else, a lot of the super detailed stuff, I have to wait until after the stream is over and get my regular light turned on, because unfortunately that regular light is way too bright for the camera. So there's a lot of stuff down in these crevices over here that when I turn the light on, I'll say, oh yeah, I need to do some more in there. Oh yeah, definitely Deuce. I love the gold and the Egyptian violet. That is a fantastic combo right there. So that actually, of all the interference powders, that one was one of my favorite. I mean, 10 bits aside, right? Let's see. Caput mortem. Boy, I think, with caput, yeah, I think that pretty much says it all, but they also have to add mortem to it as well. That's wow, that's really, they're saying a lot there. Caput mortem. Wow. I mean, they had me at kaput, then they had to add mortem to it as well. Now, this is a case of brush strokes here. We're not after blending any colors. They're just a big old brush stroke right there. Now there's not a brush stroke. No brush stroke there. It'll be interesting. I don't think we've done a film noir since we did our guys here. So let's see what those shrooms look like in film noir. Ah, look at that. See that? Yeah, no difference. Doesn't look any different whatsoever. there's no value difference there. No value difference at all by comparison because you don't see that color difference between the red and the green. No, but you really can see a lot of that fun shading that's on their faces, right? Now we'll bring back our color intensity right here and then poof. Look at that fancy red come poof, right back here. Rhapsody Studios is back. Rhapsody Studios, well, I think actually a few more states have been added to that whole it's so easy that it's illegal. I think actually 35 states now have declared that the oil paints make it so easy it's illegal in 35 states to use them because they just make things so darn easy. This is I noticed this actually, Altered Man. This is something that I noticed in film noir. I think up here I never really got my lightest greens, and that's what I'm going to add now. That was something that film noir brought out, right? Film noir has value. This is like I say, take your phone, take a picture. Every phone's got some kind of an app or whatever that can just let you take all the saturation out. You take the saturation out, you look at it, and you go, oh. In this case, I went, oh, I need to get me some more lights up here, because, I mean, it is facing straight up to the sky, so it should get some decent amount of light, I think. Can't wait to paint the night haunt with the oils. Almost done with that board. Oh, yeah, all of the, oh gosh, why can't I say what the word is? Chibis, the chibis, that's right. Now, I technically, I guess I have painted some chibis. Boy, it would have been fun to use the oils on those. But I think I have actually painted the chibis. People that come to my channel and see your work come back to me and say, hey, you are painting so easily with all this oil paint. I want that too. The interference goal makes a, yeah, actually, now, dudes, you don't have the olive green, do you? I mean, it's a nothing color. There's nothing special about it. But you would really love the olive green and the gold interference mixed together. You would absolutely love that. It would be fantastic. Altered Man Art, like all of the wargs that you were doing and stuff, right? I'm sure they just saw you cranking out one warg writer after another, but not looking like you were cranking them out. That's the secret. That's the thing, is it might look like you are, but it doesn't look like you did. That's the fun thing, is that you get all the benefits of, well, the speed of production, but you also get all the benefits of the appearance. Those, well, let's just say with other mediums, might be mutually exclusive. You got the olive green. Yeah, I think that was the one that really did it for me. I absolutely love that. I mean, it's not like I didn't like the other ones too, but there was something about the olive green. And then, of course, the olive green with the interference green is just fabulous. Absolutely love that. It almost turns it into kind of a copperish type color. Look at this. Look at this. We need to get all these things in here. Let's do that. Where am I at over here? Am I sitting over? Yeah, that looks relatively fresh. Hey, the paint does dry on the palette, let me tell you. The paint will dry. There was, even last night, there was some colors I went to use. I'm like, oh, wow, that's actually dry. And this is the cadmium green light with a smidge of, a little bit of the cadmium yellow. To Ultraman, looking forward to see you. Always get philosophical at some point in your stream. Well, True Sausage, just, gosh, we've talked about it a whole bunch of times. There's simpler mini, well, not necessarily simple, but you know, kind of cut down on the colors. Geez, how many colors have we really used on this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 maybe ish, something like that. And even then, I could probably cut that down a color or two. The altered man art. Yeah, I know. What was the discussion we had? Oh, about the wanting things to be kind of perfect and stuff. And yeah, for me, that was just never really a part of it. Part of now, survival is a thing. Look at those nice little extra highlights right there. Part of it's survival. You cannot be a perfectionist and survive as an artist. That those two are definitely incompatible. It's not necessarily really in the personality either. It never really has been. Unfortunately, for other members of my family, that was not quite the case. My brother was definitely beyond a perfectionist, and well, he didn't finish a lot of things. Oh yeah, there you go. So there's your Instagram. We're just popping some extra lights here. I'm so glad that we did that little bit of the film noir, and that brought me to checking this out and seeing what needed to be done back here. For sure, we needed to do this. I'm looking up. Oh, look at that. That's just pre-glaze right there. We need to do a little smidge of something there. It's not even to necessarily change it. I wanna. No, I like the idea of that almost a magenta color there. Let's see if that can work. So we're practically dry brushing that in. Yeah. See that? We're practically dry brushing that in there. And it's got a little bit of fanchon red. Look at this. So it doesn't just make this darker. It doesn't just make that a little bit more of a blended transition. We're bringing some of this over here. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. We're doing that here. Very important. See what we can do here with also some of this stuff too. Yeah, we need some darks in there. I think you can see this, and I'm just going to let them sit there on the table so that it can be even that much easier for me to get to this. And now I'm going to hit that with a little bit of my, well, that's going to be green now. that's, oh, that's fine. That just kind of mixed with whatever was in the brush there. How's about we go back to some cadmium yellow here, and then some burnt umber. And then we hit our tree up here. Okay, that's more like I kind of like having that little bit of green up in there. Well, we talked about the wood, right? It's not really brown so much as greens and grays. Well, we just did that. Is there Commander Mittens in the house? And Mini Monster Paints. Mini Monster Paints, welcome, and fire away with your question. Go ahead, fire away. It is a little bit difficult for me to see the chat with the setup rearranged here, so it can take me sometimes a while to see what's going on there. Mini Monster Paints, it can. I used to think that was the way to go. If you had talked to me before the Ossiarch series, where's the Ossiarchs here? Before this army painting series, I would have told you it's easier to move them around when there's some kind of wet oils, right? This series taught me, actually it was the Sisters of Battle as well. You can actually take, even if, let's say this is all dry, and I come back in here and I maybe do some, like kind of what I did here with the head, where that kind of more magenta color got in there, that would be just as easy to blend smoothly as the oils are dry underneath as it is right now, where they're wet. That was a huge surprise to me. Now it might take a little bit more work and a little bit more buffing with something like a blending brush here. So you'll have to use a blending brush then. You got no choice to use a blending brush because there's no two colors to blend with, right? You're taking that color, blending over the top. But the oils, that's where a lot of the translucency comes in too, right? Mini Monster paints. So thanks, Commander Mittens. This thing is, he's kind of large. Um, yeah, he's, uh, he's a big dude. Hmm. He is rather large, and he's also from the same RM Printable Terrain here. So here's Mr. Giggles. Look at how he's like twice the size of Mr. Giggles there. Oh, he is. This thing is just. Well, look at this. Here's one of the Song of Ice and Fire Savage Giants by comparison. Yeah, he's more like a savage halfling. It's like I am not a halfling. Wait, it comes in pints. So yeah, he is quite the massive beast right here. And we started painting him. Well, basically we spent 7 hours painting this guy because there have been other. There was the go get food, and there was the check the printer, that sort of stuff. So yeah, this has basically effectively been 7 hours of painting here. You want to get something this monstrous, this with these kind of effects? I highly recommend oils. Just saying. And we might have one or two tutorial videos on the Patreon page that show you how to do the oils. Well, 1 or 200. Now, there's probably not 100 oil painting videos, but I would think there's a good, 45 maybe by now. Yeah, somewhere around there. You know, I'm thinking of a little bit of mid-tone under there. Yep, I kind of like that. Well, the mushroom stuff kind of doesn't get really dark with the shadows there. It's the underside of the shrooms and the shelf fungus. It seems to be very matte. It's not terribly glossy there, and I think yeah, I like that little bit of reflected light on the underside. I want to do that on the other one too. Let's see. So yeah, Mini Monster paints. The If the paint is wet, obviously you get kind of one type of opportunity for blending, but if it's all dry, you can still again, that was a huge surprise for me. There was nobody more surprised by that than me. I think it kind of started with the Sisters of Battle series, and then also with the well, even in the Necron series too. The oil painting series that I did on the Necrons, it was kind of the same way. We just accentuated a little bit of the light there under his eye, and I'm gonna have to go back in there. We'll hit it with our blending brush because we don't want that sharp of a line there, but that's what we got our blending brushes here for. And all I'm after is that half. That's it. The other part I don't mind if that's a sharp line. That's kind of a portrait painting thing right there. Well, Rhapsody Studios, hey, I just learned another hard lesson with the printer last night. I mean, literally, I thought the printer was broken last night. I thought I was gonna have to order either a new a vat or something like, or at least just a new piece of the little piece of plastic there for it. So that was a hard lesson. Something happened that never happened before, and I went, "What is going on here?" And it took me a couple of times of wasting stuff and screwing around, and that's why I was up until probably 6 o'clock in the morning, because what should have been about a 5 minute operation became at least 45 minutes or so of what the heck is going on here. discovery today. I'm going to try and see if I can paint up to 10 squigs in 2 hours tomorrow. Well, mini monster paint, that is one way of, what would you say, getting yourself to not linger on one miniature for too long. No doubt about that. Only done 4 minis in oils. Yeah, true sausage, just using the use stuff you don't really care about, right? Use stuff you don't really care about. True sausage, thank you so much for hanging out. And we'll see you Monday. My original plan here, now again, it might happen, it might not, might have to change. But those, was it Lost Kingdoms, Bretonian, Night, where the heck, I'll see if I can get one or two of these put together. I mean, it should be, it's 3D printed, right? That's the nice thing about assembling 3D printed stuff. So I'm going to try and get at least one of these assembled here, and we see if we can paint this up with the oils on Monday. Maybe have two of them ready to go. So catch you later, true sausage. It's always nice to have you in here. But see all this stuff right here? Normally with the acrylics, oh, it's just a nightmare painting all that stuff. And like here, look at the difference in all the colors. See how it kind of wanders from red into some yellows and tans and the greens up here. The oils just make that so easy. It's just ridiculous. I know we've said it 1,000 times here, but anytime I think about the old acrylic stuff that I did, and I think about, I just had to paint something this big, well, almost this big. It was a resin thing. Actually, you can see the pictures of that on the Instagram. It was from Mantic. It was their big frost giant or something like that. It was darn near as big as this. I think it was maybe taller and spindlier, maybe. And he also had a big old tree that he was walking around with. And I had to paint that in acrylics just because that was before we started doing all the streaming stuff, right? On Twitch, and before everyone just loved the oil so much. Boy, now you can really see the bluish colors on that skelly friend right there. Friendly Pyro, thank you so much for the good wishes there. And hopefully we see you on Monday. I was partially thinking about maybe trying to do another daytime stream on Sunday, just with some basing or whatever. But I really think I've got a lot of other tasks to do. Not the least of which is cutting branches off of trees, which is hard to do while you're streaming. I'll catch you later, Grey Wolf Studio. And we'll see you on Monday. See you Monday. Yeah, Altered Man Art. That was that whole story of a guy. Gosh, I was in my 20s still, I think. Yeah, I might have still been in my 20s, and at that time I'd already kind of realized that that whole quest for the being famous thing, that really wasn't gonna pan out too well. Instead, just approach it to where, you know what, if I can just do what I like the most and being able to do that for my living, that will just have to be the extent of my contentedness right there. And there were folks that I knew that said, "Oh no, don't give up on the fame thing," and I'm sure as heck glad I did, because they did not enjoy what they were doing. Most of them aren't even artists anymore. In fact, that's the crazy thing. I talk about being at the Academy of Art all the time. Of all the people that I went to school with, especially those in my class, the number of people that are still doing art as they're living, I think I can count on one hand with probably 3 fingers to spare. And we're not talking, I mean, it wasn't like it was hundreds of people, but it was many dozens. It was probably at least 80, 90 people or so. And out of all of them, I only know of maybe 2 others that are still making their living via art. Actually, the place now. I will never enjoy painting if I continue that way. Yes, Altered Man, it is. It's not the easiest of things to kind of just go, well, yep, that's how it's going to have to be. And that then kind of the enjoyment level does come out of it. Let's say be careful, saying you're going to cut branches off trees. I don't want to hear your figs took care of the threat in the middle of the night. Actually, Thistle, these guys right here, they're like, cut branches off a. Wait a minute, are you talking about a bush? I think he's just talking about a bush. What are trees? Like, those are those little tiny things, right, that we just kind of walk over. Sometimes we just kick them over every once in a while for fun. You mean this? Oh, yeah, we could chop down some of those for you. Ah, boy, it used to just be certain miniatures were puppet shows, but now it's like anything that's on screen all of a sudden just becomes part of the show. It really does. Now Thistle, since you have that week off because of the non-Adepticon, Adepticon sort of thing, does that mean you'll really be able to crank out a whole bunch of streams and just sort of hang out with folks, or were you gonna just do some more private hangouts things with the guys? Thistle can go to bed because puppet show, puppet show. Hey, do you have ganja? Huh? You got some? He's got. I should just leave it on stream. Never turn the stream off and just have him looking like that the whole time. Let's see. Progress. I'm getting to a point where I distance myself from the results, enjoy more being in a painting. Yeah, I mean, I guess for me it's always, well, yeah, there is being in the industry. Well, that's the other thing too. Yeah, my brother was never actually in the industry, and the industry teaches you, boy, it was very rough. The industry is very rough, and it just says good enough. Stop screwing around. You have no time to screw around with that. I remember being in arguments with people. I said, "Well, this is what they taught us to do," and they said, "I don't care. That takes too long. We don't have time for you to be screwing around with that. We got to get this thing done now. What you got there is good enough. That's it." And that happened over and over again. And then I realized, well, you know what? Sometimes good enough is just fine because people don't know what else it was supposed to be. I should tell this to other people too. I say, look, other folks, they have no idea what you want it to be. Just like this. Well, I didn't know what I wanted this to be, but nobody knows what the heck I was thinking about for this. It's probably good they cannot be in my head because that would be a really hazardous place for most well, people that want to have their sanity. Speaking of sanity, we got 46 and 2. How you guys doing? Thank you so much for that raid. So 46 and 2. How'd you do this week? Hope you had yourself a fun week, and hopefully your weekend has been going good. Maybe doing some fun streams. And also, for that matter, what were you painting on stream? Hero Dragon is back. So Hero Dragon, this is an Etten here. Now, I'm not quite sure if many people in the have seen. So these are all from RM Printable Terrain. Like, there's the thing there. So look at how big this thing is. So these were trolls, right? Look at the size of this. So we're gonna level them up. Elevator going up. Elevator going up. There we go. Look. This thing was huge. I mean, he fills the whole darn screen. Then this thing comes along. So this is an Etten from RM Printable Terrain. Look at even Mr. Giggles here. So look at Mr. Giggles. Again, elevator going up. They're like, hey, dude, nice mushrooms. It's like, oh yeah, man. Hey, where's that old dude with the ganja? Wait, you got some? He gave me some. Man, I've been waiting like 7 hours for that old dude to bring me some. You got some? Oh my goodness. Lilligriff, these guys here have been quite the cast of characters. Oh, leg score. Here, we do have some pictures of those guys in a group here on my terrain board. Boom, there we go. So yeah, there's all three, Mr. Giggles, Woody, and Rocky, all together there. Yeah, look at that. So they were very fun. They are from RM Printable Terrain, and they are actually hollow. So you can print these hollow. Where's it? There we go. See, there's the drain holes right there. And yep, that's hollow. So let's see, 46 and 2 has been a really busy week. The first night you streamed about 10 days. Oh, from Robot Rocket Miniatures. Now that's different than Rocket Pig, right? Because in there, Rocket Pig Miniatures, man, God, that's going to confuse the heck out of me. So 46 and 2, sorry that life has been too much life there. It's never fun when life gets too lifey. See, that again, that's what the wordsmithing. You think there's just puppet shows? Yeah, there's wordcraft right here, man. And folks, be sure to give 46 and 2 followed. Altered Man Art did that, and you should too. So let's see, the robot, here we go. Robot Rocket Maze has some cool sci-fi busts. Ah, okay. Wow, that's actually, this would make a very interesting bust when you think about these two. It's like, got ganja there, man? Oh, could you imagine if these were even bigger and done as a bust? People would flee in terror from the stream here. They would absolutely flee in terror. Which, I mean, that's really good for increasing the audience of a stream, I'm sure. Making everybody flee in terror. It would be fun while it lasted, but it wouldn't last very long. Again, we're just going to be hitting this with some of our glazy things now. I think it's safe now to be getting the bottom section of this, I think. Well, he keeps getting promised by Gandalf, and Gandalf's not coming up with the goods. That's what the problem is. Where's Gandalf with the goods? If Gandalf would just show up with those goods, then maybe he would stop pestering everybody else for it. But still not seeing Gandalf with the ganja. So here again, this is just a little bit of a glazy thing. Now, actually over here, that's mostly just some acrylics that I threw on there early on. Because, well, this couldn't really be oils and let me hang on to it. So I did actually throw just some acrylic glazes on this real quick here. And you can see the oils do glaze over that just fine. Yeah, actually, Bitter, I do have a Radagast figure. We might have to paint him. Oh my gosh, can you imagine what happens when I paint the Saruman? Oh my goodness, that's going to get pretty crazy. When Saruman gets painted? Yikes, that's just going to be crazy. That, between him and Gandalf, that's going to be nuts. I'm going to grab me my, where's my Terra Rosa? There's my Terra Rosa. That's what I was looking for. We'll just chuck a little bit of it right here. I'll just go see some hobbits. Lilligriff got to play some Warhammer today. Lil, what did you play? What faction did you have? And well, I guess how many points did you play too? And was it ninth edition then? Actually, well, ooh, I don't. There hasn't been any news. Oh, oh, wow. Oh, Armored Wolf. there was no news today on the tree. Speaking of tree beard, there was no news on the new tree beard, was there today? Because isn't it today where there's like some news usually comes out on Saturdays? And folks, be sure to give 46 into Altered Man Art. Well, also remember about Pun Expected, Drax, all the folks. Avocado Kids, right? Gonna support everybody. Played just Skaven at 2,000 point. Oh, a Sigmar. Okay. Boy, I can't even imagine Skaven in Sigmar just because so used to seeing those giant blobs built around the bell. What was it? The screaming, the bell. What's the other one? What is the other one? The big clock, right? That's what it is, right? The big clock, and does the clock still strike 13 or whatever, or is that not in Sigmar anymore? It's been a little while. So next Saturday is a new reveal. Okay. Well, definitely we'll have to get a Treebeard figure. It's like, Treebeard? That little dude? Come on, man. He's like a twig. And literally Treebeard will be like a twig compared to these guys because, well, he's only going on a 60 millimeter base, and this base is 110 millimeters here. So it's the Screaming Bell. And then what's the other? Oh, the Plague Furnace. That's it, Plague Furnace. I couldn't think of what the heck the other one was. Plague Furnace, yes. I have one of those somewhere. I actually have an entire Skaven army sitting around here. Because I wanted to do, oh, yes. What was that, Pinky in the Brain? Yes, that was going to be my theme. It was going to be all those plague monks were going to be painted up like lab rats in lab coats. They were going to have pocket protectors and glasses and all that kind of stuff. And obviously the general was going to be the brain, and Pinky was going, yeah, it was going to be Pinky in the Brain. That was the Skaven army that I had planned. I was looking forward to that too. Well, I still have to figure out where the heck all of my what is that, the Chaos Dwarf war machines went. All of those Forge World war machines. Those are somewhere. I've got to find those. I have no idea where the heck they went. Yeah, well, back when, well, Marty was running the tournaments here and stuff, and they would do a tournament called the Fluffy Bunny. And I know one person did. It was a wood elf army, but it was all Dr. Seuss, and it was the Lorax. Yes, it was the Lorax, and he had gummy bears with spears on them, and I forget what those were supposed to be. Then he made a bunch of the trees out of pipe cleaners and multicolored tufts or something like that. So yeah, it was that was a crazy army. Let's see, trading a bunch of miniatures I have laying around for a bunch of sold out Skaven stuff. Well, that's good. Well, now, has there been much in the way of new Skaven stuff, or is that something that you're basically just taking all the old Skaven stuff and doing Sigmar with the old Skaven stuff? I'm assuming that's kind of what they got you doing. You know what? I think maybe darker is better for the toenails there. Well, at least for now. That's we'll stick with that for right now. Says it didn't take long to get this stuff going on the base, did it? Nah, that wasn't so bad. How about we do that on the other side here now? Start off with some glazes here. We'll get our... Now, that one might not be a good idea because, well, I'm still going to be sticking my hand on that. still going to be sticking my hand on that. So, let's see. They forgot. Oh, geez. Yeah, that would be. Uh huh. Yes, indeed. What are some of the? There's a couple of other ones that. Well, the things that don't need to get redone every 5 minutes get redone every 5 minutes, and the things that do need to be redone once every 30 years do not get redone. Here, let me move my mouse out of the way. It's a new Warlock Bombardier. So I thought you got some you could use in Underworld. Oh, for Skaven, okay. But actually, oh, the other thing I've got to put together is the Caractos. Speaking of screaming bells and that sort of big stuff, I want to get the, oh gosh, I forget what the new, it's not the Screaming Skull Catapult anymore. It's the Walking Catapult for the, I almost called them Tomb Kings, for the Osiarchs there. I'm going to try and get me some Osiarch stuff put together. Obviously, none of that stuff is going to be usable for, uh, won't be able to use that in, say, a game of Warcry, but it would be fun to have. Fun to have nevertheless. Here, let's just bring out a little more lights here on the rocks, shall we say. Let's go this way too. Like so here. Let's get a little bit of light down here. And see, it's still mixing with that pre-glaze even after all this time. How many 7 hours, 44 minutes, still is mixing with the pre-glaze. The Mortec Crawler. There we go. Thanks, Grundy. And then there's the, let's see, there was a hero figure that Armored Wolf sent me that is literally sitting about 2 feet behind me that's half assembled there. And then there's another mounted hero for the Osiarchs that we want to get done. Let's see, the first army fully painted. Oh, you have 2 of them. Wow, that's I take it that they are more reliable than the old Screaming Skull catapult, which did absolute. I think I had 2 Screaming Skull catapults, and neither one of them did absolutely anything. They did nary a thing, unfortunately. Here, let's get ourselves a couple of more lights along the tops of our stone things here. Again, we want it to look like stone. We need to give them a little bit of a sharper edge. Like that. Yeah. What are we going to do for you, Mr. Foot, right here? I don't know. It's about time to get something done on that. Oh, look, more fungus is there. That might be something that we have to also, again, do off camera at a different time because it's going to be really tough not to stick our big old finger right into that. So the catapults are like they're like a little bit of a gravity well. They just bring everybody to you. Now, oh, I had to ask something about the twirly whirlies. This is for the Lord of the Rings folks out there. Were those? Did I actually? I didn't really see the Hobbit movies at all, but in the Battle of the Five Armies or whatever, do they actually show the Iron Hill dwarves shooting twirly whirlies or whatever the heck those things were? Because I saw a battle report with it. I'm like, twirly whirly, what the heck are those? What are they talking about here? Looks like Rhapsody Studios has to head off to bed. Well, Rhapsody Studios, thank you for hanging out. Folks, be sure to give Rhapsody Studios a follow so that you can have some fun watching their stream And Rhapsody Stews, hopefully we'll see you Monday. Also in the extended edition, okay. What did Space Nifty win? What did you win, Space Nifty? What did you win? Hopefully something really fun. Couple more lights down in here. There, I see that. Nice and stony looking. So yeah, I don't know. I think somebody always a lore video or something like that, and then they just happened to be. Oh, it was about the dwarves, and they showed the Iron Hill dwarves, and one of this, it was like a half a second scene, and these little crazy things went flying through the air, and I thought maybe that's what the twirly whirlies were. They do something really weird in Lord of the Rings. It's like they cancel all shooting or something like that. This crazy line where you can't shoot or whatever. I don't know what the deal is with them, but it's some weird thing like that. Something crazy. I have no idea what it was about. So what did Space Nifty win? Star Citizenship and Game. Wow, Space Nifty. That's spectacular. Wow, that sounds very impressive right there. So congratulations. Glad you won something. It sounds pretty neat. Star Citizenship and Game Pack. Okay, so I wonder, that must be a video game. And I apologize. I know zippo about video games whatsoever. I have no knowledge of video games. So I always apologize in advance about that for my lack of knowledge about such things. I think the last time I played anything was Civ back in 2013. Literally have not played any kind of computer games or anything since 2013. Unfortunately, let's just say that all of the computer resources are already occupied between streaming, filming, editing, rendering, uploading. That takes up 150% of all the computer resources, which leaves not a whole bunch for anything else. Multi-planets, walk around and land. That sounds nifty, Space Nifty. And of course, Space Nifty winning a really handy, nifty space exploration game. Sounds like it's even extra fun. So we're just trying to get the same color that we used on these fun guy over here and bring it down here. Not gonna do too much on that. Let's do some things on the shrooms here maybe. Maybe not that bright. Not quite so bright there. Maybe even, yeah, a little bit of this. Where are we at here? Oh, now you can see it. Okay, I can see some spots over here. And like before, I'm just going to have to then stop messing around. I am going to go back over here, though. Where's my Terra Rosa? There it is. Uh-huh. Still working with the pre-glaze that's sitting over here, but this is more of a, see it? Kind of a dry brush, right? Very much of a dry brush. We don't necessarily need a ton of details. It's still mixing with the pre-glaze, even now. After hours, it'll still mix with that pre-glaze. However, the pre-glaze is not quite so wet anymore. Bithron, yeah, unfortunately it seems like all of the Iron Hills dwarves are Forge World, which is just fine, because guess what? I can either use the Oathmark dwarves, or, haha, the Printing Goes Ever On. Guess what their Kickstarter is? It's dwarves. Modular dwarves, just like their modular elves. So Bithron, I think you saw the elves that I was painting. Where the heck are they here? So the modular elves where the heads are separate, the weapons are separate, the arms are separate, all that kind of stuff. That's what I want to. That's the dwarves. They've got like 20 different heads, and they're supposedly doing some kind of a schmote schmeiders, as in goat riders. Yes, indeed. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, in combination with what I have from Oathmark, I think I'm going to be really set on dwarves. I might just be scratch building a one of those Iron Hills chariots, though, because I think just one of those is about 120 bucks or so from Forge World. Plus, being Forge World, I don't want to deal with that. Forge World can be a little bit too Forge Worldy. Mini Monster Paints, thanks for hanging out, and hopefully that kind of helped there. The one question that you had, so hopefully that was useful for you. Again, that's the Terra Rosa with just a little bit of the cadmium there, just a smidge of the cadmium. Lighten up some of these guys. I got most of this stuff just going to be covered with some flock, all from Luke's APS. Got to remember not to stick my claw on that thing over there. That would, well, I'll know right away because I'll feel it. I was looking into the Kickstarter. Looks like I don't think they will work. Oh yeah, Bithron, you definitely need to use them on. Well, wait a minute. There's a lot of terrain. So Bithron, there's actually they have a ton of terrain. There's a huge Moria terrain thing. Oh gee whiz. Actually, yeah, that's. Let's put it this way: between them and the RM Printable stuff, that's what's making me want to get the FDM printer going, because they have a huge Moria thing. Just a whole ton of terrain. Yeah, I'm glad that it's been an interesting kind of learning process there. Hopefully not too painful. I know it can be a little a little troublesome sometimes. I just watched that scene with the twirly whirly. Don't know how the aerodynamics is supposed to work on a weaponized stray helicopter blade, but yeah. Um, they do something. I don't know. Maybe they just knock down things that are you're shooting at them or something like that. But yeah, the twirly whirlies. That is a thing in Lord of the Rings or in the up for the Iron Hills. Oh wait, let me go. So Grumby, if I could paint as well as you do, I wouldn't play any video games either. Uh, well, Grumdy, the one thing that I started to as Kathy's been playing some video game, Valheim or something like that, I guess. And well, let's just say she's played that for a while now over the last week, playing it with their friends, which is fun. However, when you're done with that, you're just done, and there's kind of nothing to show for it. Whereas, well, um, something to show for it, and all the armies and stuff like that. So that is kind of my rationale. Is that okay? Yeah, didn't play the computer games, but when I'm done with these things here, I've got something tangible that I can see and touch and use for years. So it does shoot down the enemy arrows. Okay. All right, that's what it sounded like. It's well, everything in the Iron Hills list everybody always says is too overpowered. Well, they say all the Hobbit armies are. Yeah, Lil, I can sometimes see, the screen that she's playing there. It looks like it has a lot of really nice scenery, and I haven't heard any of the sounds because she's wearing a headset. It looks really nice, and you got your cabin that you're building and stuff. I had a conversation with your sister today who apparently got into that game and wanted me to join. I told her I was too busy painting. Well, um, I guess it's a good thing you did because all the people that are playing that, let's just put it this way, they're painting a lot less. They're painting a whole lot less now. Depending on the fletching, you can make an arrow turn. I'm guessing they do that for the twirly whirly since they're giant ballistic arrows. See, I'd never heard of the, well, again, I really haven't seen the Hobbit movies at all. So that's why I was kind of, well, one of the reasons I was ignorant on the twirly whirlies, and then I was watching a battle report, and it was the first one I had ever seen with the Iron Hill dwarves, and he had that ballista catapult thing, and it shot the twirly whirlies. I'm like, what the heck is that? And I think even they were trying to figure out how the heck those things worked. As we add in some more darks here. Now, I think if they had called them something else, it wouldn't have caught my attention so much. But the name Twirly Whirlies sort of caught my attention. Oh, back to our Terra Rosa over here. I'm looking at this. Don't want to necessarily make it much lighter, but I really want to change the color here. It's so like what we did on the other side, right? Where the vine. Yep, see that? The Terra Rosa over there. Doing the same thing on this side now. Yeah, look at that. That looks a little bit, that was looking a little bit too much like stone right there. But we still, look, it's still mixing. You can see how dark the end of that brush is. So you're basically mixing Terra Rosa and Indigo together. Keeps it from becoming too red. Almost makes it more like a dingy gray. Yeah, so it makes it a little more dingy. Keeps it in line with what's going on here, but now also brings it in line more with these other tree roots, I guess we're going to call them. Vines, maybe. Not to mention, it's just part of elf army line formation that the archers moonwalk in unison past the spear line when they form a phalanx. But yeah, that was, well, I think what was happening is I was trying to play the, for whatever reason, for me, computer games just crash. They crash all the time. And they don't just crash, they crash and burn because the game that I was playing would get corrupted. And I said, so I just played this for this many hours, only to have it crash, get corrupted, can't even play it again. And then I said, you know what? I'll just paint miniatures because I can play games with those. I can at least look at them even when I'm not playing games. Hey, McMurray, how you doing there? McMurray, nice to see you. Yeah, well, he's well, let's see. Where's our thing here? Let's not grab. Okay, that's better. Where's Mr. Giggles? See, he got him from Mr. Giggles, 'cause Mr. Giggles, he's a fun guy. Hey, you want some ganja? It's like, dude, yeah, man. Where's the old guy with the ganja? Or you got some? Huh? You got some there? I'd like some ganja if you got some. Yes, that's why he's so big, Gore. Yeah, so McMurray, I heard you guys reading the rule book there. Now, how much was that Admiral's edition? Like $17,000 or something like that? What does it have? Like titanium binding on it or something like that? And it's kind of funny because we're talking about taking the Black Seas rules from Warlord and somehow adopting those to create Middle Earth at sea. So you got like Corsair Umbar ships and Gondorian ships pretty much fighting, well, what would you say? I'm sure that Roman and Carthaginian ships also maybe had some ballistas on them, right? So it'd be a little bit more like that, maybe. No, because even the caravels and yeah, there was gunpowder on those ships by then. So yeah, it'd probably be a little bit more like Rome and Carthage, I suppose. That sort of combat. It's 120, and it is signed. I didn't get to see. I didn't get to see the image of it signed. I was in the middle of assembling a whole bunch of miniatures at the time. So, folks, be sure to give Rocky's War Room a follow because, well, actually, how did the episode go tonight that you guys did? Yeah, how did tonight's episode go? Because they do interviews on there. They do some on Wednesdays and Fridays. They're also playing games. I think well, Wednesday was the reading of the Victory at Sea rulebook, just taking out what's in there. War Games Vault is good. So, okay, that's cool. Yeah, let's see. Because I want to do two different scales. I'd like to do a almost more like a Micronauts scale, right? With the or well even Black Sea scale, and then from there, that's where you go on to you bring out the 28 millimeter scale ships and you actually work out the ship to ship combat just up close in person when there's some boarding going on. Because why not? He's like, yeah, why not, man? That sounds quite good. What was that? Ganja? No, no. Oh boy, these two guys are gonna be a show all by themselves. These two guys are gonna be quite the show. I think well, they're not. It's gonna be very difficult to have these guys be permanent characters because it's gonna be hard for me to just kind of reach for this thing. But it still would be very fun. And the Baron is always a hoot. Yes, as always. That's for sure.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce that. I am sorry, but we still have to bring in Gandalf. Gandalf says, hello, little hobbits. Oh my goodness, he wants all my ganja. Yeah, man. Yes, this has been like 8 hours. You promised me some. I'm working on it. Blame the guy in the tower with the crazy multicolored robe and the dude with the handkerchief. Yeah, their fault. I don't know about that. Let's see, has a pair of ancient ship rules with multi-base for big games and single bases for smaller stuff. Thanks, McMurray. I appreciate that. But, I mean, first of all, I thought, hey, it would be really fun to build 28 millimeter ships because Lord of the Rings, you can pretty much do the way their terrain rules work and that kind of interaction. You can most certainly do some kind of shipboarding combat. But then Nosferatu was in here earlier, and he was, I guess, now does Mantic and Warlord, they have some kind of agreement or whatever? Because Mantic has some kind of a game that's basically using the Black Sea's rules. So I was thinking, well, wait a minute, what if I was to also build Micronaut scale ships and use those for some Middle Earth at Sea combat? Why not? Could be fun. Which, boy, so we're tacking that onto the War of the Ring board game, which is being tacked onto the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game. How many games can we combine? It's a game mashup. We have to combine as many games as. Oh, Mantic Armada. Okay. Oh, they licensed the rules from Warlord. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. Well, I guess the thing is, I keep forgetting that Mantic is also a UK company because well, obviously the Warlord folks that I deal with, they live here in the U.S. too. But I've always just all the folks that I deal with Mantic, they're here, so I kind of forget sometimes. Well, I forget a lot of things, pretty much like my name, minor details. So get we're using our fulcrum, right? If we're up here, we don't have much leverage. But back here, we got a whole lot of leverage. Look at this. I can work around stuff. Look at this. I can even stick my brush underneath his hand there. Can't do that if I got a death grip on the brush. Not doing much of anything there. So you can see, look at the, see that little blob of lighter colored paint there? This is your palette, right? Because look at that. We just blended it out real nice. We're going to do that on a couple of these other fingers here. Let me make sure where we're grabbing this thing. I knew that this was going to be a thing. At a certain point, there would be less places for me to be able to stick my fingers on here. But see how easy that makes that blending? Look at that. Instead of imagine trying to paint a
Hello,
bunch of
little
layers in
hobbits.
there.
Spark my gun.
That is not going to be easy, Jim Bob. How you doing, Jim Bob? It's just going to be fast getting up. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, wait, you don't look like the other guy with the ganja. I got no ganja. Fly, you fools. Thank you so much. He's like, man, that guy's, he's disappointing me. Well, of course, he's a wizard. Oh boy, we're just having way too much fun with this. This is the best puppet ever. It's its own puppet show. It's like a 10-piece marching band or something like that that you can hold. It's a handheld marching band. That's what it is. I absolutely love that. Let's see. Mare Bellum and Hematret. This Mare Nostrum are the rules. Oh, Mare Nostrum. There was did I ever play that? I don't. Oh no, I've seen. That's one of the old AI games, right? They're. I think it is. Of course, we always just called it Hairy Nostrils. But yeah, I've seen that game sitting on. Oh, yeah, I've seen that game sitting on. It was the bookshelf games. Yeah, I saw that sitting on somebody's shelf back in the day. See, actually, this was originally going to be a Patreon video, and then I realized it would actually probably be easier to do on screen here on Twitch, mostly because of the whole trying to get it on camera and such. And also, it was way more helpful to RM Printable Terrain for it to be on stream, because this literally just unlocked today. This file here just unlocked today, so it was that much more helpful for him. And we always try and help out our friends in the industry. Always try to help them out. So there again, just threw some lighter colors in there. And this is that blind blending, right? I couldn't even see what I was doing there, but all I do is take this blending brush and know that by doing this, there's something's blending back there. Something's getting blended. Don't know what it is, but hey, as long as it's blended, that's all that matters. Not like anybody's really going to be looking back there. I will accentuate a couple of folds here, perhaps, in the scan if I can. Now, of course, I don't know if did someone ever do any kind of thing, Lord of the Rings at sea. Obviously, the licensing for that is really tough, and pretty much GW is the only folks that could afford that sort of license. So well, I don't know. I guess I forget. It's a really unusual name. I can't remember the name of the folks that do the War of the Ring board game. Thanks, McBurry. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So it could be very interesting. Again, I don't want to get too involved. I don't know. Who knows? I just have a feeling that, for me at least, moving forward, there's going to be some different stuff. The paradigm has definitely shifted a little bit here. And I think the idea of doing Well, those type of games and stuff, that sounds, I think that could really be interesting. All right, I'm going to just sneak my hand around here again and maybe hit some of this stuff here. See if I can do that. I mean, there was other sort of mashed up rules that I also wanted to try. And I don't know, that could be a thing going forward. Just on YouTube alone, not going to be successful, but we're not just on YouTube anymore. Where's my, here we go. I'm going to get some more of my darker glazes going, but again, we got some grass tufts from Armored Wolf that we're going to throw on here. Well, they're going to look more like moss because this thing is so friggin' huge. But yes, we got grass tufts from Armored Wolf. That's the other thing. Let me see if I can even dig those out here. So yes, we do all kinds of different fun colors and such. So Armored Wolf does grass tufts. Here's another fun color. And we might even throw some of the tufts on him too. I like to do that with the tree man types. That's always kind of a fun thing to do. So all I really need this to be is just darker, because once I throw in some of the foliage and other things, just making sure I'm not sticking my finger on something here. This is just Van Dyke Brown really for the most part. That's it. Ares Games, Bithran. Ares Games. That's it. Now apparently they had a third expansion that was supposed to come out last year, but I have heard nothing about it. I haven't seen it on Amazon or anything like that. I just can't believe that the game is even cheaper now than when I got it on Amazon, which was literally it was like $40 cheaper than I had originally seen the price. Now I don't know if that means there's some new edition coming out or something like that. And maybe that's why the second edition, but there's all the expansions are still pretty much the same price for it. So it is definitely the Ares games. That's it. But I have two of the expansion. No, I only have one of the expansion. I want to get the second one. Now that I believe that is Lords of Middle Earth, but the War of the Ring, and it's Warriors of Middle Earth, because that's what brings in the Umbar Corsairs. That's what brings in the Dunlendings, the Balrog, and for the other side, it brings in eagles, ants. Oh, there's spiders as well. What was the other thing? Eagles and Army of the Dead. Yep, brings in Army of the Dead, and what is the fourth one? Can't remember what the fourth one was. And all of those things are like the wild men, the Dunlendings and everything. That's all stuff that I want to have, and I have a Dunlending army. It's not a gigantic, pure Dunlending army. I think I might be adding maybe some Oathmark, just barbarian type figures for the wild men. No, it's the War of the Ring board game. So yeah, it's got about, I don't know, 200 miniatures in it or so, and there's several tracks. It has the entire map of Middle Earth sitting out there. You can watch all kinds of battle reports and playthroughs on YouTube, but it's fantastic because you're trying to get the ring. That's one way. Well, that's the primary way that your so-called good side wins, is by obviously getting the ring to Mount Doom. But you can still win a military victory. It's very rare. Does not happen very often. But the nice thing about it is that you have action dice, which allow you to do things or not allow you to do things. You have event cards, character cards, and that's pretty much what drives the action there. You might want to lay siege to Minas Tirith, but Your cards and the dice tell you that you're just hunting for the ring bearer, or you're launching a seaborne invasion of the Shire. I mean, literally, it could just be the way the events play out. And I thought it would be very, very fun to combine that with Lord of the Rings use it as a strategic map. Originally, I was actually going to print out a whole bunch of terrain tiles and base it on an old GW hex map that I'd found in a really old White Dwarf magazine. But those rules were very simplistic, and it would have just led to it would have been like Middle Earth Risk, and that wasn't very appealing. It did mean there was all of a sudden I needed one of every single army in Middle Earth because, well, I could have my Easterling army done,
Enters my domain.
but it really wouldn't matter because all of the cards are saying, well, you're actually fighting an Arab war now. So, is this Zombie Brush Studios? Zombie Brush Studios, how you doing? What's up? How you guys doing? You guys have ganja? Please don't bother the new people. You're scaring them. But ganja smells. Oh, it doesn't. Ganja smells terrible. So how are you guys doing, Shaza? How you doing? Nice to see you. McMurray, those I don't have any of those tiles, and that was again way too simplistic. It was just kind of like roll d6, roll a one, lose, roll a six, win. This is like that on steroids, and then on steroids again. Oh, some 6 millimeter. Actually, McMurray, that sounds good. 6 millimeter Lord of the Rings, because you can print that. Oh, yes, I could print that. So Zombie Brush Studios, check out how big this thing is. Here. So they're about level now. Elevator going up. Look at that. Yeah, that's how big these. Well, this dude, these dudes. That's how big that is. Uh, are we caught up here? Yes, and folks, be sure to give Zombie Brush Studios. Zombie Brush Studios, there's been some more success as far as the acquisition of the miniatures because I just printed out successfully the first Diwali miniatures, and that's going to be very handy. I printed out some, well, basically things that I can use for some of the specialty ring rates. Also, some more goblins. Let's see. You Can't Quit Me was kind enough to print me a whole bunch of birds and bats. So birds for my Dunlending army and bats for the Moria army. I've been printing up what is that? The printing goes ever on, printing up like crazy some of their stuff here. This is just a tiny portion of the elves right here. So yeah, we got ourselves some elves. We have a whole elf army that we're going to be creating now, including the what is that, Mirkwood and the Lothlorien, all kind of simultaneously there. This thing is, well, look. So as big as Mr. Giggles is, look at this. We'll put him side by side. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's the same size mushroom there. Look at how big it is. It looks like it's like a little nothing on these guys. So it's huge. It's friggin' huge. So yeah, as much as I like the GW, Rivendell, Mirkwood, Elves, whatever, that's just going to be a little too pricey. So now I can just kind of print those up for, well, free, basically. And I can convert those to whatever I need because they're also modular. And they are now also, they are in the middle of doing modular dwarves. So, and including maybe some goat riders. Let's see. So yes, so Shiza, how are you doing? I hope that well, now that that's I don't want to say that Smaug is put to rest, but I know you've been Trying to advance on to some other past Smaug. Although I did just see a lore video. It was all about Smaug. And they did actually some readings from the book. Getting some buzz from Zombie Brush Studio. Oh, that sounds great, Chiza. That sounds fantastic. Well, you'll be getting to paint those up on stream. So, oh, that's the kind of the cyber stuff, right? Oh, Trap Tricks. Nice to see you again. I hope that you're having yourself, well, at this point now, a good Sunday morning, because it's Sunday morning here. Well, I know for some folks it's Sunday afternoon. In fact, I'm thinking maybe in Melbourne it's 3:07 in the afternoon, something like that. I could be totally wrong. Oh, Craig has some YouTube videos to help learn the rules. Okay, that on for the 6mm. That's now that's not just Battle of Five Armies, right? It's for whatever, because I know there is a I think it's either 6 or 10mm, and it really does focus on the Battle of the Five Armies. Oh no, that's the GW thing. Never mind. Scratch that. Scratch that. That's the GW thing. Steel is still having a nice afternoon there. Oh, you're Sherlock. That's right. You're getting that Sherlock. I forgot all about the Sherlock. Oh, let's see. I need to get some metal rods. Oh, and some plinths. So Trap Tricks, I hope that you're doing well. No matter what time of day it might be. Because what time is it here? It's 1:09 in the morning here. We're now 8.5 hours in. And this is start to finish, by the way. So here, we'll hold them this way. You can kind of see how big this thing is. This thing was nothing but primer 8.5 hours ago. And you have to subtract about 10 minutes between eating, checking the printer, and also, well, just some of the general greetings and stuff like that. Because I think Reaper rated us, what, about 2 minutes in? So it's, yep, it's, well, that's not East Coast. That's super East Coast. That's, oh gosh, not Nova Scotia time zone. Does Nova Scotia have its own separate time zone? Oh, thanks, Wheelie. Yeah, this is really I forgot that he had, the two different things going on with his face here. And it's really interesting to have these two things coming out of their heads. And just this, because I looked at all the other Ettins, you don't see something like this. You just see two-headed guys, for the most part. Having these two totally different textures like this is really fun. All of that stony stuff here, and then all of this. Actually, let's do some stuff on his foot over here if we can. We're just going to grab a smidge of this here. Yeah, dirty little magenta, as we say. Also, trying not to stick my hand on that fungus stuff there. I mean, some of this is going to get wiped away by my hand. That's just kind of how it goes, but I'm just playing around here with getting a little bit of my pink color in there because we got some up here. If it's going to go somewhere, it better go over. We got some on here, so why not some of that also down here? Just a smidge. Where's that blending brush again? Again, not going to do too much on the interior there because, well, there's going to be plenty of flock and other type of things like that going on. Oh, why don't we lighten this up just a smidge more here? I was really surprised, I have to say, when I first saw it and it was just a raw print. There was all kinds of discoloration and everything else, right? Because let's just say it got pulled out of the vat really quick and rinsed off really quick and shoved in the mail really quick. and it really didn't show off let's say it wasn't the most pristine of prints because it had to just be rushed out the door, and I was expecting that. Then once it got primed, I said, wait a minute, this should be very interesting. Then I started painting and I went, holy smokes. I mean, either one of these guys on their own would actually make a really interesting bust, right? But wow, really I was not expecting that much detail. Here, let's grab some of our, wow, that's going to make it an interesting kind of a brownish color there. Let's get back down over here to his foot. See if we can do something with the toenails here. I'm just looking at how big this guy's foot is, and I thought the other guy's feet were big. And that is your sorcerers. So it is again RM Printable Terrain, and they do fantastic terrain. Whatever Lord of the Rings terrain I don't make myself is going to be their terrain. And here's a quick little example of it here. Where's my terrain stuff? Now almost there. So that is again from RM Printable Terrain. Obviously you've got sort of a Ruins of Arnor theme, but they've got all kinds of elven stuff. Really fun. Okay, just gonna keep my fingers off of stuff there. It it's a little tough at this point. Okay, let's take some of this permanent green light. We'll mix it actually with a little bit of our brown over here. That is such a neat little color. Going to use some of that over here. Even a little smidge of it on the rocks there. And then we'll get some of it here on him. Trying to bring some of this over here now. Also, there's going to be all kinds of greenery here. I would like to, it's not like it's metal, but I would like to have some of that green on here. So say we're kind of changing it. Look how that's got more green there. You got some of the green down on the bottom here too. And really the focusing on the stuff that's closest to the ground. Let's maybe some of our cooler green here as well. Yeah, that works. So zombie brush, I was hoping that things were going okay. I know this is usually your streaming time here, kind of late into the night, just like we are. I think typically, like when we're doing our Saturday challenge here, you got your stream going on. Oh, now did you guys do another kind of a multi-stream again, or Shaza, were you just kind of hanging out in the Discord thing? Because I know you were doing that. Oh, I had the chance to raid you that one time. That's right. I think actually maybe you guys were either multi-streaming or you were just hanging out doing the Discord thing. Ah, look at that. See that? Much more going on there now. Yes, indeed. I think I might even bring a smidge of that all the way up to here. So, yeah, I don't want it to look metallic, but it does have way more, and it does tie it together to what's going on all these different areas here. Oh, do I? Ah, good. Yeah, well, that might be a little, that could be a bit too much. Let's go back over here. That's a bit more of a cooler green. It's also kind of a high intensity green, but it's the same green that we got going on up here. Trying to bring that down over here. Almost in a way like you've got a little bit of mossy growth that's happening on the stones here without having to actually put moss on there. So see there's more of that green right there. A little more green. Oh, thanks, Grimgar. Yeah, so we're, what, 8 hours, 32 minutes in? 8 hours, 32 minutes in. Now, obviously, our typical Army challenge or our Saturday challenge is more like 10, 10 and a half hours. I'm going to get a little bit of that green into here, too. So, what was Shaza up to? Painting and lurking. Working. Oh, the Doctor Strange for MCP. That's right. You were talking about that last time. Sorry, I forgot about that. I know. I think that I do have a bunch of MCP figures. I wanted to hit those in March, but I think there's just too much stuff going on. So maybe that'll be a May thing. Maybe Marvel Crisis Protocol in May. Because, why not? Why not? Oh, thanks, Trap Tricks. Yeah, this thing is just, I was not expecting to have this much fun with it. I thought, okay, it'll be neat, but boy, these faces really, they got some expression to them, man. They really do. Now, Shades, were you gonna do more of a just the kind of the usual color scheme on the Doctor Strange, or did you have maybe like, I might do something crazy and really different for it? I need to get that upper lip just a smidge lighter there. Yeah, actually, I'm really glad, Stila, because, well, the green and the red, obviously the natural opposites, right? But it does help to draw. And fortunately, there are still little ones down there, but it really does help keep you drawn up here because there's so much other stuff going on. I'm glad it can still keep your attention where we'd like it. Now, yeah, okay. Uh, it'll be hopefully yours, maybe because it's wider. Now, like here, as soon as I get over here, it's like, what are you painting? Feet? Hopefully yours being wider is a little bit easier to keep the whole thing on screen all at the same time. And Shays is just going to do the standard color scheme. Yeah, Shays, that Bad Moon, the metal work on that is unbelievable, and the way it complements with all of the checkered boards and that yellow. It really is pretty darn amazing. We're going to get some of this bright green into here too. Yep, we're doing that really right next to all of that Terra Rosa stuff. Yep, we're doing that. We're going to add some more greens over here too because, it'll be some shenanigans trying to, yes, indeed. It's going to be a challenge. I This one here, there might be some parts of it that maybe well, like here, like the base, I did just throw a little bit of a quick acrylic glaze in there so I could hang on to that, but not be distracted by some kind of really light primer down there or whatever. So that might be something that you have to do. I think I've done that before with other things where it's just like, okay, the area I'm going to have to hang on to this thing, well, I'll just throw some kind of darker acrylic paint there so that there's some kind of color just to mark that. She's just going to do the colors in the standard comic book. Yeah, I think because we have terrain stuff, we have a whole bunch of terrain, and I thought that could maybe be part of a Saturday challenge sort of things where we paint up some of just the miniatures and then maybe also hit some of the terrain so people could see weathering and that sort of stuff. You just leave the base empty and then make after it's painted. That sounds good. Yeah, actually, well, most of Armored Wolf's dice bags could definitely be used in a defensive capacity, I believe. Actually, well, that dragon bag, that was a fantastic bag. I just really love that one. Here, let's oh, there's some more of our lighter green. We'll get some of that on the log here again. I'm just trying. There's a little bit of. I'm trying to figure exactly what the heck is going on right here with some of this stuff. Got to figure out what is exactly happening here. Oh, let's. Oh, Tammy Knight is back from the session. Very, very close to ending our Cursed of Strahd campaigning. Well, hopefully that was not. What was that? That the TPK. Hopefully not a TPK. And I thought we might still be here when you were done with your session. I know. What was that? About a 4-hour session or so, maybe. Something like that. Maybe 3.5, 4 hours. Oh yeah, still that was that's one of my. I always forget to do that for lizards. Let me see if I can grab this here. Yeah, I think I can. All right, so we did that on this guy's. This, no, I'll just hang on to it. So see his. There you go. See that? That's where I was trying to do that on here too, cause that's one of my favorite things. I see that in pictures and stuff, and I think I've seen it even on things like turtles, whatever, on their carapace as well. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad that you guys are still amongst the living there. Glad that you were able to survive that. I only did D&D very briefly. I really enjoyed things like the Inquisitor role-playing game and the the Deadlands for short. Well, having done Civil War reenacting, the Deadlands thing was very much natural. I think the one I always wanted to try was the Babylon 5. I think there is a Babylon 5 role-playing game. That would definitely be fun to try. I think, yeah, let's see. I don't know if you plan on going to DragonCon this year. Yeah, oh, I'm going to take some of the Terra Rosa down here. So we haven't really done much there. I think it's time to actually get some stuff going on there. Let's get some darker glazes if we can. Let's see. A buddy is wanting to do a custom sci-fi type of D&D thing. Boy, B5 is just, that's kind of a natural thing for roleplay. Oh, look at these darks in here. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that. That's not black. That's Van Dyke brown with a little bit of indigo in it, which, as like I said, is going to be darker than black because it's got an actual color to it. It has an actual color to it. It's going to make it darker. So yeah, that was something I always wanted to try. Was the B5 role playing game. I'm sure it's still floating around out there. Ooh, let's bring in. Oh gosh, we got more darks to bring in over here too. Well, we were kind of sitting our hand on it. Oh, also I should probably do something right here. I mean, we have plenty of darks there. Let's just get in something that's a little lighter here. Possibly a little Terra Rosa. Well, it is nice and opaque after all. Smidge of our cadmium yellow there, and that is it. Plenty of pre-glaze here. Still to play with. There. Sorry, my times are so weird. Yeah, that's unfortunately, let's put it this way. Someone that just like, well, I guess with the whole ReaperCon thing, if you're just going, you make a hotel reservation, the convention gets canceled, you cancel that reservation. When you're a vendor, you can't just, okay, we're not going. That doesn't work that way. and that it makes it so brutal. That is why we're trying to support Armored Wolf here as much as we can. That's why we're always asking you to check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page and see all the fantastic things that are there. That the metal work, the leather work, it is just when you see it, it's every bit as amazing as this sculpt right here. Let's see, you start on an asteroid colony. You got cyborgs, robots, and so it's a oh, Battlestar Galactica. That's what it reminds me of there. All right, Steela, I'll catch you. I'll catch you later. Well, hopefully we see you Monday. Hopefully we see you Monday. And I do think I'll try and get those Bretonian Pegasus Knights. Well, not Bretonian Pegasus Knights ready to paint on Monday. I think that could be really, really fun. I think we're all there. Yep. So, like I was saying, that's what was really so difficult for vendors because you don't just show up. You have to say, okay, what are we taking there? And as soon as you commit to sending your stuff somewhere and that cancels, well, now you're waiting. Your stuff is just there. You can't just get, well, we'll sell it online because it's not there anymore. It went off to an imaginary convention that now is not going to happen. And I know it's difficult for folks that don't do that for a living, but yeah, when the conventions are your living, planning for those is a very complex operation, and it has to be done long in advance, not a few months in advance. Because September conventions for a vendor is like next week. And again, if it's not something that you do, it's a little bit hard to know the kind of the insides and outs of that. That's why we, well, didn't even know about ReaperCon until somebody sent me a little secret message the other day, and I went, huh? So having lots of fun here. Just look at all the different colors here on this stupid tree slash twig here. Look at all the action going on there. It's starting to get a little bit heavy because just like our Great Beast of Golgoroth, we were literally hanging on to the very last bit of him. Now I'm starting to hang on to the very last bit of this, and it's getting heavier and heavier every second here because there's not. I'm just kind of got a death grip on the miniature so it doesn't just fall out of my hand. All right, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to take some of our asphaltone. We got mixed with the white here. Yeah, Tamid Knight. Well, I'm glad, just glad that your campaign went well, and well, you're still alive and all that good stuff. That's always handy. I mean, I know there's all the resurrection things and all that, but sometimes you lose stuff or lose skills or something like that that you've spent time building, which is not convenient, of course. Speaking of losing skills and dying, yeah, Blood Bowl. Yeah, there's that. Let's see, Juice. Let's see, Juice. Because my collection of Inquisitor keeps increasing, I hope interest in the game is out there enough to play it someday, even with the proxies. And Shiner Sean asks, if you want to look more rough, non-shiny. Shiner Sean, this is because it's oil paints here. And obviously, just imagine all of this is wet acrylic paint. So that's why if you're going to have a little, you see a little bit of shine, it's because it's all oil paints. Now, when the stuff dries, it is not going to have any kind of a shine to it. Let's see, I'll look at something that's a little bit bigger here. So this is one that we painted on Friday of last week. Yeah, Friday of last week. Not this Friday, but Friday of last week. And I haven't put any dull coat on this yet and there is no shininess here. But the oils will take usually 8 to 12 hours to be dry to the touch, cured enough to put, and I haven't even put the anti-shine. And this is the same stuff that I would use for my acrylics here, the Army Painter Anti-Shine. So yep, it's when it is wet, it's going to have a little bit of shininess to it. Also depends on the color that you're using. So the Fanchon red right there, you can see how that's kind of shiny, right? Now here is the dried, that same Fanchon red, which is dry, which has also been hit by the anti-shine. So see, those are nowhere near as shiny as that. It's just some colors are shiny. It's weird. But yeah, the oils really have made all this so. Even his face has two very different colors on it. This side actually has more of the indigo, right? Because we wanted to get some of him into his face there to make that transition point happen. Look at this. We got Sarge. We got Sarge. How you doing there, Sarge? How are you doing? Sarge, you got. I don't know if you've seen any of the little skits that we've done showing just how friggin' huge this thing is, but he's like, you got some ganja? You sure you don't have ganja, right? He says you might. So Sarge, I hope you're doing well. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. That's what we were saying about for merchants. Well, like for us, ReaperCon is 900 miles away, and we can't. If it was Adepticon, just like for you, DragonCon is in your hometown. Well, if that gets canceled at the last minute for whatever reason, then that's different. Also, having been through 2002 and all of those fun times, that just taught me a lesson. I learned a lesson from 2001, 2002, and I'm seeing it kind of repeated all over again in a slightly different way. So, Sarge, how are you doing there? I'm sure it's nice and steamy down there. It looks like Lady B has returned. Lady B, welcome back. Yeah, let's pop in some more there. And just brush in some lights there. So Sarge, check this out. Check this out. You remember? You remember Mr. Giggles, right? Fun guy. Look, okay, so we got him leveled up, right? The elevator is going up, and it's still going up, and it's still going. Check that out, Sarge. Look at how friggin' huge he is. Look at how huge he is. I think right now here it must be in the mid 30s, something like that. And that is Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Not Celsius. I'm going to get some water here. 1 second. All right, here we go. Some thunder shows. Not the thunder show. That's I don't know that sounds. I'm not sure I want to see a thunder show. Well, I know I don't want to see a thunder show. That is the last thing that I'm interested in. Now let's bring it just a little bit more of our light. So Sarge, this thing here is it's not actually the largest thing I've ever painted. I don't even know if it doesn't actually qualify as the largest thing I've painted on stream, but he's pretty huge, right? He is pretty darn huge. And Sarge not being able to do the major yard work. Well, I will certainly, I'm going to be probably climbing up a tree to cut down branches tomorrow. Not really looking forward to that. I swear, if I was to go to the Alps or something like that, I would be all set. I wouldn't even need climbing gear because pretty much that would be me climbing with no gear in the Alps would probably be safer than some of the antics I've had to do in the last year and a half between the roof and the trees and all the other kind of stupid stuff. And yes, that is so Armored Wolf. That all kind of happened right around. That was like part of your birthday celebration, wasn't it? Ah, Sarge, I didn't print this one. Actually, this is printed by RM Printable Terrain because that's when my printer wasn't working yet. But Sarge, actually, I just did some Duval Games figures, and I actually did some with my own supports. Now, they did print. I didn't have a chance to take them off of the plate yet, so we're still having success with the printer. There was a little bit of a weird thing that happened with it last night, but now it's just something I'm going to be more aware of. It wasn't something that had ever happened before. Yeah, that unfortunately was Armored Wolf's birthday present last year was to win the award and then someone grabbed the figure out of the case. So that was not a cool thing whatsoever. And you can actually go to now you won't be able to see all of the really magnificent little details on it, but if you check out Armored Wolf's Instagram, you will be able to get to see pictures of that. But it's really hard to see all the, speaking of tiny little details, all the little snails that were sculpted, all of the fungus that we're talking about, like the shell fungus here, all of that stuff sculpted onto those pieces. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna, yeah, toss a little bit more lights into here too, just because. And there it is. I'm looking at this. More darks. I'm gonna see if I can't squeeze in a couple of darks there on that side of his head here. Let's see if we can. Not quite a pin line wash. We are gonna dig into some. Oh, we'll make our own sap green here, right? We're gonna take our Van Dyke brown. We'll mix it with our. Just again, see where I'm gonna be sticking my big old fingers here, and just see if I can't sneak in a couple of darks right in here. When in doubt, sometimes just make it a little bit darker. Make it a little bit darker. Speaking of darker, we're going to do that over here to accept maybe a little bit with the green here. Look at how much darker we can get there. Now, of course, the more I start doing down here, the more this will just end up on my hand, but, you know, well, sacrifices must be made. Let's see. I think we're all caught up there on the chat because we got Armored Wolf showing some of the pictures of his fantastic miniatures. So yes, that is the other reason why we want to support Armored Wolf because, well, he would dearly love to be painting miniatures right now. But the whole time I'm sitting there having fun painting these two dudes. Hey, got some ganja. He is still working away on all of his stuff. So that is why we want to show Armored Wolf as much support as we can. More darks there. I cannot wait to get into here with all of that Luke's APS ground terrain. We got the armored wolf. Yes, an armored wolf also makes tufts, grass tufts, so go check those out. We've used a couple already. We're going to be using a ton of them. We're even going to be putting some on these lizard men right here for sure. So these guys that we just painted up, was that last night? Yeah, Friday night. We're going to be putting a lot of armored wolf tufts on these guys. We have a whole entire army of those that we're putting armored wolf tufts on. Sarge, I think he is, because this base is 110 mil across, and you can see, I mean, look at this. So that's 110. That gets you to about here, maybe. So 220. He's maybe about 245 millimeters tall, something like that. Basically, just being exposed to people who are sick. Well, the Deuce, I think you have seen. Actually, didn't Reaper Miniatures actually sculpt a Con Crud monster? I will never forget Reaper Con. Oh, gee whiz, this was years ago. This was even before Kathy went. This might have been 4 or 5 years ago. And let's see. Now, typically, you got the regular convention. Well, once everybody else leaves, the artists kind of have their convention afterwards. And I think there was 21 of us at the start of that. By the third day, there was like 9 of us. No, there was 7 of us, because several, not only had they gone home because they were sick, some of them were already in the hospital. They got that sick at ReaperCon years ago. There was nothing freaky out there, nothing like that. That was just ReaperCon. Yes, there was about 7 or 8 of us left. So we were looking around like, where did everybody go? They're like, oh, they went home. What about her? Well, she went home. What about him? Oh, he's in the hospital. So that's another reason, because what happens to me at conventions, best case scenario, my voice is gone because I'm trying to scream over loudspeakers and everybody else that's in the room talking. And when I come home and I have to film all of those Patreon videos, that's difficult to do with no voice. The last Adepticon, when I Armored Wolf, how many weeks did it take before my voice got back to normal? Wasn't it about 5 weeks before I actually sounded like what I normally sounded like? Apparently, well, I guess they're doing it. They'll be doing it without us, but I guess they're doing it. Um, yeah, that was the unfortunate, the drunken speed painting competition. Yes, that was most unfortunate. And that was when, I painted with my left hand, with my hair, with the other person holding the miniature as we were walking on some chairs. But neither one of us, let's say we didn't want to participate in the sharing of flasks and other stuff because, well, we were a little bit suspicious. And guess what? The people that were sharing out of those flasks, they were all the ones that went home because they all got each other sick. And that is, unfortunately for me, this is a one-man band, unlike this guy, who's a two-man, one-man band. Now, anything freaky happens, well, there ain't no work getting done. And that and the fact that it is 900 miles away. And pretty much for Armored Wolf, everything is 900 miles away. So also another factor in the logistics there. Let's see. I think we're all caught up there. So yeah, I can understand why people just want to go and have fun, and that's cool. But Unfortunately for us, that is what we do for a living. But we are going to get some lighter stuff. And that is why, well, that's why I committed to the Twitch thing. That's why we're doing all of the Lord of the Rings stuff. That's why we got the printer stuff going on. So that it was essentially stuff that didn't matter if things all closed or open, doesn't really matter. It has nothing to do with any of that stuff now. There's a little secret project in the works, I have to say, for folks that might want to take classes. Now, this is not going to be like in person, as in the same room, but there's a little project that's supposed to be taking place a few months from now, where you could sign up for classes, and it wouldn't be like this, where it's a Twitch stream. It would be okay, there's 10, 15, whatever, 20 people. They have an STL file. They have a miniature. I have the same miniature, and we're all painting the same miniature together in well, sort of a class. Except you can do it wherever you live, which is really nice. Let's see. And a portable shot. Well, actually, yeah. Now Shay's up my what I wanted to take to Gen Con was a can of mace. Actually, that's what I was going to use. I was going to have those other things, but I was also going to have like an industrial strength can of mace with me. Just to clear out a little bit of personal space now and then. I did use, while working at the Badger booth, I did use the airbrushes as a little bit of a personal defense mechanism. So yeah, that was, I would take the airbrush and people would say, so what PSI are you at? And then I would just point to, I would point to poor Ken about 8 feet away from me or whatever. And I'd say, how close do you think he is? I'd say, I don't know, he's like 6, 7, 8 feet away. And I'd say, well, if I can hit him, then it's at about 50 PSI. So basically, if people got too rowdy or anything like that, I would just turn the airbrush on them and spray them. That was my version of mace. So yeah, that was going to be my personal, that was going to be my PPE. Is that what that's called, right? PPE was going to be a can of mace. Ah, good. I was just about to think, am I actually sticking my hands in what I think I'm sticking my hands in? But apparently not, which is good. All right, how's about a little bit of lighter color here? We got some Fanchon red. We got ourselves some Fanchon red. Let's just throw that over here. Let's get these little shrooms with some lighter Fanchon red on them. And yes, that's essentially a dry brush right there. More of the Fanchon red. All right, good enough. Wait a minute, how many brushes do I got sticking in my ear here? That's too many. Yeah, see, that's my version of the PPE was going to be a can of mace. Well, it always has been. I, I thought that's a one way to make sure that people just don't invade your personal space at a convention. Oh yeah, that is why, and you'll find this. So the reason we have this is because at Adepticon, the only way I could continue talking was to basically have a continuous supply of antiseptic. So it's purely medicinal. There was no enjoyment involved. It was all just medicine. And what was the stuff that's black licorice? Uh, uh, Jägermeister. That's it. Yeah, I had to teach a class with 20 people in it. And Thursday morning, my voice was already so messed up. The people standing right next to me couldn't hear me. And they gave me Jägermeister. And for about 20 seconds, there was great success, great rejoicing. And it lasted all of about 20 seconds. Then I sounded exactly like I sounded before. So unfortunately, I had to teach the entire class via nude interpretive dance. It was quite exotic, but I think some people learned some stuff. I think a few people did learn some things. There was a surprising number of people that signed up for an extra class later that day. Yes, indeed. Oh, look at this. We need to get a little bit of our dark over there. Wow, look at this indigo. Uh, Stila, the indigo that you're using. You find that that really is one of those, another one of those colors that, just like Terra Rosa, dries flatter than flat for whatever reason. It's just one of those kind of colors. Uh, Grimgar, funny you should say that because I said, well, okay, well, I more like signed it or pantomimed it, like, well, could there be more? And they said, well, two more of those and you'll be teaching the class on the floor. So, yeah, unfortunately, there was no more of that. Uh, Armored Wolf, actually, didn't you had your mead, didn't you? Was it mead and or rum that you had there? And Armored Wolf was kind enough to basically keep me a good supply of mead and rum, I do believe. Yeah, Shaza, that definitely has to be some. I mean, that's crazy under any circumstances. I mean, even I'm sure normal daily life there, when everything is normal, is pretty wild. But I would imagine that's a whole extra level of interesting. Yeah, that was what was the stuff that last ReaperCon? It was really a big time favorite of mine. What was what now? Because I know there was the one rum that we had at Gen Con, but there was that one mead, I think it was at ReaperCon, that I really did enjoy. All right, so we're continuing with some of our darks here, bringing in some more cracks over here. I think I might even reinforce that a bit. Oh, gee whiz, yeah, we can really. Boy, I tell you, the oils, they really let you bring in some darks, don't they? They really let you do that. Let's see. Yeah, let's we'll do basically I would just need two things, something like mead and chocolate covered raisins, and that would just that would be fine. That works for me. It would maybe have a somewhat negative impact on the global environment, but it would be working. That is what we're going to be doing. Let's pile in some more darks here. This I think that crosses over that maybe. But you see how it's just one brushstroke, and that's it. We leave it, right? One brushstroke, leave it. And by the way, again, this is one of those Schmabel brushes here. It's not really a sable brush. Flight Sim, how are you? Boy, oh boy. Let's see. Well, we're 9 hours 11 minutes into this here, and this has been one heck of an adventure. This has been one heck of an adventure. So hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're doing good. Some more darks back in there too. I think we're caught up there. Yeah. So look at all the crazy stuff going on here. Look at all the crazy, and then of course we got our little our shrooms over there. Oh man, that is just That is hilarious. I might even get a little bit darker here along the edge. Yeah. Maybe not so much on this one. Let's see. Finance my first two 3D printers by taking 21 beverages out of my budget. Flight sim. That boy, I don't like to hear the sound of that. Oh man. I guess because just computers and I, oof, not really ever gotten along over the course of many years, and that sort of thing. That is one of that just sends me ballistic. Computer stuff. Oof. So sorry to hear about that. Yeah, Deuce. Well, the other thing is cough drops, so we do those too. Deuce, that is why as soon as I'm done here, that's why we do our exercise session, right? We put the 10 pounds of iron weights on each arm, run for a few miles, then put 20-pound weights on the legs and do, what is that, 440 leg stretches or leg presses, sorry. So that's how we're able to consume some of that stuff. Holy smokes, making a Guinness and chocolate cake, man. That is wow, that sounds fabulous. It really does. Here, let's get some dark right up there and here too. I think, yeah, I wasn't sure about that. I was looking at that going, there enough stuff going on there? Yeah, there we are. It kind of shot me a walk around Atlanta seeing everyone drink out of flasks on the street. We're just going to see if we can slightly darker. That is indigo mixed with our Van Dyke brown. There we go. That's a little better. A Guinness bread dip. Oh, actually all that stuff is definitely making me very hungry. That is making me very hungry for indeed. I judged an event when my first drink happened. The one time at a pirate event, I got tipped a half glass of rum for selling someone stuff they needed for that day at 9 a.m. Yeah, not sure why I'm reading those messages that are intended for other people. Sorry about that. It's let's see. I'm into computers. It's also another one of my hobbies, so I build them and tweak them also. Well, that's really cool there, Flight Sim. Yeah, for me, well, I've been dealing with computers a long time, but I think as you heard, computers and I, we basically have a war of annihilation that has continued for many years. It is a literal fight to the death, and I am most likely going to lose that to the computers because, well, computers and all. The funny thing is that I've been using them for quite some time, and yet, even when at times when other people were not using computers at all. Beer cheese as well from scratch. That also sounds good. Actually, do I have any of my fortified? Well, it ain't hot chocolate anymore. It stopped being hot chocolate. Oh, that's all we got left there. But that hot chocolate right there has been fortified with extra nutrients just to make it a little bit more healthy. We'll bring in a couple more lights here. Along the edge of this rock here. And then, well, these rocks that are also his foot. And we'll, yeah. This, I don't want, there's a shadow being cast through, so I can only bring in so much light right there. There's times where you just say, I think I should use a highlight here, and then you look, it's like, well, yeah, it's underneath all this stuff. Where's that light coming from? How's that getting there? Is there someone shining a special little flashlight on that one area? Shaza, that's a little bit of cream de mince in there. Yeah, it's a little bit of cream de mince and a white chocolate, hot chocolate right there. Let's see, when did I just steal it? When did I first start doing that? Was that maybe about 3 weeks ago or so? No, maybe that was about 4 weeks ago when it was 10 below zero for the high and stuff like that. I think that's when we started doing that. How about this yellow mix? That's a cadmium yellow light. There's still actually some green in the brush there, but I was hoping at least this row right here. I want to bring out some highlights or knock some things back right here on this row here. Looks like we can still highlight some stuff. Oh, so Sarge, I've been meaning to ask, have you still been able to keep printing? I do have that water soluble stuff now. It's gonna be a while before I try it because I don't want to screw around with success, right? The things are printing with this resin. Still not necessarily the biggest fan of that smoky black resin there. So not the biggest fan, but one of those things again, if it ain't broke, ain't gonna try and fix it. Let's bring some more of this in. Some more here. And we'll bring in a little bit of the yellow up here on the top of his head. Ever so slightly. I'm just going to leave that alone because that's some deep shadows right there, right? That really draws you up in here. But see how we snuck some of that red into there? There's actually a fair amount of red on his face. We tried to sneak as much of it in onto his as we could. And then see there's that darker magenta there. And that is not purple matter, actually. That is just a Fanchon red and, oh, what the heck is it? Our Egyptian violet? Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Yeah, I don't really have access, unfortunately, to any of the more delectable rums. It's pretty much just, well, Kraken, which is, it's not horrible, but not super fantabulous. And Sarge is he's gonna have to see. Here, well, speaking of we'll try and fortify that here. Let's get those shamrocks in there. Speaking of cream de mint, let's get some of those shamrocks in here. There we go. Now, at a certain point, we might have to go cough drop if the voice just keeps on going. That is the one thing that I can, well, yeah, it doesn't work in every situation, but it does help. Nope, I can't stick my finger there. I was automatically about to stick my finger over here because we spent the whole, first 3-4 hours being able to stick my finger over there. Boy, I almost read that as Lawndale area, and I'm thinking, that's around here. So yeah, that's a neighborhood in Chicago. But again, chat is not the easiest thing for me to read because with this setup here, trying to get the camera where it is, the camera is probably set up about 5 or 6 inches higher than it normally is. And that's why we had to dump this background over here because you would be seeing quite the mess. You would be seeing an unimaginable mess of stuff all around here. So, and it also kind of is as you can see, it's absorbing some of the stuff that comes off of the sponges. Throwing a little smidge of Terra Rosa back there, by the way. I look at the, I'm going to take my blending brush here, but I think the smaller blending brush, and I'm just looking at this right here. So again, this is not blending colors, brushstroke management here. There. And right there. So again, we're not trying to blend any colors. There's just some brush strokes there. But if you do that right away, sometimes all you do is just you wipe away the paint instead of actually doing it like this, where it's all being kind of buffed together. See, there's brush strokes over here. That's all unified now. We didn't really do much to the color. You know what? I think it's because of all the years doing pastels. That's why. I keep thinking because people are so intrigued by all this blending of the color after the fact like this and managing brushstrokes. Now I realize that yes, so many years spent with the pastels. Of course, there you're basically just blending it with your finger, which is one of the reasons why well, pastels are about the most lethal thing that you can possibly work with because there's nothing you can do. You can wear a mask, it'll get through your eyes. You can't wear gloves because otherwise you couldn't work with pastels. And the pastel stuff, it literally is going through your skin into your capillaries, those tiny little veins at the end of your fingers. And it was made very clear in art school that you can love pastels, they don't love you back. And depending on how long you use those, that is how much you can maybe subtract from X amount of expectancy. For me, they just were not practical from the art business standpoint because it was too hard to scan those and make prints of them myself because I was making my own prints. I was able to scan some of my pastels, but, well, you risk ruining the paintings and the $900 scanner because that's how much they cost in the 90s. Yeah, I think there was about a $920 scanner that now was covered in pastel dust. Fun times. Oh, a bit more. Like right along that edge. Maybe some more. There's a ton more texture in the rocks here. Actually, there's more texture in this stuff. Remember the herdstone we painted a couple of weeks ago? This rock has more texture in it than the herdstone. And it's, well, obviously both the herdstone and this. At this point, all the GW stuff is sculpted digitally as well. But this actually has more intricate detail than the herdstone did. Which is a surprise. I was not expecting that. So Armored Wolf, he's got his Instagram right there. I think he's got all the pictures. Well, I think he's got all the pictures of his miniatures there. Now, obviously, they're way more amazing to see in person because of all the little things that he throws in there, like all the small sculpted details, like the mushrooms, the tiny little snails. And the only way you could see them is if he literally just like took pictures of the snail. That's how minute they are. It was just hard to believe that something so small could be sculpted. So yes, folks, be sure to look at Armored Wolf's miniatures because he is a fantastic miniature painter. He also does teach some classes up north, and I'm going to be Well, this week I got to send him some paint just in case one of those. Well, hopefully he won't be doing a class on Monday, but hopefully, I don't know, maybe by next Monday it's there, just in case you need the paints and stuff. Nah, I'm just gonna get rid of that. There. Frozen Toes is gonna head out. Listening. On the Ogre team. Thanks again, Frozen Toes. I really appreciate you hanging out. And lurking as well. Lurking is always fantastic. I see more. Oh, definitely more brushstroke control or brushstroke management here. Right here at the end of his lip. Let me see if I can make this where you guys can see what's going on right here. So there's a bit of a tail to that brushstroke. We get rid of that. Right over here, again, more brushstrokes to get rid of. Boy, that's a really fantastic brown right on top of some dark green. Again, not looking to mix the colors, just getting those brushstrokes mixed together. Now I got to make sure there's no paint on that brush. Another brushstroke to control right over there. All right, much better. So I think we're set up here. I have to look if I hope to get some painting done. And that is, yeah, well, there's, people would say, well, yeah, you have to paint that Blood Bowl team because everything rolls better. And people would say, well, then why does Jim roll nothing but ones and skulls? Uh, yeah, unfortunately with the minis, if you want to get the minis out there, that's a full-time job in itself. All kidding aside, it really is, because I spend hours every day on all the different social media things. I have to post pictures to all the different Facebook groups and stuff. And Armored Wolf is he's really got the hands full, just trying to get all the pictures of the dice bags up for the Etsy page and for the Instagram for Armored Wolf. More brushstroke management here. Just trying to get these brushstrokes managed. I think we're pretty good up here. No. Wait. Time out. I see some here. It's interesting because there's like a row of Egyptian violet brushstrokes with a little bit of magenta in there. And think of this as almost like we're polishing a table or something. That's what's going on right here. Yeah, Frozen Toes. Well, let's just say that, oh gosh, back in the day when you could kind of have allies and whatever, I had a a dark elf thrower that I ended up giving agility 5. I had to give him sure hands because he couldn't pick up the ball. 5 agility, couldn't pick up the ball. I had to give him sure hands. Played in a championship game and watched him fail to pick up the ball for 3 turns in a row. Grimgar, right now, it's just me posting on the different Facebook groups and stuff like that. Now, that whole part of that kind of committing to a certain type of model, if I can kind of get a little bit more attuned to the ins and outs of Discord, the problem is time. That is a big problem. But that's something that I want to explore more, especially in the Discord range there, Grimguard. Right now, I post in, well, Lord of the Rings groups, Bolt Action groups, all like the miniature painting tips and tricks, those kind of pages, heavier metal, those places. So there's about 30 different Facebook groups that I post things to. Ah, Navarro. It is crazy. Oh, also having the YouTube channel. So there's a YouTube channel that has to be maintained. Well, and then there's the Patreon page. So, and we're filming what, 24 hours of new videos every month for the Patreon page. And for every hour of video, you got to multiply that by 9 or 10 hours. So those 24 hours of videos actually take 240 hours to produce, give or take. Well, mostly give several more hours. So yeah, it's probably more like 300 hours to produce the 24 hours of videos. Yeah, Grimgart, one of the things that I was thinking for the future is with that War of the Ring board game, all that other kind of stuff, potentially maybe Armored Wolf and I are we're doing a War of the Ring game via Discord or something like that. I've got maybe the painted version on camera. We get Armored Wolf his version of the game so he can have copies of his cards there. And that way we could potentially or be playing a game of Warcry or something like that via Discord, where you could potentially maybe even hear his voice, where he's saying, all right, look, move me over here, move me over there. No, don't want to do that. So there's a bunch of different things that I'm trying to. Well, I just unfortunately my days of researching stuff kind of came to a halt once I started doing Twitch, because I had actually researched Twitch for a good 4 months before I ever actually started doing it. But just seeing how Kathy and those folks are utilizing Discord right there, trying to see, okay, what are they doing with it? What does Reaper do with the Discord stuff? And we maybe do a little bit more stuff that way. Just because as I realize something like this is pretty much a major, you commit to this. Also potentially doing, the painting class, maybe even via Discord or something like that, instead of trying to do a hangout or what are those things? What are some of the Zoom? Yeah, instead of maybe Zoom, maybe doing it via Discord or something like that. These are just a bunch of different things that I've been trying to sort of calculate in my head. And so sometimes I judge the reaction here on Twitch or whatever to some potential ideas that I have coming up. And well, actually, it has been the reaction to a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is basically it is based on the reaction of things. Now, yeah, Deuce. Well, remember someone actually asked about it last night. I think the evening with the waffles or whatever, and that's something that just wasn't practical because of just how things are set up here and the schedules and stuff. But it always had intrigued me, and I thought, well, maybe that is something that could happen in another format. And the other thing too is I am trying to like the all of the Lord of the Rings stuff, the gaming stuff, just trying to find some additional things to put up on YouTube that will a take a little less work, that also tie into this. I don't really necessarily want it also is it's a lot of repetitive thing to take this and turn it into a 2-hour YouTube thing when this we've been streaming this for 9 hours 37 minutes. Trying to break this down into something that's 2.5 hours is really difficult. If it was just raw footage, that would be another thing, or like me filming. But me also having the chat and everything else, that makes it very difficult. And that's why I was hoping to have things like the gameplay programming, because those could be as short as maybe a half an hour, and I could download 4 of those instead of just one 2 hour, or or 5 of those instead of one 2.5 hour version of this, where you're only seeing a quarter of it. Like, which quarter of this do I show? Which 75% do I take away? I think it just is, people were looking for more. Yeah, yes, Armored Wolf is already. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's right. So is it actually 4:22? Oh no, it's 3:22 in the morning. Holy smokes! Well, speaking of which, that means since we just lost an hour, well, it is 9 hours and 38 minutes in. I am gonna. Wow, yeah, I'm gonna have to. I know that Avocado Kids is still doing his thing, so I hope you don't mind if we head over to Avocado Kids. But yeah, I just looked over and like, wait a minute, how did it get to be 3:23 in the morning? That was unexpected. So I want to say thanks to everybody for just hanging out with me here. And again, this is from RM Printable Terrain. This just unlocked on their Kickstarter or crowdfunding campaign here today. Look at that. Just so many fun details. Huge, huge, huge right here. And all painted with oils in, well, basically 9 hours effectively here. And let's thank our moderator, Armored Wolf, because this doesn't happen without Armored Wolf. He's like, yeah, he's cool. You should buy dice bags. Do that. I think that's quite a smashing idea. We're gonna have to get special voices for each head here. Oh my, this is crazy. He also needs a name. We're gonna have to name him too. So thanks Deuce and Grimgar and Shaza for hanging out with me too, keeping me company here. Avocado Kids, definitely. I wonder if he's working on another dice tower here. So here, let's get our raid countdown started. Let's get that raid countdown started. We're almost there. 3, 2, and 1. Thanks again, everybody. I'll see you on Monday.